Hello everyone and welcome at the European Cities and Towns Chess Championship 2023. This is the first event of this year for the European chess players, and here we have the event online where the best team will win the title of the absolute champion. Besides that, we have also another incredible prizes for the winners of this tournament. But before that, I am now pleased to introduce you my co-host, Grandmaster Artur Niksic from Riga, Latvia.
Hello, Kathy, and of course, welcome to everybody who is watching this unique event, first European Cities and Town Championship. And it's a pleasure once again to work with you, Kathy, and I think we are going to have a really long and exciting day with a lot of rapid games.
That's right, but the good thing is that we are live on so many channels and so many people will join us for today's show. So let's greet to everyone and shout out to our viewers on European Chess Union Twitch and YouTube channel, as well as European Chess TV channel, and your Twitch channel, as well as my Twitch channel. So guys, we're everywhere. Feel free to write us the questions, your comments, and let's be a best team today to work for this event. And Arthur's earlier I saw in the chat Cities and Towns Chess Championship. This is happening, I think, for the first time that I am aware of. So let's now take a look at the regulations and the formats and schedule and everything and talk a little bit about the tournament itself.
That's right. So here you see, this is, of course, as Katie already mentioned, the first ever event. It's actually a hybrid tournament, right? But I guess we're going to talk about it a bit later. Now, here, every single city or town has the right to organize one team of 4 players in each of the 4 categories. And yeah, there's several tournaments, as you can see. The Open tournament is merged together with the Seniors tournament. So I think technically we have 3 tournaments. And also, I think we are going to talk about the cities the players are representing from. I think there's some very, very interesting participants. And talk about the favorites maybe a bit later.
That's right. So now let's take a look at the prizes, what all these participants are playing for. Well, it is obviously a very good occasion to meet up your teammates and the chess players in the same playing venue and have a very lovely day together. But in the end of the day, this is a competition, this is a chess tournament, and all chess players want to win. So prizes are really incredible, Arthur. And when I heard about this, I was like, oh, maybe I should play in the tournament rather than to host, because the winner of each categories will get really nice prize. So let's start with winning the opening team competition. In the team, we have 4 participants. So it means that the winner of the open team championship, 4 players, gonna get the right to play the European Individual Chess Championship 2023, which is the most important tournament for Europeans. That's the tournament where you can get right to play at the World Cup. And all this trip will be sponsored by European Chess Union. For the women team, we have here 4 players as well. And the winner of the competition, they will get the right to play at European Individual Women Chess Championship 2023. Once again, a very important tournament for the women because that's the way to go to the World Cup. And we have then a seniors section. At this case, 4 participants will get the right to play at the seniors team competition. And in case of the youth players, they will have a right to play at youth team chess championship under 18. All these tournaments will happen this year, and all the events, all the players will be sponsored by European Chess Union. And what's very important, Arthur, the winner of the all the categories combined results will be entitled to the absolute European Chess City and Town Champion 2023. So this is our incredible prizes indeed. And I think it's time now to take a look at the schedule and check out when the game's gonna start.
All right, indeed. So here you see the first round is about to start. I think also we are going to relay the games from Chesscom, and I just got the boards coming live. So 10:30. I think we're a couple of minutes late, but this is perfectly normal, right? This is not an easy tournament to organize because once again, all the teams have to gather in approved halls. In approved halls where they have arbiters monitoring the players for some fair play. You can't really play it from home. And we are going to get first 5 rapid games to be played right now. I think it's going to be in a minute. And then we are going to have a lunch break of something like 1.5 hours. And then we are going to be back for final 4 rounds.
Guests coming in the live as well. So that's a long day for us. The games are about to start, as you mentioned, Arthur. But let's take a look at the Zoom call and check out the players, and maybe we can find some of the well-known faces as the competition is full with the title players.
Right, very, very nice view indeed to the playing halls. I see their players are gathering in the same hall. I never really have played myself getting in this. I'm not really sure if that's technically hybrid tournament. I mean, hybrid, I think it's when you play one of the part of playing the live games over the board. The second half is playing online. But still, I like this gathering together. And I've never played it myself, and would love to. I would love to because, again, like you said, Kitty, they're amazing prizes, and I think this is also what attracted some of the very high-level players like Tadai Goyen from Czech Republic. The team Prague is one of the highest-rated teams, and they really, really want this championship title and also the chance to participate at the European Individual Championship with all costs covered.
That's right. I had the same feelings actually when I heard about the tournaments and the prizes itself. Maybe next year, Arthur, we can somehow create a team. And for our viewers, guys, too, if you want to take a part of this event, it's really, really nice occasion to put players together in the same venue, and you can be an organizer of this event by yourself, and it's not very hard to find the players in your town or in your cities. And for the next events, I'm sure it will be a lot of these events every year. You can just play as a team alongside with your friends. Arthur, I don't know if you noticed, I'm sure our viewers noticed the background. It's changing, and this is the photos of the cities that we have today, our participants. I think now it's time to take a look at the lineups. Let's go with the open section. We have here the most registered teams, and check out who is the leaders.
So, yep, here you see these are the participating teams of the open section. I believe it's not according to the ratings, right? It's just all the participants. And yeah, I mean, a lot of teams are being represented. I saw quite a bit of Greek teams participating there. Of course, there's the Prague team. Prague team is represented at least in 2 categories.
Right.
Istanbul also, Kallithea. So, yeah.
Yeah, Prague has 3 grandmasters on the board, and the last board is a FIDE master, as well as the Greek team Thessaloniki has 3 grandmasters. So we have very interesting lineups, and I hope that we also have the possibility to take a look at the Zoom call of these players. And right now we can see on the screen all those players, guys, in our chats everywhere. If you can see any of the players from your country, and you know some of the information about this player, just let us know. But what is very interesting, Arthur, look at these lineups of the Prague and Thessaloniki. I think those 2 teams are the rating favorites.
Right, and it's also quite interesting, actually. Maybe somebody is surprising for somebody. It's surprising to see Maxim Rotstein playing for Team Prague, right? But I do believe that's not a surprise because Maxim is living in Prague,
Mhm.
and it's not only about players representing the national federation; it's the players who are living in the actual city. And Team Prague is attracting a lot of very good players. And I was thinking maybe there could be a chance also to see David Navara, who was born and who is living also in the city of Prague, one of the most beautiful European cities. But no, he's not playing here. But still, I believe that Prague is going to be one of the heavy favorites. I mean, Sergei Movsesyan also used to be 2700. Tada won the young talent 2650. Maxim Rechstein, he was very close to 27. Maybe he even was. So this will be a very hard team to beat.
It's David Navara, also his very good friend, Hari Krishna Pantala, is also living in Prague. And I would like to see these two extra players, but a team can have only 4 players and not even additional players. So maybe they don't want it to play one of them, and they decided to let it go both of them. Anyways, Arturs, we do have a lot of to talk about the players, and we have so much time for that. But let's bring up the boards on the screen, and I would like to show to our viewers first game. And this is in the women category. We have, as Artur mentioned, 3 categories. And here we have Jovanka Hoska, a well-known commentator and the chess host, against women candidate master from Turkey, Can Işıl. And it's so lovely to see Jovanka playing the tournament one day, another day commentating, and being always in the chess world. I'm sure our viewers like very much to see her play.
Right, and she is right now actually, I'm not really sure about today, probably not today, but she was doing the commentary for Tata Steel Chess, right? And of course, widely known as one of the TV personalities of one of these online super tournament series. Really exciting person to see doing the commentary, and also one of the strongest players. If I remember correctly, I think Ivanka he has a great chess tradition in the family. Also, her brother is international master. I think Miroslav, but he's not playing. So she was rated over 2400. Now she's a bit focusing on commentary, but still very, very strong player.
Indeed, but I have to be honest. Her opponent, who is rated way lower, as we can see, 2007 is the rating of the opponent, is doing really good so far. So far, White has a really active knight on e5, and also the pawns are equal, as I can see. The material is equal here in this position. And Arthur, I love no, I wanted to mention this play on g4, and then to play king f2 and rook h1, this kind of, sneaky idea, although I don't have a bishop on the board, light square bishop. But Jovanka just knew this might be coming, and she played h5 move right away. What do you think about the position?
This is really, really nice. I mean, I'm wondering, was this the London? No, it was the Caracan, because sometimes the Caracan, the London, they have preached the same setups, and I would feel that would be like a very nice pun, right? I mean, you're playing against the London system against a Londoner, right? But no, I mean, this was the Caracan, the exchange variation, and carry this h5. This is probably something normally quite difficult to explain to the average player, maybe the starting level player, because you don't really want to weaken the king just like that, and you are taught not to push forward those pawns in front of the king. Here, h5, very nicely already noted, it stops g4, but when you look more closely at what was White's plan, f3 would take away the e4 and g4 squares for the black knight, and king f2, rook h1, then yours g4, g5, kd. Maybe there's a mate on h7.
Yes, that's right. So knight e8, you might be asking, like, why I should play knight on e8 and have all these pieces on the back rank, we know that the pieces should be active. First of all, knight on f6 was quite restricted because of the pawn on f3. And another thing is that white actually wanted to play queen c1 to queen g5 and start to annoy black's pawn structure. So knight to e8 controls g5 square now, and also hopes to play knight d6 and g4 anyway. I really like this player with white pieces. She shows that she has no fear at all, and she's finding so far the best moves, I think.
And not to be underestimated, the Turkish players, I'm not really sure if the low rating really represents the actual strength of Isil Can, right? I don't know her as a player, but Turkey has been producing a lot of great talent. They have great chess tradition. And g4 here makes perfect sense, right? Because white is thinking about the same king f2, rook h1 after h takes. I don't really know how she's going to recapture, probably with the knight. And white is not really risking a thing, is she?
Not really, not really. And you know, I really like the idea to open up the H file anyway, because this plan is always there. King f2 and rook h1. So why not to do it? H takes g4 had to be captured by Jovanka here, and knight g4 will be the move. I don't believe that f takes g4 should be captured here, because doubling these pawns, exposing king, and giving up the 4 square under black's control, this might change things dramatically here for white. Arthur, I see my chat right now. I think you have access to see all the chats together, and they are asking me where I'm going to bring up the weather broadcast. So guys, no problem here in Poland where I am right now today. We have a fresh snow. It started again to snow, and it's minus something, -1 right now. How about with you in Riga, Arthur?
Yep, Kenny, it's exactly the same. So fresh snow plus, I don't know, 2 degrees. I'm guessing. I have no clue, but it's winter.
Yeah, go ahead, guys, and let us know where you are from and which part of the world you are watching at this event. And feel free to let us know if it's snowing at your place too. But Arthur, black's clock is ticking. She has really low time right now compared to the opponent, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I think she should just make faster moves here. What should be the
Queen
plan for
h4, Kenny.
white?
Queen h4 is a great move. I like it because it stops king f2. And I think this is actually where the strong players, they're showing their understanding of the position. I mean, they're often just executing the typical ideas. And queen h4 here not only slows down white's idea to put the rook on h1, because, I mean, how do you even do it? Right? But if you now trade queens, something like queen e1, which maybe the average player would think, let's just trade the queens and be done with this, then white has no kingside attack. And black is going to play at the pawn minority at the queen side. Knight e6, a6, b5. The position is still equal, but this is what black wants.
That's right. And what black also wants is to take as much time as possible from white's clock. Arthur, for the moment, below my video, you can see the Spanish team. Look at the flag also on the background.
And there's the arbiter in the background silently watching these gestures. What are they doing there? What are they consulting about? You see the suspicious gaze? No, everything's good.
Well, the thing is that it is always a little bit of issue when we have online games. Sometimes you mouse click. Also, hosts and the commentators accidentally mouse click wrong buttons. But I think there was just a help. However, let's talk about the fair play and the arbiters' work at this event, Arthur. So far, we have a lot of Zoom calls, and each Zoom call, we have 5 Zoom calls, in fact. And we have the arbiters who are observing all the situations, and also at the local clubs, we have the local arbiters appointed from ECU. So I don't believe there will be any unfair situations in this tournament. However, the arbiters and the organizers will take some time off to check all the games, and later on we're gonna announce the champions, and the closing ceremony will be some days late. Spanish flag is
Right,
dropping
and
down. That's not a good
yeah.
sign, Arthur. Sorry to interrupt you, but there was a bit of incident in the playing venue.
Oh, oh, exactly, right. But the flag fell. But listen, Kat, I mean, talking about the fair play, in case you're new to chess, dear viewers, and you don't really know what we're talking about here, fair play obviously has been an issue at competitive chess, and usually that's the problem. I mean, if there are prizes, sometimes there are players who, I mean, they think they know better, right?
Yes.
And you just need to discourage players to not use any illegal assistance, which is engines, right? And that's why they're the arbiters. That's why they're being monitored on Zoom, on site. But I do believe we are not going to get any trouble here, Kitty. Are we?
No, I don't believe in that too. I would kindly ask to our producers if he can find our players from England and Turkey to show on the Zoom. I'm sure a lot of our viewers would like to see those two players. And also, guys, feel free to write us your comments, because we're gonna choose the some of the comments and it will show up on the screen. So good luck from Janek Kazak to us, I guess, and to players. This is the YouTube chat, guys, of European Chess Union. So go ahead, discover the channel, and write us some of the comments there as well. As we can see right now in the game, it is Black who took advantage of the H file. Arthur's and look at this pawn structure as well, having so much space.
It heated up very quickly. I think it heated up after Jovanka played very aggressively f5, right? I'm not really sure if this is a good idea, right? Because after queen f4, if we would go a couple of moves back, I mean, White's idea was to stop knight e6 from being played, and Jovanka felt that this is a very, very interesting way to try to take over the game. F5, pinning the queen, responding with g3 from White, knight e5, g5, and suddenly the character of the game completely changes from the positional approach where Black was not minding to trade queens. Now it's Jovanka who is trying to checkmate White with the open H file. But is there even any checkmate? I'm not sure.
Not yet, but just the fact that she's pressing so much, it will affect on the time as well. However, now the time difference is a little bit shortened, 2 minutes against 4 minutes. So White has to play, and she goes with king to f2. I think her idea is to play rook to h1 next move, at least to trade one rook off the board. And imagine if all the pieces are off the board, the pawn endgame, knight endgame, or rook endgame is really safe here with White. And if White gets draw in this position, that can be the first round sensation.
Yeah, definitely, at least according to the ratings. And I think that also Jovanka's idea here is to play g4 at some point to get the outpost on e4 for the knight, but I think it's going to be really, really a tight race, because once again, as you already said, Kitty, White wants to play rook h1, trade those rooks, and the knight on e5 is really great. So I would say this is still very double-edged game.
That's right. As the time is ticking on the clock, we're going to keep the eye on this game. And guys, let us know if you have your favorite player playing in this competition. If your city or your country is playing here, let us know when we can switch from city to city to check out the game. G4 has been played here by Jovanka. I like this move. I don't know why Engine is so suspicious about G4. But she wants to take control over e4 square again, and that's the way to do it.
The critical move must be rook h1. So again, what happens after that? quite tough to say. Maybe Jovanka's idea is to take on f3, intermezzo. Now, a very, very big moment. Is it queen g5 or is it g takes on f3? I'm not sure what Jovanka has calculated, because g takes on f3, this is the typical, exactly it was played, typical intermezzo move. Now, black gains access to the g4, e4 squares. But the question is, who gains from this?
Yes, a good question. And in the end of all these calculation, we have to evaluate the position and then to make decision. However, time is playing now a huge role in this game. White has to make a move. She's considering either to take on f3 or take on h5. I believe that after taking on f3, knight e4 will be the follow-up from Jovanka. Maybe rook h5 is the option of white, but she has to make a move now.
That is Jovanka on the screen, right? At least looks like Jovanka. I can't really recognize from this angle, but they look definitely so concentrated. Look at this body language there. It's like an actual game. I just play online, but still the same language. All right.
Of course. All right, we have a bit of changes. A check on g5, rook g7 has been played very soon. Here black would be fine to go to the end game, as the knight got e4 square, and g3 is the pawn that looks backward, and black will attack 20 seconds. Black has very comfortable time situation, about 3 minutes against seconds.
Yep, and now black has survived this counterattack that white was trying to do at h-file. Now, knight e4 is a great outpost for the black knight. Knight e5 is a great outpost for the white knight. So I would say the position is about balanced, as you are seeing the bar on the screen. Although maybe white is going to get some issues with his pawn on g3, something like knight e4, rook g8 in some scenarios. But normally I think this game is pretty balanced. But 20 seconds on the clock for white.
The time is so important, Arthurs. We do have increment though for this event, but it's always very stressful to play on the increment. Black is taking her time. This is maybe a good idea to take some time and find a play. Knight e4 has been played here, very logical move. What white should do here? Maybe to go something like g4 to get rid of this pawn. Oh, rook
I don't know. So rook g1, rook h8 was played, and I have a feeling that king f3 runs into rook h2, which is quite unpleasant. And this g4, there you go, it was played. I think that black is clearly trying to press here, although the bar says this is equal. No, I think black is trying to do something here.
That's right. Maybe she has to push f4 to keep the pawn on the board. If she wants to do something here, besides flag the opponent, she should create some kind of counterplay here on the king side. F takes g4 will just simplify the position. There will be no pawns on the king side. So Jovanka is taking her time. King f6 has been played, and after g takes f, can she play rook to g8 intermediate move or not?
Or take on f5 at a pawn.
No.
Yeah, that was actually a very big decision. I also was wondering, Ketty, can you trade the rooks? King f1, now rook h2. This looks dangerous. f4, king f5 looks dangerous. I think Jovanka is taking over the game here.
That's right.
Looks incredible. Oh, wait, f4 is knight g6. There's a fork, right? And again, you have to calculate this on seconds because the rook on h8 is under attack, knight f4, knight e5 is under attack, and the clock is ticking, and Jovanka knows this is the critical moment where you want to make some really good quality moves. What about something like knight e2 check and then rook h2? There's some tricks, and this knight on e4 is so tricky.
Yeah, knight and the rook together are a well-known good team. And I also read in our comments that there was a compliment for our teamwork as well, Arthur. Thank you guys for that comment. Indeed.
Whoa.
All right, some serious questions in the chat. I could not make it on time to read it, so Danny Vlandra says, it tells us the compliment of great team. Thank you very much for that. Well, the game is still on and nothing is yet decided. However, king f2 will be a checkmating one after rook f1.
Right, but after this f4, I'm surprised that white didn't play knight g6. Maybe there was something wrong. I don't know. It looked a bit risky move to make, but here black has this very strong advanced pause pawn, and it doesn't really matter its material equality on the board because white's queenside pawns, they're not moving forward, and Jovanka is pushing her pawn forward, so that makes all the difference in the world, and it's slightly better for black. I beg to differ. I think Ivanka is going to win this.
Tried c4. Maybe it's a good idea to trade some of the pawns. However, d4 now is down, and black is collecting a lot of pawns. White put up really good fight against a very strong opponent and very experienced chess player. And very often, Arthurs, the titles and the well-known person in the chess world plays another game, like you are sometimes having this kind of disadvantage when you're starting the game. Oh, and the game has been ended.
Right, and somehow quietly, Ivanka collected 3 pawns, showed her skills in the endgame. She clearly understood the final position a little bit better, and white in time made all the mistakes. So, victory! Do we move on to another game, maybe one of the leaders? You choose, Katie, I guess.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and take a look. Maybe in the open section if the games are not done yet. So, no, we actually have few games still in progress. In the last seconds. So how about this one? This is so complicated position. Zala Url and Emma Obada, another woman tournament game here. White has 2 rooks and a knight. And what is wrong with black's pieces? Oh, rook f2?
Whoa!
Hold on, there was
Is that
checkmate, I
a
think.
wow? That's incredibly beautiful. So here, white found a beautiful idea to win the queen. King f2, knight e2 check, king e3, knight takes on b1, and white is just no, white is not winning.
No,
That's a bit
no, no,
strange,
no.
Kitty. That's a bit strange. After king e3, maybe she blundered. I thought there's rook f3 check, but the knight on d2 is under attack. This is incredibly interesting combination. I guess black wins.
Yeah, at this point, black is totally winning. So white's pawns on the king side are a little bit low on being pushed, and black will create a pass pawn on the queen side with these 2 pawns against 1. And rook is also quite dangerous. Now, what black is trying is to limit the knight. A knight in the edge of the board in the end game is not happy. Knight in some countries, it's even called donkey. Did you know that? You knew it about knights in the corner? Never heard of this thing, but I think it's Spanish impression about knights in the corner. G7, now black has to stop this pawn as well. Oh.
All right. Rook h3 here. Yeah, I think this should be a victory. So at least black can trade the rook for the g pawn, then b4, b3, b2, those 2 connected pass pawns, despite the fact that black is most likely black will what will be allowed to promote the pawn. I think black is going to win this. And Zalaur is one of the players of Team Ljubljana, and actually, Kitty, I felt that this is a very, very interesting team also to follow. Maybe we're going to have a chance also to talk about them a bit later because there are a couple of streamers also in the team lineup. It's Laura Unuk and Teja Videk, right? They're running together the Twitch channel Chiquitas. I haven't really seen them around lately.
Oh, that's I was
much.
also thinking that.
Right.
Wait, hold on. How this is happening? They have 2 queens on the board. How white's queen survived here? Whoa.
Something
not
happened.
The end yet. Oh, knight f4 wins the queen here. Knight f4. Can she find this move? Knight f4 wins the queen and the game as well.
No,
No,
they did not. Okay, this is a complete roller coaster because suddenly white got this chance by playing knight g6, stopping black to give up the rook. I mean, there should have been a victory. Zala
Yeah,
was a bit careless, and now again she's winning. But this is really, I mean, a rapid game. Everything can happen.
that's right. Now black is
Still,
giving the checks. Queen and the rook together. Those are really dangerous pieces. Whoa. I kind of have a feeling that this game will have some kind of surprises still.
they're really surprises getting, and I think yeah, we are gonna get more. Oh, there you go. There
Okay.
goes the queen trade. That's it. Black is winning.
Yeah, black is winning here in this position. I would like to take our viewers back to the moment, although white is still playing here. When knight is on the board, it's always very tricky knight. However, I would like to scroll back the game and check out where white was completely winning and made a rook to f2 bad move. What else white could play here? As you can still see, the bar is all the way up. This is plus 10 almost. And I actually see the line here. So let me just bring it. Knight
Oh,
g5,
I don't. Wow.
knight g5 check. King goes on e1, and now rook f2 f2. And your next move is knight to f3, threatening checkmate. And good luck to find a way to go against this move.
That's really beautiful. And also the knight on g5 protects the check from e4 so that the black queen cannot go there. Uh wow. What a game, really. So do we have more games or the first round is already finished? There should be somebody still playing.
Yeah, let's take a look at the other games. So far, we were covering just the women tournament. So let's get the open tournament on. Here we have two links on chess.com, guys. You can also check out yourself some of the games and let us know if there's anything interesting. We do have some of the games still on.
I see, yeah, quite a
Maybe
bit
it's second
games.
row.
Maybe they started that actually a bit later. So which game do you want to check?
Um, on the board, we do have Guerrero against Tomic. If you,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, maybe not all of them started at the same time because again, their viewers they are playing from their. No, they did start together, did they? No, they should start together.
They should start together. Yes,
I,
I think
yeah,
Arthur.
because yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, I wanted to express a theory that since this is a hybrid tournament, they are starting at different times. Then I realize they're playing from Tornello, right? No, no,
Yes.
no. They're starting at the same time. So still 2 minutes each for both players.
Right. Arthur, we have prepared some of the trivia questions to our viewers. Maybe this is a good time to bring one of the questions to our viewers. And how about you choose the question?
Uh, right. I mean, you could try to perhaps the viewers try to guess um, from the participants. Do you know um, which Grandmaster siblings are playing in this tournament, and how many actually Grandmaster siblings can you name? So it's really interesting question, right? So
Yes.
I know quite a bit. Uh, two Grandmaster sibling families, right? But three, I would have to guess. So do you know, dear viewers, which city represents two brothers who are Grandmasters? Very good Grandmasters, by the way. You can write your questions, not the questions, your answers in the chat, or if you can open the official website and check it out.
That's not
And
cheating.
we'll
That's not cheating. You guys can do it. And also, how many Grandmasters can you guys name? So For the start, we can name the Grandmaster family, Polgar's family, and Music's family as well. So those are the names which comes to my head right away. However, we have still a lot of Grandmaster families and the title player families. There is also Zhigalko family that have Grandmaster and the International Master, right?
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, I also know Cuban grandmasters. Um, I forgot the I forgot the last name. My apologies. So,
It's
like
fine.
you already said, Muzichuk, Polgars. Um, there's still no suggestion in the chat. Okay, I
Mhm.
guess we can simply say it's Master Vasilis brothers from Greece.
Oh, yes.
They are representing their team of Thessaloniki, one of the most cultural Greek cities, which also has rich chess traditions. So, for example, Thessaloniki, I mean, some time ago, but still, they were the hosts of two World Chess Olympiads in 1984 and 1988. So it's great to see that they're gathering very good teams. And actually, the team Thessaloniki, I do believe that they could be one of the main challengers, including the Master Vasilis brothers, Dimitrios and Athanasios, against Prague, because they have number one and number two Greek grandmasters. Number two is Yanis Papanou, and then Master Vasilis number two, and also Athanasios Master Vasilis is number 8 in the Greek list. This is an incredibly strong team.
It is incredible strong team. Before we continue to talk about the sibling uh, title chess players, on the screen right now we can see Kramnik Pia, everybody's favorite chess player, and also Arthur's the mother of Anna Kramnik, who is well known in the chess community because of her Twitch streams and YouTube videos. She is the daughter of two grandmasters, and here we have another grandmaster family, Pia Kramnik, and also her
And she's
husband
playing
is,
here. Pia is
yeah,
playing here. Yes, she's playing here for Team Stockholm, the women team. And about Pia, I guess we're going to talk a lot, right? Because she's a living chess legend. And I mean, really amazing chess results, amazing career. Unfortunately, she never became a world champion, but she was one of the strongest, and still probably is one of the strongest women players in the world, right? So, the mother of Anna Kramnik, of course, the popular streamer. Her husband is Joan Belon Lopez, also another grandmaster. So, really amazing chess traditions run in the family. She's gonna also, we are gonna follow one of her games most likely, but she's here.
that's right. That's absolutely lovely to see her. And Santa in the chat says that Pia's brother is also international master. So many title players in one family. And also Anna is holding Women FIDE Master title, as I remember. Our chat says Jordan and Lucas Van Forest are also a Grandmaster family, and they do have a third sibling who is also a very strong chess player. If I remembered correctly, it's Mathilde. Is her name? Maybe it sounds a bit different in Dutch language, but obviously that's a potential three Grandmaster sibling family indeed. So in the other game that we were looking, Jovanka won the game. Our chat is asking about the result. Guys, we're actually having less and less games on the live, so players gonna have some break. And as you can see, they are just, chatting and have a really nice time. Um, and chess is a good occasion to meet your friends indeed.
Of course, and you could also see in one of the screens that's Pia crumbling in the lower left corner. Obviously, there's the Swedish flag in case you are not sure where this camera is actually taking the feed from, and she's arguing something or discussing just with the arbiter, I guess, about some technicalities of the game. Still, really a
Oh,
wonderful person. I
you,
know her also in person.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Arthur. So I was like wanted to interrupt because when it comes to Pia, there's so many things to share. But it is not hard to find a topic to talk with Pia for anyone. She's a pleasant person. You can find 1,000 topics with her, if not more, to talk. And it's very lovely to see how much she is enjoying to play chess. And doesn't matter what kind of tournaments are there. I remember one of the last tournaments I met Pia was in Poland, the European Blitz and Rapid in Katowice. It was like one of the biggest events in the end of the year with a lot of participants in one playing venue at the stadium. And she was amazed. She was amazed to see so many players and also this Christmas atmosphere that we had at the tournament, which is really, really nice to see some of the feedbacks from just personalities like Pia Kramning.
Right, indeed, that was Pia. And talking about how did she play the first game, let me check it very quickly.
Hmm.
So she won. She won her first game of the black color for Team Stockholm. Also about Stockholm as a city, I guess we're going to talk about a bit later because this is also one of the uh, cities with great chess tradition.
That's right. That's right. Arthur, actually, I found something very, very important for the first round. And guess what? The strong teams in the open section faced each other in the first round. So I can
Really?
see, yes, Prague against one of the Greek teams. We have several Greek teams, and that makes a bit difficult for Team Prague because once you are done with one Greek team, there is another Greek team. And Arthur, we do have also great traditions of chess in Greece, and this country has hosted so many chess tournaments, especially European tournaments, youth tournaments, and so on. So one of the games maybe we can talk right now, and
All
we
right,
can pull
let's
up
check
on
it.
the board is on the first board. Um, Here we have this game actually ended in a favor of white, as white is having extra 2 pawns, and black just decided that it was time to resign here at this point.
Mm-hmm. Do we want to check it a bit closer?
Yeah, that's what actually I'm trying to do. So this is how it started. Uh, And with black pieces, we do have a FIDE master. White goes with bishop c5, trading the dark square bishop and going then g3 to flank to the light square bishop on the side. So far, everything looks good. And c4 here is a quite interesting decision to make, right? You are closing the center and you committed yourself to play on the queen side only. Do you like this decision?
Um, Opening, I guess it's fine, but there was a sequence of moves. I'm trying to figure out this b3, b5, takes, knight e5, knight c4, queen h5. Uh, Here, white was tactically alert to all the possibilities. He played knight b6, and I guess black just wandered in a worse position. The pawn on d5 is weak. Queen d3, great move. Pawn on a6,
Hmm.
weak, right? So at least according to Aaron Nimtsevich, this is all that white needs. You have two weaknesses. And, well, technically, sometimes your opponent is a third weakness. There's this very famous joke. But still, I mean, two weaknesses on d5 and a5. And it was not really a big surprise that Taiwan managed to win the game.
Oh, this is something that you don't like with black to see when you're pushing the pawn on h4. You want to have this pawn on the board because it's just annoying pawn. Sometimes you want to push it on h3, but when your opponent takes it back, you are just losing this pawn. And as there are less and less pieces on the board, white's king is just fine in this position, and it will be very hard for black to start any kind of king side attack. However, we can still see 94 rook e6, very active play on the king side, and this extra pawn h4 to h5 stops rook to go on g6, and as we can see here, white also captured another pawn, and in this case, black just decided to resign.
Right. Great game.
Yeah,
And
looking good.
I'm not really sure when the next round is going to start because is there an official timetable or they're just starting X amount of minutes as soon as the first or the actual round is finished?
Let's take a look at the schedule once again and bring us the official schedule on the screen. So as I know,
Yeah,
the game
there's
actually
no.
started on time. The game started on time, but as I know, we do have 10 to 15 minutes break between the rounds, so players can just rest a little bit. Arbiters can check all the games and put the results down, and then make the pairings as well.
And there is also a question I don't think we have addressed. What's the time control by Mads Knudsen? The time control is 10 minutes plus 3 seconds per each made move. So on average, one round is going to last something like 30 minutes.
And that's right. So we're gonna have in all these sections 9. Don't know who's gonna play against whom. It's just be up to really the opponents who has the most of the points. They will face each other in this tournament. So guys, feel free to write us the comments on YouTube channel. I don't know why we're keeping this comment here. It makes me it makes me blush a little bit. Okay, so Arthur, we also have the cities on the background. Any guess which is this beautiful city? I like the colors of the buildings out there.
Right.
It's
Looks
obviously
really
not the
great. Which city is it
view.
actually?
Yeah, that's
Do you
interesting. It's not.
recognize?
I kind of have a thought. Maybe our producer can tell us.
So the
Okay,
idea is that the participant cities' pictures are appearing behind you, right? So I don't
yes.
recognize. This must be. Okay, I don't know what this is, to be honest. You can write your guesses in the chat. By the way, the viewers, we are reading what you are saying in the chat. Also in Kerry's Twitch channel, my Twitch channel, in European Chess TV's YouTube channel. I have the chat windows open. So if you have some interesting insights or just questions, I mean, don't hesitate. Ask them. We are here to serve.
That's right. So we do have a lot of Greek teams, as we mentioned, Arthurs, in the competition. And let's talk a little bit about the most strong team there. It's Thessaloniki, as I can recall, and a lineup of that. So for that, we need to bring back the. Yeah, okay. This is also good because now we have another team. As you can see, this is Turkish playing venue. That's what the flag says, and this should be youth Zoom call, that youth tournament, because all the participants are really young.
Right. Indeed. So in the youth tournament, please correct me if I'm wrong. It was under 12, right? So you
That's
you
right.
can't be having more experienced participants. So gathering a lot of young talent, and the number one seed in the youth tournament is Istanbul. I wonder
That's
where
right.
the games. I'm still not getting them, but from the body language,
I think
it
we're gonna have in
seems that
about 2 minutes
it seems that they're
games will
playing.
start.
It seems that they're playing, or at least they're doing something. They are really concentrated there. So this is the playing venue from I don't know who.
The other side is very interesting. But also we have a guest right now in our Zoom call. So let's us bring our guest here, and maybe we're gonna have more information. So European Chess Union Secretary General Theodoros Sorbasoglu is right now with us. Hello, Theodoros. Welcome to our show.
Hi, Katie. Hi, Katie. Nice to see you and Arthur. We are following you from the morning. You do a fantastic job, and I see that a lot of people following this first European Cities and Town Championship. And from our side, from European Chess Union, we want to welcome all and thanks all that the 30 cities and the 50 teams that they are taking part in this first pilot event, an event that has a lot of future. And with this year experience, we will try to make it better and much larger the next years.
Thank you so much for organizing this event. But the question that a lot of people would ask, how this idea came, cities and the towns of the European countries, and what is the idea behind it? Is that some kind of initiative to develop the chess in the small towns?
Yes, I will explain this idea we discussed in the ACU board about 1 year ago. First of all, after the end of pandemic that we play a lot online and hybrid, we came back to the over the board. But we know that this period create this new kind of events, especially the hybrids that very interesting for chess, are very near the esports. And we always think in ECU that we must keep 1-2 events per year on this mode because it's giving other advantages, less cost, more bigger participation, and the other privilege that this online and hybrid chess has. So we're discussing how we can continue, and this idea came to the table. Actually, I can say that this was also the initial idea is mine. I mean, for this particular event, but was warmly supporting from all colleagues. And what is the idea behind this? The idea is to connect, first of all, the municipalities with the local chess community more, to create their own competition. And this already happening to many venues that we see today. They are playing inside the city halls. And the future idea is not only to organize this event, but around these events to have parallel activities, maybe before to make city tournaments and select their teams through city tournaments. So to involve more the municipalities in chess and strengthen the cooperation with the local unions and the local clubs. And this event has huge potential because as we can see today and through the live, that with, let's say, 30 cities, could be in the future 100, 200, how much, important this event for the development, the message that are coming through municipalities to bigger audiences. And the whole city can participate in this competition, something that is not possible through over the board event. So there is a lot of potential, a lot of ideas. It's a very good start. I mean, according to our targets, to start with this number of teams and try get experience, get feedback, and through also this live that is important for this competition, we have the chance to see how we connect the European smart cities with the chess event.
A great initiative indeed, and as you mentioned, this is a pilot project right now. Can you tell us if things are going well and smoothly as you are observing all the process? I guess there is no any technical difficulties, and so far everything is going smoothly.
Yes. Of course, always is difficult to start these events, but our team has a lot of experience from the previous year, and some of the venues also get experience. So the event starts smoothly at time. Always we have some players a little late to connect, but there are, let's say, a lot of solutions for this. Tornello also management is helping us with that. So we start only with 5 minutes late. We hope that we will not have more problems because there are other kind of products of such events, an electricity power problem or an internet problem that can occur. But most important is now that the main message we are sending with also what you are saying now, cities, photos from cities, players around the Europe. So what is the message? Let's make Europe a giant chessboard. This is
Oh,
what we are
that's
doing today, and we will do it, let's say, we will do it even more the next years when this idea will be spread in more cities, in more players.
that's very powerful message indeed to make Europe as a big giant chessboard. Thank you so much for first of all for the ideas to connect chess cities together, and I hope that we're gonna see in few years one of the best and successful events where we're going to have hundreds of the participants to compete. And also, thank you very much for the prizes, very generous prizes for the winners of the competition. Once again, I would like to remind our viewers, the winners of the 4 categories will get the right to play at European Individual Championships in Open and Women's section, as well as senior team competition and youth team competition. And they will be invited also in the huddle, and all these costs will be covered by European Chess Union. Yes.
One last word from me, Katie. I mean,
Sure.
of course, we wanted to connect this tournament with the European Championship. This way, the prices. But I have to also to mention something. You said that this first event was also in our European Development Founding that is coming from FIDE. So this started from the previous year, this founding. So we have partner FIDE on this first competition, and we hope that the next years we will have many sponsors, because this is really a very promotional event for all.
That's right. Thank you so much, Theodor Solvasoglu.
Bye, Katie. Thank you. Thank you for your presence.
Thank you. ECU Secretary General gave us a lot of inside information, and now it's time to get Arthur back to our studio and check out what is the situation. Arthur, as I know, the second round has already started, so very soon we're gonna go to the games and check out the current situation. 9 rounds to go.
Right.
Sorry, 8 rounds to go.
Oh, yeah, 8 rounds to go. So 1 round is to finish. So we are going to pull up the games in a moment. But I see that all the favorites, they won their matches as expected in the first round, because this is what you're supposed to do if you are a favorite. In the second round, Team Prague in the open section, they paired against Yassi. Also, Thessaloniki is playing. Oh, that's interesting. Thessaloniki is playing against Prague Seniors, which is also representing one of the Czech chess legends, Vlastimil Jansa. Maybe we can talk about it a bit later. And also, Kallithea, another Greek city, is playing Tirana city. So really, really exciting stuff. And while we are pulling up the games here, you see that this is one of the playing venues. The players are obviously playing.
Yeah,
really
I see that some of the organizers took it so seriously. We can see right now, just below your video, the photographer making some of the photos. So as Theodor Solvasoglu said, that this event is really good promotion for these cities, and I would like to have my own city from Georgia, Tel Aviv, to have in this competition, because Arthur, out of 5 players in Georgian national team, let's say 4 players, my town has 2 participants in the national team. So that says that there is a great tradition of chess there, and I'm sure there are a lot of cities, European cities, who would join later years to this competition. And before we get the chessboard on the screen, there is one very interesting chess culture in Europe, and I would like to share to our viewers because our viewers are from around the world. I saw some of them were from Australia, some of them are from Brazil, and so on and so on. So in the tournaments that I played in France, in a small town, it is quite common tradition to have a family or like several families organizing tournaments. They are inviting grandmasters and some title players. They are hosting them at home. You can obviously go and stay in the hotel, or you can stay at their home and they share the room. They also prepare food for all the participants. And guys, homemade French food is a totally different level. And all this happens in this small chess club. You play a game and then you have lunch together, and you communicate so much and you socialize so much together with the other players, and you cannot get over the thing that these young participants, local participants, how they are observing the whole situation and the players. And that's one of the greatest things that I have myself experienced playing chess in some of the French cities in my case.
So which town is it? I think I missed the name.
I didn't say the name because I have been in several towns,
Okay,
and I
okay.
know where you're going. You want to check my French, French, but no, I will not go in there. So I can at least name three cities with best try and wrong pronunciation. But also there's some kind of traditions in Italy, very, very similar traditions in Italy, in Spain, and these kind of countries. And they can actually bring all these things also here at this competition and at online competition for sure.
Right, right. So indeed, it's great to have those chess traditions. And talking about, for example, I do believe we are going to get the game in a moment. But talking about the chess traditions of Prague, right? Obviously, one of the most beautiful European cities, and which is home of many strong
Mm.
grandmasters. Not only Tadeusz Guyen, Maxim Rothstein, who is originally from Israel, Sergei Marsesyan, now plays for Armenia, but he was playing many years for Czech Republic and then Slovakia. But also, little do you know, I mean, maybe most people don't remember that Prague was the Olympiad host,
Oh,
although in 1931, right? So I think it would be great to come back there at some point later for some mass tournament like the World Chess Olympiad. And also they have this Prague Masters, right? One of the
that's yeah.
really strongest round robin tournaments, which is I think a fairly new tradition, sort of like several years. They start in
Hmm.
June, 3 tournaments, Masters Challenges, Futures, and giving chance for the local players to compete and get the valuable experience and meet very strong players.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I just remembered that I visited Prague Open last year and Prague Open and Masters. And then I said that I have to put this tournament into my chess calendar and play. I play really few tournaments per year. And when I saw the atmosphere there and how well it is organized and how nice and the positive is there, the atmosphere, I was like, I have to come back here. And the Prague is indeed one of the best cities. Guys, pretty much advised from us to visit a tournament or the city itself. And there are also a few small tournaments and opens once in a time that you can play in Prague in particular. So I think we are kind of ready to bring the chessboard on the screen. So if we are, let's do it because we have really a few time on the clock for some of the players.
All right, let's do that.
All right.
And now we are switching back to Tornello. And this is the game of Tada one of the ELO favorites, 21 or 22. I'm not really sure when it's his birthday. Young Czech just talent. He has Vietnamese roots. I believe his father is a Vietnamese businessman. And he's my teammate in German Bundesliga, so I really happen to know him. And here he is playing against George Stalerio. And what do we make of this position, Kitty?
I
It's a
haven't
mess,
seen
right?
so far the position, but I see the clock. I only focus on the clock situation as Black is having less than 1 minute on the clock and White has a lot of time. So that was the first thing I looked at this game. And then when I started to calculate the pieces, White has an extra exchange, as I can see. However, Black has really active pieces. Bishop on b7 is hanging. Pawn on f2 is also under attack. And I think it's a good summarize what you just said. It's a quite messy position.
Right, and rook b1, that's a pretty smart defense. Bishop takes on f2, king h1. And I think here White needs to be quite careful not to blunder some sort of a mate. Queen c5? I was looking at queen g6 and something on g3, then queen h5 checkmate, but probably there was no checkmate. But here, the ELO favorite is actually in slight time trouble, 49 seconds for such a sharp position. This could be tough.
Whew, this could be really, really tough. And you know how the team competition goes, right, Arthur? When you have the first board, you have all the belief on the strongest participant. And if things are not going well, you're starting to panic as well by yourself. But in case of Czech team, Prague is pretty strong, I think, first-rated team in the competition. If not, then they are for sure second-rated participants. So this might not be the case. C4 is a very interesting move because if you take now on C4 with the queen or with the pawn, you're going to lose the knight on E2. However, we can see that there was no any single interest here for Black to go for this pawn, but he is going for exchange now, and Rook on F1 is under attack.
Right. I'm not really sure who is even better here because this White's exchange for a pawn. It felt that Black has incredible piece activity. There's always some fork ideas on f2 if the dark swap bishop goes away. Now, very critical moment here for the White player here from Yassi. I think c takes on d5 makes perfect sense to trade the queens. Then again, you need to calculate what happens after bishop f1. Do you take on c5 or do you take on f1? I guess with such an exposed king, the natural wish here for White is get rid of the queens and create this pass pawn on the queen. So this is what I would be thinking. But I mean,
Yeah.
the clock is taking 1 minute on the clock for such a sharp position.
Yeah, White is catching up on time. I would rather take the pawn on d5, and in case of Black takes rook on f1, then to take knight on e4, because this knight freaks me in this position. White is going for that, and now White has a choice to take the bishop on f1 or to take the knight on e4. Oh, Arthur, how about bishop e4, bishop e2, and queen c2 ideas? This will pair up the bishop and the queen on c file.
So bishop takes on c4 is also a move here, and the question is, what happens after that? So 30 seconds here for the Czech grandmaster. Bishop takes on c4 is played. Now the big question is what White has for the missing pawn, because now after the dust has settled, Black has an extra pawn. Queen c2 attacking the pawn on h7, something like g6 or even f5 could be a move.
Yeah, maybe a 5 to counterattack the bishop, because if you go with the g6, maybe some kind of rook c1 can happen here to pin the bishop on c file. So, oh, bishop e6 is the move that has been played, and White is getting the h pawn. So Black was really, really scared of this pin. That's why he decided to give up the h pawn here in this position.
That is a bit surprising that he decided not to defend. I kind of don't understand it, but maybe he calculated that he's going to get a pawn on e3 in return. Look at that. That's pretty smart play by George here, not trading the queens, because now the Black king's exposed. So that's why here Black decided, okay, I'm going to trade the queens, but at least I get some activity.
Yes, that's right. And the game is still not over. Here, Black plays f5, attacking the bishop. Bishop can go on f3. this is game for both players. Even draw is possible here. However, with so low time on the clock, that might be a lot of questions. So very often when you have low time on the clock, it takes more time to offer a draw rather than to play.
I think here black is still trying to press. I would try to run to the pawn on a3, something like, yeah. I mean, how do you do it? I mean, king e6, king d6, and teleport is on a4, Kerry. Tough to say, but it's just an equal position because there's no obvious weaknesses for both sides. The pawn structure is rather symmetrical. So I think here George Toleri is doing a wonderful job to keep the ELO favorite at a draw, but still everything can happen here.
That's true. Everything can happen in this time control. However, it is less and less pieces, and there is not even a check yet for any of these players. I wonder who plays here for win. Who wants to win this game?
I mean, who even said that White desperately wants to make a draw here, right? Maybe he's also quite ambitious here. Bishop c1, that's a bit passive. I would have opted for h4, I guess. Then again, after g4, maybe it complicates the game too much. But h4 at some point makes sense
Ooh,
to
Black
just
King is very
liquidate it.
active now.
Right.
Bishop d3, bishop e4, and then king d4, king c3. Something that white should look for. King e3 now gets the opposition, so black's king will not get very active. Maybe
But the bad news
f4?
for black, Eddie, is that there's a wrong corner in a1, right? Even if white gives up the bishop for the f pawn, you just run with the king to a1 and simply enjoy your time because there's no progress, even if black is up a pawn. I would say this most likely is going to end in a draw.
Yeah, now I wonder what happens into the other games of the same team. Arthur, can you can you have this opportunity to take a look on the other games?
I can check.
What's the
I can check, of course. Right.
Yes, because
Let
this
me
game
try
is
to do that.
now getting more time on the clock and gets a bit more peaceful. As Arthur mentioned, there is a theoretical way to draw this with
But
black. Yeah, go ahead with white.
But
Okay,
Team
game has
Prague,
finished.
this is not a tragedy because Team Prague is winning. They already have the score 3-0 against Romanian Yassi, so draw agreed. Of course, Taidavan is maybe going to be slightly unhappy that he didn't manage to win the game, but still what matters is the team result. Let me check what's the situation currently in the second match. And Thessaloniki actually barely beat Prague Seniors. And this is a small
Wow.
surprise because we had three draws on top boards. And then it was board number 4, Yevgenios Yanidis, the former European twice youth champion, who beat Josef Prebil with the white color, thus securing Team Thessaloniki a victory. But that was really.
Oh, we can take a
All
look, in
right.
fact, it's the pairings right now and check out the other results too, as a lot of games has been ended. There are still some of them in progress. So I'll just maybe take a look at this one. Oh, it's just the game that we're...
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll very
there we go.
quickly browse through some of the results. And I
So,
do see quite a surprise, Katie, in the women's section. Because
okay.
I see Team London, the ELO favorite, crushingly losing to Rijeka by, can you guess the
Ooh.
score?
3-1?
3.5 against half a point.
Oh, whoa.
That is
Whoa, we have to take a
that
look
is
at
a
that.
big upset. That is a big upset, Katie. They're one international master, Ivanka Hoska. We already followed her round 1. Toma Katarina, also woman grandmaster on the third board. They lost. They lost against their opponents from Team Rijeka. So this is a major upset here. So this means everything is possible.
I agree with you, and that is for sure a biggest upset as a London team is the favorite in the women's section, and very often the bad thing about losing the matches is that in the small tournaments is that there is no one who can revenge for you against your opponent that you lost. And maybe Rijeka can be unstoppable in this tournament. I see the lineup of Rijeka. I can remember this player, Ena Kvitan. She is quite tough, I should say. We played one tournament together, FIDE Master, and she beat it. She beat Jovanka with black pieces. We can see extra knight on the board. Queen e6 was the last move, where black is trading, forces to trade the queens, and Jovanka decided to resign in this position.
And also, I see the second matchup. I think that's a technical surprise because number one seeded in the women list, there were obviously the London team. The second team was Ljubljana team. And guess what, Katie? Also, Ljubljana lost, right?
Wow.
So this is quite around because Team Ljubljana, which is spearheaded by Laura Unuk, she played a draw against Anastasia Avramidou. The team didn't play well because Thessaloniki was able to score victories on the second and third board, essentially scoring quite an upset, 3-1 against one of the ELO favorites in the round 2.
So already in the round 2, we have so many upsets in the women's section, which makes things very complicated for us and for viewers. And as we now have kind of balanced situation, if rating favorites are losing their matches. So very, very, very interesting. We cannot really predict anything. The lineup of the London women is very impressive. On the first board, we mentioned Jovanka Hoska. Second board, women international master Jan Yao. And we have women grandmaster Toma Katarzyna, origin from Poland. And then we have the last board, Kamila Krzyzewska. I think I'm close to pronounce that last name. So this is still we can consider them the favorites of the event, besides the fact that they have lost the second round. There was a painful match to watch. Lawrence in our chat says origin from England as well. So that's for sure an upset for chess fans.
We had to switch the interface, right? So we switched it. That's why we missed the part of the game. But I do believe for the next round we are going to fix that. We are going to start it earlier. Talking about the youth results, Katie, I see there's some results, but I could of course name that Istanbul beat Yasi on the top board, and also Team Ankara was better against the Thessaloniki team 3-1. But I'm not really sure if the starting ratings getting matter because, I mean, they're children, they're under 12, right? And these starting ratings, they just mean nothing really, right? So you could have like 1500 and you're playing against 2100, and maybe already the 1500 is such a strong player. So these are not really big upsets. I mean, in the end, we are going to see already, I guess, something like after 5-6 rounds, who are the actual favorites of the tournament.
That's right. And this is a category where the players are the most dangerous. They don't have rating. You cannot predict what's their real level. They don't have as much games as you have in the database. So they're preparing against you really good. You have no preparation, and they are very good at tactics. They are very good at openings, and they don't care about attacking your king. They are not afraid of anything. So very tough opponents, I should admit. Do we have ready another question, trivia question for our viewers? Because I see our chat goes a little bit low mood, and maybe it's time to ask them some questions.
You mean a feature question, right?
Yes.
All right. Well, there you go. Maybe we can go with this question. Dear viewers, who do you think? Which country is represented with the most cities or towns? I guess that's a fair question.
Yes, that's a very interesting question, actually. I have my idea. I don't know the correct answer, but I have my idea. I
also have an idea because there's such a few participants. I have to physically count, but I have a pretty good idea.
Okay, what
If you
about
have
our
different
viewers?
ideas, just say.
Okay, so the first, well, I can read out my chat. You read your chat, okay? And let's see which country has the most. My chat says Greece. Guys, go ahead.
That's probably a fair bet, yes.
Yeah, but
So
you guys
Greece
can
is
also
really. Yep. I'm sorry. Yeah.
guess by the photos on the background. You can somehow guess which part of the world are those photos.
Right. So I do believe that the next round is about to start. Let me check it. Yeah, and there's the message that the third round is about to start. So Katie, I mean, probably you have the power to choose which game do you want to follow because you're the main host. Uh, I'm gonna follow your lead.
That's an honor and the power I have been given for this event. So I'm going to go with open and the senior section. And we can choose now Thessaloniki's team because we have not seen their games yet. So I see already games have been started. So let's get in there. Let's bring the chessboard on the screen and we can go with the first rated player. Um, okay. When it comes with brother Master Vasilis, it's always so confusing which game to go. Okay,
All
Dimitris.
right. Um, I do believe it's not yet starting. Demetrius Master Vasilis is the younger brother. How do I know this? Because he was one of my competitors in my age group. So we are playing together in European and World Championships since, I don't know, 14, 16, 18 years old. He was a bit stronger. I mean, I think I lost a game or two, maybe. I don't remember. But he was doing really, really well. So it's not a big surprise that Demetrios grew to be one of the strongest grandmasters in Greece, rated over 2600, which is his current rating. I think his live rating was, I mean, the highest rating was 2630. So
Wow.
definitely a force to reckon with. Number two in the Greek rating list. And again, I think I mentioned it before. Number one is Yannis Papanoi. So
Mhm.
team number one and two are being represented in Team Thessaloniki.
Yeah, so very interesting games. We have already game prepared on the screen, and in this round, we do have Thessaloniki against Corsica. Um, so nice place indeed to visit, and there's like few tournaments in Corsica happening in open tournaments, and that's obviously the perfect destination for chess players to combine chess and a really nice. Holidays, maybe like 1 or 2 days. Guys, the games will start very soon. We have 10 minutes games. This is rapid tournament. We also have increment for the participants for each move. But even though that there is an increment, still time factor is a huge fact in these games.
Right, and Corsica, I think they're hosting this very popular rapid tournament, right? I seem to remember it is a very, very popular place for various chess professionals and really great place
Mhm.
also to spend time because, you know, chess professionals, they're not only about trying to score really nice prize monies in tournaments, they also care about the conditions, right? And playing in such a wonderful city as Corsica, with great sites. Myself being as a just professional, I can tell this is extremely important for the players because not always you just go to fight for the first prize. Sometimes you just go there to enjoy the atmosphere, to relax, and Corsica is one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to be honest that right now behind your video there is a Corsica team. I would rather wanting to have the view of the playing venue with the sea, on the behind and stuff like that. But what you can see, they are so well prepared. You can see little flags, table flags on the boards. They have on the side also a small bottle of water, very cute detail indeed for chess players to make them feel very comfortable. And we can see chess T-shirt which says Corsica Chess Club. We can guess the spirit in this playing venue.
Right. Have you been in Corsica, Katie, yourself?
No, but I think I will go this year.
Oh,
after talking all of this, and also the topic that how we are choosing the tournaments, I agree with it. This year I decided to play the most chess tournaments that I've played past 5 years, and I'm choosing chess tournaments by the location. That's true.
that's a great choice, indeed. So you can see the games are not yet starting. I can also take it not only from the online games because we are getting the message starting soon, but the players are feeling a bit relaxed. I think as soon as they're gonna start the games, you're gonna see the difference. So in this camera on the left, yeah, they're waiting. They're waiting for the start, and which I think should be in a minute or so.
Yeah, exactly. In 1 minute, the games will start. We have more footage from the venues. There is one beautiful chess venue with a chess floor. Oh, this is Corsica team. More and more of this team. Can we take a? Okay, okay, very, very good.
That's better, right?
Yes.
All right, and there's the arbiter, of course. I think that's the arbiter, right? In the Corsican team.
Stefan. Stefan is his name, but a quite famous arbiter from France. Really trained hard to pronounce his last name. I'm failing big times to pronounce French names, so Stefan is the at least first name that I can say. FIDE arbiter, international arbiter, he is observing the whole situation right now in the playing venue. And guys, go ahead and tell us the name of the cities that you can see behind here on the screen. We had some ideas. I have to say this place, which is right now, is my favorite.
Behind you.
Yeah.
So I have to guess which city is it.
Yes.
I have no idea. Must be some Mediterranean Sea, I guess. Um, I don't
Feels
know.
like to play GeoGuessr live to guess the destination. Maybe
All
some
right.
Greek city.
Greek
Waiting for the
city.
first moves to start. Time is not started yet. We are going to see Corsica against Thessaloniki. I believe that the games will start in a few minutes.
Yeah, technically the round is already started because this sign that the round is about to start disappeared now, but the games are not yet starting, at least for some reason. The top board. That is strange. Ah, there you go.
Oh,
There you go.
they started. They started. We have the first move. Let's bring the chess board on the screen. And we have Sicilian defense already on the first board.
E6. So the so-called Sicilian Paulsen, which is actually several names. Yet the Khan. Well, this is something I can definitely talk about for hours because Sicilian Khan is one of my favorite weapons. Also, I'm an author of a chessable course.
I knew you were going there. I was thinking maybe. You're so excited. Okay, tell us now. Add a replacement. Why we should choose to play this?
Well, with the idea to a6, if you go back a move before, right? I mean, after black plays a6, it looks like a ridiculous move, and you're wondering, black just wasted the tempo for nothing, and after something like knight c3, white has two minor pieces developed while black has none. But then again, you look closely at the position and you realize those knights on d4 and c3, they have no good further jumping squares. There's no knight e5, there's no knight b5, knight a4 makes no sense, knight f5 is impossible. So black essentially tries to limit the power of those white's pieces, and then think about ideas like b5, queen c7, bishop d6. This is really unorthodox chess, and Sicilian Khan has a reputation played for the win, not for a draw. And I'm really curious how this game to progress.
Very interesting. And so good to have you here because you can give us all the insights of the opening. Knight c6, challenging the knight on d4. Arthur, what happens if white decides to capture this knight on c6?
I'm not exactly familiar with this order. Bishop d3, knight c3, bishop d3, what white played, it makes sense. I mean, you just develop your pieces and these moves can't be a mistake. I do believe that the so-called Marozzi bind after black's a6, c4, that is right now the most dangerous continuation against the Sicilian Khan. But okay, I mean, white still plays normal chess. And after knight c6, answering your question, Ketty, after if white takes on c6, well, black can still take with the queen, with the idea to position the bishop on the last bishop on the b7 long diagonal, and this happens. Or b takes on c6 maybe is a bit sharper because you give the rook the b file open, and then you want to take the center with d5. I don't really know what Dmitry is going to choose here.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. And he will make next move in few seconds, as obviously he doesn't want to spend too much time here in the opening. His opponent is international master Michael Massoni from France, 23-22 rated player. Also the player that you have to be a little bit careful to play with. So we have d takes c6 happened right now.
Yeah, this d takes on c6. This is the third option, which I didn't mention because I didn't really believe it's going to happen. It actually bears a different title if the knight is on b1, because if we go back a move, let's say after where was this? After queen c7, yeah, it's going to be difficult for you to show this because can you physically insert another variation here? Probably not, right?
Let's try.
No, you can't. You can try.
Let's try. Okay, let's. No, I can't.
After a6, can you play bishop d3?
No, I can't.
No, you can't. Okay, sorry about that. So one of the ideas after black plays d takes on c6, this is sort of dubbed as the Mises line. But that is not with the knight on c3. Black goes for a symmetrical position and sort of claims that he has a good position, but I beg to differ, really. I don't like it. I have played it with a black color quite a bit, but normally this position would be the knight is on b1, not on c3, and the queen is on d8, not on c7. So that's essentially the difference. And then the knight on b1 would go to d2, c4. And maybe here Dimitrios just knows these nuances so well that he senses that the knight on c3 is standing actually worse because there's no knight a4, at least it makes no sense. And e5 is a very good positional move because it stops white's idea to play e5 himself and secure the e4 outpost for the knight.
That's right. So we have few moves here. After d takes c6, white castled, and we have bishop to d6, attacking the pawn on h2 right away. f4 has been played to cover this diagonal. e5, attacking in the center. This is not happening every day to see that black is opening up center itself when the king is still in the center. Looks a bit scary to me. However, after f5, now the center is closed. Knight f6 has been played and white to move. Arthur's is g4 here the move white can consider to play. Oh, king h1 is
maybe
the one.
I'm not totally sure about g4 here because black still hasn't castled short, and that maybe is the problem because black can still castle long. Okay, maybe not after b5. b5 is a very common move for these types of positions because it takes away the c4 square for the bishop. It limits the white knight on c3. And then, again, I guess we're going to see how Dmitry is going to play it out, but quite a common move is to stop g4 is to play h5, knight g4, and bishop c5. These are very typical Paulsen ideas. But Dimitrios is playing something else. So here's something like g4. It kind of makes sense, but then again, you have to calculate what happens after c5
b4.
or maybe b4, push away the knight, and then c5.
Yeah, push the knight here because knight e2 will just close the way for queen to control g4, or even right away c5, and then c5 will attack the pawn on e4, and obviously you don't want to open up your king side with g4 and then start to guard your weaknesses next move. So bishop g5. Now white wants to damage the pawn side, pawn on the king side with bishop f6. Next move, black can play knight d7 here to avoid that happening.
Right. Again, this is a very difficult choice for white, because if I would be facing it, I'm not sure if I really want to take on f6. Probably I do, but then again, I sort of hand all the dark squares on the platter, right? Because if black is going to position the bishop on c5, and let's say even make a bold move castle long, what about my dark squares? So maybe bishop g5 could be just a developing move to gather some information, sort of hint at a threat to take on f6. So for Dimitrios, this knight e7, Katie, that you said makes sense, but also bishop e7 slightly improve the bishop, and then I guess black just wants to gather some information. Queen f3, rook e1, these are very easy moves. Queen e2, okay, fine. I like white here.
Yeah, white has this more space in the center and the king side, and some kind of potential attack with the g4. Next move, rook d1 is the move you can play as well. So black has to finally make decision where to castle, on the long side or on short side. You cannot keep this king forever in the center, because obviously that's not a good option. And sometimes there can be some unpleasant ideas to take on b5, sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns, and start to give some checks. Oh, we have a comment. Look at this, Arthur. Hello from Colado Valina, Madrid, playing. Oh, this is Madrid Chess Academy. Texting.
Hope you're not the player. You're not supposed to watch this, right? Hope you are the arbiter or somebody who is just watching from there, because if you're a player, you're not supposed to watch the coverage. I'm pretty sure. But hello.
Yeah, it's an official account of Madrid Chess Academy, so I believe it's not a player. So very, very nicely. I also like the logo. Look at this, chess, and with S with the knight shape. So it's so good to see all these teams and the clubs and the federations now being so active. We have a chat. We have a chat, right, in this on the screen, Arthur's.
Right, but I don't like this choice by white. And if we go back a couple of moves, I feel I have to explain the thought process here. After bishop e7, why black is not castling short? Because normally you want to castle short. I think the reason is that white can immediately push forward g4, g5, although the bishop on g5 already sort of in the way. So Dimitrios is postponing the castling, and that's why he plays bishop e7, that's why he plays rook d8. He's trying to make those moves that probably are going to help him in most of the situations. And this impatience by white, a takes on b5, I don't like it, because if black is able to recapture with a c pawn and keep a close eye on the d5 square, this is a win for black, because now look at the bishop on b7. Black has activated the last square bishop and is gazing towards the pawn on e4.
That's right. What was the decision here for white to take it? Maybe he wants to play something like knight here and then start to push c4 as the black's king is not castled yet. Can it be?
Maybe he just missed the opportunity that black is going to take with his c pawn, because perhaps his logic was after rook d8, now the black rook is leaving the a file. Now I'm going to open the a file, so automatically 8x on b5 and 8x on b5, because you want to take with the pawns towards the center. I mean, that is the general idea. And suddenly 6x on b5 is played. And judged by this small pause from White's perspective, I think this was probably missed by him.
Okay.
Or maybe not.
Now this is getting very interesting. White gave up the bishop on f6. Usually we don't like to give up the bishops like that. Obviously, White's bishop was way stronger than the knight, but d5 square is maybe White's hope here to get. So the idea of black to take here and then to take on d5 will maybe not be working, because after rook a6, b5 pawn will also hang. We kind of have the obstacle color bishop in position, and I believe that White should be quite satisfied with that.
Probably. It really depends what happens after that, because black also in this event, after the trade on d5, the bishop establishes a pass pawn in the center, which is backed by the bishop. And if black will be able to play e4 at some point later, then you have slightly some concerns about the weakened white king, because the pawn on h2 is barely guarding together those dark squares. I don't know. I think that also black here has the choice. There you go. He doesn't have the choice because he already took on d5. I felt that he could also play queen d6, but Dimitrios decided he is going to castle short immediately.
That's right. And can we just take the pawn on a6? Is this a free pawn? And White is going for that. Time situation right now is exactly similar. So I think we just chose the best game, and the most exciting game here is, I really prefer here White's position. And we might have some kind of upset.
Yeah, it depends, because after rook d5, if this is Dimitrios' idea, what happens after bishop b5? Now, what is his idea? Maybe he wants to play e4 immediately, because now after e4, you can't recapture on e4 with a queen, because the bishop on b5 loses support. And then the bishop is extremely strong. Black, a bishop on f6 targets the pawn on b2. I guess this is Dimitrios' idea.
Well, the obstacle color bishop is so tricky, Arthur. Like, you can give up one pawn or another pawn, but if your bishop gets active, that's actually the idea of pushing e4, to open up your dark square bishop on this diagonal first. Then this bishop will for sure target what you just mentioned, h2 pawn. And if somehow black gets the control over the king side, White can have a difficult time to guard the king.
I think there are also some other choices. So this e4 makes a perfect sense, and I think Dimitrios is definitely seeing this move, but also rook b8 looks logical, or just maybe rook f to d8, try to take over the d file, bishop d3, and then you need to come up with the next move. So Dimitrios is not looking for just how I'm going to equalize this, how I'm going to win back my pawn, because this is obstacle or bishops. That extra pawn for White doesn't really feel. I think he is looking, how can I trick my opponent, right? Because I think he feels that probably he can make a draw if if he's required. There you go, e4. He's trying to play for the win, obviously.
So what you are mentioning is that it's not so bad position for black, even though black is down a pawn because of the different color bishop endgame.
I think it's quite a mess, actually, because here, after, let's say, White's obvious c4, defending the bishop on b5 and attacking the rook on d5 with a tempo, think about something like rook e5. Let's have a look at this position more closely. So you might feel White has two connected pass pawns at the queen side. That's great. But then again, you ask yourself, are these pawns moving forward? And the answer is no, they're not. But the black pawn might go to e3. One single thing about passing pawns, Kerry, is that one pass pawn usually runs forward faster than two pawns.
Hold on, what? One pass pawn
It's
rather.
simple mathematics, right? It just takes less time. For example, e4, e3, 2, e1, that's what? 4
Yeah.
moves. But for white pawns, this chain run together,
Yeah.
c4, b4, c5, b5, c6, b6, you already, get the idea, right? There's so much
Yeah.
more moves,
It's more like,
so it's not so simple.
yeah, I agree with that. This one pawn is going crazy and wild, and this two usually wants to guard each other, and yeah, it takes more time for sure. But they are
All right.
two. On the other hand, they are two. Helping each
I understand
other.
you like pawns, Kitty.
I like extra
No,
stuff.
I support this idea from Black. I think it's interesting. I think that there's no real danger unless the pawn on e4 falls. And now the big question is what happens now? What happens now? Because rook e5, you just drop the pawn on e4, and Demetrios is not looking at the pawn on b2. No, he's thinking about how to keep the pawn on e4. How
How
to do
about
it? There could
e3?
be e3.
Right away.
Yes, it makes sense. Queen b6 makes sense also. Queen c5 makes sense. I'm not sure. Maybe, okay, queen e5, you drop the pawn anyway. No, I think black has no danger here.
Yeah, Arthurs,
Despite
look
the
at
fact
this.
he's down a pawn.
A3, you cannot take this pawn right because the bishop is hanging. So after a3,
Right.
it's quite logical to play bishop c4 first to attack the rook. And then you're going rook d2. And queen is under attack. Then white is taking this queen e3, the pawn. And now rook here. I'm thinking about to combine idea with queen c6 to create a double attack on rook and g2 pawn. However, our rook on d2 is hanging, right? So maybe rook g2, king g2, and then queen c6 wins one pawn back and also damage the king side of white.
Well,
if that makes
I
some
have only
sense.
one thing here to say, Kathy. If you draw a couple of more arrows, you could compete with Hikaru. He is notoriously well known for drawing these arrows. But I totally support the point, right? Yeah, Getty's going the Hikaru mode here. To explain better the idea, because we can't physically move the pieces here on this board, so
that's the problem. That's the problem of it. And what I have noticed about drawing arrows, that happens to me and also to a lot of streamers. One of the draws are correct and some of the draws are incorrect. So you don't delete them incorrect ones because you delete all of them and you just add and more and more and more again. That's why it brings a lot of arrows on the board. Queen b6 has been played that you mentioned earlier, Arthurs, activating the queen and attacking the bishop on b5. And after c4, I like this move, but bishop kind of seems to be locked here on b5.
Well, it's a very double-edged game, and you see that Demetrios took his time. He's down on 50 seconds, and White's idea is pretty obvious: b4, c5. You want to connect those pawns together and roll them forward. So if I was, not rook a3, I would be thinking about b4, c5. You have to push those pawns. So I think for Demetrios here to see something like rook a3, this must be a slight relief. Rook f to d8, I guess the idea is rook d2 and try to, at some point, checkmate white.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan, and I think we're gonna see e3 also happening in the next few moves. So white needs to activate the pieces right now. Maybe should start to activate rook first and make some moves that will annoy this queen. Rook in here. There is also some point that white's king might be weak after some changes. So something like h3, g3 looks too dangerous, though the king will be open. Maybe rook a1, hoping to trade the rooks. But clearly, white should do something.
But that's the problem. How you make a window for the king? Imagine the pawn is on f2. It's so much easier. You play g3. Now, if you play g3, the h1, a8 diagonal is weak. Queen b7, you're seeing all kinds of ghosts. If you play h3, think about bishop e5, bishop b8, queen d6. There's the battery. And that's what I said about the structure from White's perspective. Now h3, now watch this. I'm pretty sure that Demetrios is thinking about bishop e5, bishop e8, queen d6, h6, make a window for the king.
I
And
love
while the
that.
opponent is thinking he's going to create this battery, I think he's going to win this.
I love that. That's a great master move. H6, you need this move. Taking your opponent's time, thinking the best move. And now White actually spends like 5 seconds of the clock. Queen F2 has been played. Black goes with Queen D6 first, fully control on D file. Maybe Rook D2 is the next move that he's hoping for. Let's see. Rook D2.
I mean, black is clearly in the charge. I think the e4 pawn even does not matter because all black needs now to do is to put the bishop behind the queen. And now you have all of these threats. Maybe take, and bishop goes to, I don't know, how do you put it on c7 or b8? Maybe take, queen g3, bishop e5. But I think that here, black desperately doesn't want to trade queens. Queen b4, wow.
Oh, wow. So
That
if
is
you
strange.
take on D2, you're going to take with the rook, and you're keeping the control over second rank. And he wanted to take on B2, actually.
I don't think he wants. Do you think he wants? I wouldn't really care about the pawn on b2, but maybe he does. Queen e1, great resource by black, pinning the queen. Queen b2, queen e4. White is holding this because it's quite a
8
unique position,
seconds.
right?
Yeah.
White is up
Wow.
a pawn, but I had a feeling that White is defending here.
Queen a8 check, maybe. Queen f3 is also a possibility. How about rook e8, bishop e8 here? Bishop e8, bishop f7 moves. Queen f3 first.
Queen f3. Now bishop
Wow.
e5. This has got to be played. I mean, queen e5. The idea is to play bishop d8, bishop c7, or bishop e7, bishop d6. Now Demetrius sees this. He's just trying to figure out the most accurate order the most, and that's why here Michael is trying to trade the queens, of course.
Oof, I see so many problems here for White. The back rank is a problem. The h2 square is a dark square, and that's where the bishop becomes a monster. Now, oof, this is forced line, and now g3.
He missed it. That's it. He missed his opportunity. Now this looks like a draw because I think he shouldn't have traded the rooks. Maybe he missed this opportunity that White can trade the rooks now and keep the position together. Bishop d5, and there you go. White is just up a pawn. And a misplayed opportunity.
Ooh, bishop f7, bishop g6. How about that?
Wow,
I'm getting to be very scared here for black.
4 seconds for Demetrios.
And
he blunders.
Oh, checkmate! What is this? Whoa, this is unexpected. This is unexpected, and this actually happened just few moves here on this. Maybe king g8 was the move. It looks very ugly, but maybe that was the move to play. I'm also starting to think that after f6, Arthur's here, maybe it was time to play queen b2.
Or h5, yeah, but it's already quite clear that black is not playing it for the win, and I guess he just tilted, because if he would go back, I'm not sure which move. Let's go to something like move number 26, 27, 28, and I was wondering, why don't you create this battery? I mean, queen e5 and put the bishop on d6, bishop on c7, and
Yeah.
I'm not really sure if he really saw it because he was like toying with this idea, but it never really happened because he never even threatened with his pin. Instead, he tried to use the back rank weakness. White was very precise, and it should have been a draw. And at the last second, Demetrius blundered. This is a major upset.
Oof, this is completely, if not winning, it's a huge advantage here for black. And he should probably use this battery, as you mentioned, rather early. And also at this point, after queen e1, I think this is the moment when black started to lose it, because he cannot keep the pawn on e3 and e4 anymore, and he has to trade e4 to b2 pawn. b2 pawn is the pawn that he didn't take before, and now he has to take because there's no another option, and he wanted to trade. However, in this position, with the rook and the queen on the board, it's still possible to create some kind of danger. But queen a1...
Yeah, but I would never trade rooks. I would never trade rooks. I think he simply blundered the idea that White can trade, because now after the rook trade, you just say you're safe. I would still play rook e3, bishop d8, bishop c7, and white is leading very unpleasant defense. And after bishop d8, I guess you're looking towards this queen trade yourself. I mean, look at this line, for example, rook e3. For example, rook e3. Let's make your hikaru arrows. Queen f2, for example, or queen f4. Let's check this out. Maybe queen f4. You trade
See,
the
when
queens.
when this is starting to have more arrows here. And
You
then
trade the
what?
queens. Rook e1 check and bishop e5,
Yeah,
and you win.
that's it.
So
That's it.
this felt that Dimitrios was very, very close, and he missed it. And this queen n1 is just a very strange move. But I guess he hallucinated something.
That's right, and also time problem is a big factor for all of us. We're starting to be a little bit confused. Artur, can you take a look? What is the team situation? I will do check another game in this matchup. Seems like it's not so easy run for the Greek team here, which is
talking about the team
favorite.
Corsica against Thessaloniki. So Dimitrios Mastervasilis suffered a shock loss, Kerry. But Team Thessaloniki still managed to beat their opponents because Yanis Papanoi, Athanasios Mastervasilis, the older brother of Dimitrios, and Yevgenios Yanidis, they beat their opponents respectively. 3-1 victory for Thessaloniki, one of the favorites. But listen to this. And there is a major result on the top board because guess what? The main favorite, Team Prague, they didn't win their match.
No, really?
It's a draw.
Whoa. Okay. So who were there? It was Team Turkey.
Istanbul. Team
Wow.
Istanbul, exactly. Which is spearheaded by the young talent Isekcan, also Adar Tarhan, very, very strong players there. And Team Prague, despite their impressive lineup, they were unable to score more points on top boards where they have clear ELO favorite and the fourth board, Yakim Nemets. He lost against Selim Tsitak. So 2-2 score. That's a surprise.
Wow, that's quite surprising result. So on the first board, we can see here the racing favorite Grandmaster Nguyen Tai Van won this one, and now it's very interesting position. Rook h2 attacks the queen. When you go this queen, I think you should go on e8. Now bishop takes the pawn. The king goes on h8, and now you can have thousands possibilities here. But I would go here a fancy checkmate, Artur. This is bishop g6 check. King goes on g8, rook h8, king to h8, and queen h2, queen h7 checkmate is on the board. But you can also just play knight g6
Beautiful.
right away and don't show off on the board. So black have resigned here. However, you mentioned the fourth board was a big upset in the matchup.
Exactly. So the fourth board, I mean, not really sure it was a technical upset because Yakim Nemets is a FIDE master, Selim Tsitak is a FIDE master. So, but anyway, I mean, I think as a team, it is an upset. So maybe you can show also the fourth board. I'm going to, in the meantime, check some other results.
All right, so on the first board, here we had the rook endgame, and we can say that white managed to push this pawn forward, and next move will be the queen. So black resigned in that position. On the second board, here we had this one. Queen on f4 has been played by Maxim Rothstein, and seems like it was a draw. Was it a draw? They were repeating the moves.
Right. And the third board of the open section, Team Kallithea managed to beat their opposition as well. And this means that the Greek teams that are doing really well so far, and I think there's a fair chance they actually might meet the next round. They beat Kiev region. But if you go back to the women tournament, Kelly, I see that Team Rijeka is following with surprises because guess what? I mean, Anna Cvitan managed to beat Pia Kromling with the white collar, and thus they beat Team Stockholm.
Wow, let's take a look at that. That is even bigger upset here in this round. So this is the final of the game. Pia Kramnik with black pieces. After queen e2, she resigned here? Oh, she timed out.
Not
She timed
sure.
out. She has 0,
Oh, she
0.
lost on time. So she lost on time, I guess. That's what it looks like. Just a second. So it was a pretty sharp position.
Wow.
And white is down a piece. I'm not really sure what happened before. Takes, takes, takes. Bishop d4, queen e3. And there's some tactical tricks. There's some forks on f6, etc. Back rank issues. I guess Pia saw you cannot take on d5. There's going to be queen e8 checkmate in the end. In the final position, that's a
Oh, look at
major
this
loss.
one, Arthurs. On the move 18, white is having a really good position. Knights in the center, bishop on h6. And then white pushed d5 here. And white is so active, you would not expect that something can go wrong here for white. And then you have knight f6. And black just captured it. And this seems to be the blunder. So, so strange.
That
I think it
is
was just, yeah.
strange. What did she blunder? What the idea did she blunder? I'm not really sure. What was the idea? Maybe her idea was that there's going to be 97 mate or something. She probably hallucinated some mate
Yeah.
ideas. So she felt, I guess she felt that this is a beautiful idea to sacrifice a piece to deliver a checkmate. And then she just realized there's no checkmate. I mean, all of us get that we have been there, right? I mean, you see these
Yeah.
ideas and then you're just, oh my goodness, what did I just do, right? Still, she won the
Yeah.
game. Wow.
What happened now? We have the playing venue, and you can see Pia. She looks quite unhappy. Probably something happened with Mouse. She wanted to make a move, and very often we just forget to make a move, and the time is running. So she's still smiling and having some chat. Uh, we can see her that even though that she should be very upset with the occasion, what happened, she's still smiling.
I'm not really sure I have ever seen an upset Pia.
Oh no,
I
I
mean,
cannot recall.
she's such a nice personality. I'd never really seen her angry or very upset, right? So,
Yeah.
wonderful, wonderful chess person, and obviously a chess legend. And I think we will have to follow her games at least once during this tournament. But Katie, I'm also looking at board number 2 of women's section, and I'm very, very happy to see that a Latvian team, Kuldiga, is doing really well.
Hmm.
And the one thing I can tell about Kuldiga, it's a rather small town in Latvia, more to the west. And this is where Dana Reizniece-Ozola comes from. So Dana obviously is a big name in the chess. She is not only currently the uh, deputy director of European Chess Union, she's also the managing director of International Chess Federation. She's a woman grandmaster. She's twice European youth champion. She's been, I think, world under, okay, I don't remember, vice champion. She was really a bright star, chess politician, a politician in Latvia, right? She
Hmm.
was the Minister of Economics, Minister of Finance. She was a member of the parliament for many, many years. So really a wonderful person. And she's playing here, right? I think that would make a perfect sense. Maybe in the next round to follow her game. I don't know. What do you think?
Of course, we're gonna bring up her game, and also a surprise for our viewers. We're gonna have as a guest coming for the interview right before the next game of the after the break. So we're gonna have the opportunity to ask so many questions, and I can remember that one of the events she was mentioning her town, that it's a very small town. That's where she started to play chess, and she's very grateful and of that choice. And they have, even though that the city is really small, they have great traditions of chess, and we can see here having the team to represent the country and the town itself is for sure great success for many towns. how they are doing in this event. That's very interesting because all the chess players, Dana is also quite competitive. She always plays for a win, and it's going to be very interesting to ask her some of the questions of the insights of the team.
They just beat Team Thessaloniki, which I imagine was a quite tough match. Dana actually herself made a draw, but it was the second board and third board. Obviously, I know these girls really well because I'm also from Latvia, and Latvian chess community is very, very close. But talking about Team Kallithea and chess in Kallithea and maybe the city itself, Kallithea is really, really a beautiful small town, right? And if you are ever in Latvia, I definitely suggest you to visit it, and maybe Dana is tell everything about it because there's some amazing sites, and one of the most famous waterfalls in Latvia, really, really large one, the Ventas Rumba. And it's really interesting that Kallithea chess has historically produced most of the leading Latvian women chess players. I don't know why. Maybe Dana can tell it later in this interview because it's Dana Reizniece-Ozola, it's Linda Krumņa, Nelija Maklakova. There's other players as well, exactly from Kallithea. Again, great chess tradition there.
I'm marking this question to ask her at the interview for sure. And now we have one of the playing venues. And Arthur, right below your camera, there is a huge screen in one of the playing venues. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. It is this city that we were talking right now called Diga. They are so well prepared.
Okay, what are they watching there? I wonder.
I think it's about the city itself. Some advertisement of the city, because I can recall this river.
There's the Ventus Rumba. Yes, yes. This large waterfall. So if you have a chance ever to go there, yeah, exactly. You're right, Katie. This is like an advertisement video that is being there played, and they're playing from the chess club, I do believe.
Right, and you can see here the footage, also one of the tournaments, perhaps youth tournaments. And Arthur's earlier we have seen some advertisement which was dated 2027. I believe some big event is happening.
Yeah, I don't really know, unfortunately, what is that event. So maybe Dana can tell that. The games are not yet starting, but I guess they should start in any minute, right?
That's right. Let's take a look at the schedule because we have to see how many games have been done and how many games we have to go before the lunch break.
So I think it was 5 rounds exactly. So at 2 p.m. Central European time, we are going to have a longer break for the players, for the commentators, for the arbiters, for everybody, 1.5 hours. And then we are going to be back with more 4 games. So again, it's 9 rounds total, as you can see, and the time control is 10 minutes plus 3 seconds per move.
Yeah, that is right. So 2 more rounds before the break for the players, and it is very interesting to check out the standings at this point. And maybe I can just pull it up right on the screen so our viewers can see what is the standing situation in the open section. For that, we need to bring our chess board, and we can see here actually that we have 2 teams in the open section, both Greek teams, Athens and also Thessaloniki, sharing the first and second places with 6 points.
Yeah, this could definitely be a major match, so I'm slightly conflicted. I still want to see, of course, how this match will follow. So it's your call, of course, Katie. I suggested that we follow Dana's game. If you want to follow the leader game of the open tournament, it's up to you. Or maybe we can just make a smart switch at some point.
Yeah, I agree with that. I can do a switch. Start with the women's section and then go to the open section to check out the game. So big shout out to the Madrid team, Kallithea Libra, which has now 3 points and was very active in our chat. And we brought up the comments also, and we wished best of luck to all the participants. Arthurs, there is very interesting tradition of also the this team, which is sharing now first and second place, Athens, Kallithea, and as I've heard, this is the some part of Athens itself. So can you tell us a little bit more story behind this part of the
Behind
Greece?
Athens, I'm sorry, I slightly missed the question. My apologies.
Yes, yes, yes. Some, if you have any insights of Athens and Kallithea itself.
Right. Let me try to pull it up. So Kallithea is a district of Athens, and they are a municipality in the South Athens regional unit. And what it makes it really interesting, they are the second most densely populated municipality in Greece, right? So it's 20,000 over 20,000 people per square kilometer, right? So really, really densely populated. They have hosted a number of high-level tournaments before. I had to check before because this name Kallithea, it sounded really, really familiar to me. And then I
Yes.
realized they have hosted European Club Cup at least a couple of times. At least
Okay.
that's what I saw. I think it was 2002 and 2008. But they also hosted European Youth Championship in the year 2000. Guess what? I was playing there. So
Okay.
that's why I realized this is awfully familiar, at least the name.
Wow, that's very nice to know more details about the part of the Athens. What is this place venue? It looks like a parliament, parliament room. Uh, Kallithea. This is Kallithea. Wow, I think
Oh,
it's some
that is
kind of
Kallithea.
Starting round 4.
city
Good luck to
hall.
everyone.
But they look like they're playing from a parliament, really, right? Because this looks like a really official place, really nice for chess, right? You know, also, Katie, I think for the players, you probably can agree, very important to have a nice playing. Of course,
Yes.
you might argue that you're just playing at the game. You can play in the basement if you want, but it's important for the players to feel the atmosphere. So if you can play in a municipality large
Hmm.
hall, if you play in a museum, uh, I just love that.
I also I can never play in the bad conditions. Never, never, never play. I can have tournament with 9 rounds, 1 point, scored only 1 point. That's how much I dislike to have the bad conditions for and many of the tournaments. I'm not the picky one. It's just you need proper conditions to play chess. And Arthurs, I have a surprise to you and also to our viewers. Right now, we're gonna have the chessboard pulling up on the screen, and I have chose the game that you're gonna love it. With white pieces, we have Jovanka Hoska. With black pieces, we have Dana Reizniece-Ozola. So this is very tough match.
That's a great choice. I already selected it. I was hoping you were going to go for it. And you know what? This entire sequence of d6, c6, Katie, Jovanka here played bishop b5 check, but this setup from black, c6, d6, and g6, bishop g7,
Hmm.
correct me if I'm not wrong, but isn't this check Pertz, right? It's actually interesting because uh, white forced black to play c6, and black
Hmm.
did comply, but the check Pertz is a rather interesting opening, and one of its creators, Katie, is playing here in this tournament. It's Vlastimil Jansa, the chess legend from Czech Republic. He's playing in this tournament. And I thought, if you're going to have a chance to follow Jansa's one of the games, we could try to do it. And I didn't really expect that we are going to get it here from Dana Reizniece-Ozola's game.
Oh wow, that's so nice to choose this opening for sure. And we can see Dana on the screen as well. She is very focused with white t-shirt. I think she also wears the t-shirt of her club. And we can see that she's playing from tablet on the touch screen. That's probably the most comfortable for her because we see mostly players are using the laptops and Dana is using her tablet in this case, and on the side she also has a cup of coffee, I guess. So it seems like she's quite comfortable, and as she is competitive person, I'm sure in this round, she should be very happy to play against a very strong opponent. I think the highest rated player in the competition.
Right, and Dana is a big specialist of the Pirtsofimtsov, right? This classical setup of knight f6, g6, bishop g7, e4. Now it's switched to Pirtsofimtsov. She also likes to play King's Indian. She is no stranger to these lines, and one thing you should know about Dana, she is a fighter. And even though maybe she's right now not an active player, right? As she's a so-called chess politician, she's trying to develop chess and doing it really wonderfully. She's still very competitive. And this is
Oh,
one
yes.
thing you can never take away from a chess player. You always want to win, even if you are now one of the governing faces of World Chess Federation or European Chess Union. Dana wants to beat Jovanka here. I'm fairly
Yeah,
sure.
for sure, 100%. And I can recall one of the events that we played together with Dana. It happened in Poland at one of the biggest chess festivals in Houston, I think 2 years ago. It's a kind of combination of many tournaments, like open tournaments, like blitz events, also the simultaneous with a lot of well-known chess figures. So like Garry Kasparov and Vishy Anand and so on and so on. So there is this, my favorite event at this festival, the Blitz event, Mokate Blitz event. And the idea of this Blitz event is that you are starting to play at midnight. And
Oh,
you, you play chess until the morning. So we had a lovely dinner that day, and then there was the information about this tournament, and then I was like, okay, let's go and play chess. And we went and we played chess. We started at midnight. A lot of players. I think the whole room was like full of the players. We had mocha coffee to keep the energy and to keep awake. And I saw that she was so competitive, so competitive. We played until like 4 a.m. and then in few hours, most of the participants had flights or had to return to home. So that was one of the biggest events and one of my favorite events that I have played. And I can't forget how competitive Dana was at that so-called fun
she will
event.
never say no to new ideas. This I can tell you for sure. I know her really, really well. So if you, for example, suggest to Dana, let's go skydiving tomorrow, she'll say, okay, let's do it. Right? I mean, she's all about the thrill, and she's really interested to get new experiences, and that's why I'm not really surprised she agreed. She's very open-minded, and I know her since, I don't know, since I was what, 12 maybe, right? So obviously she was one of the strongest youngsters among girls. I was one of the strongest in among boys, and we traveled in various
Mhm.
youth tournaments, and now we are also members of the national team of Latvia. She's still one of the strongest in Latvian women chess. So really, really great to see that despite the fact that now she is in the politics, now in chess, that she still finds time to play chess.
Yes, indeed. So her opponent on the other side of the board is the also quite known chess player and chess figure, a commentator and a chess host. So tough match. Who is standing better, Arthur, in this position?
Well, that is quite tough to say because now I think Black has achieved something. I mean, this knight h5, knight f4 is really, Black shows the ambition in the game. She wants to activate the knight on f4, bother the Black king. Think about some sacrifices on h3 on g2 maybe, but the rook on
Hmm.
d3 is bothering also Black. And I think something happened here with Yavanka. I'm not sure I like it because her idea, if he would go back a couple of moves after the opening, after let's say 11th move,
Hmm.
a5, move 11, a5. This is a very common idea from the Pirtsofimtsev various positions or even the King's Indian. You just get a lot of space at a queen side, and then you say nothing. What happens at the king side is relevant. So from here, I think that Black has managed to achieve more because now look at this position after a5, and now
Hmm.
look at the final position which we have after Oh, c5. That's a bit strange.
Yeah, let's say after knight f4, there was a very tempting move. White was kind of forced to play king to h2 to guard all these pawns on g2 and h3. c5, what could be the idea of c5? Why she wants to block or fix the center? Or maybe
I
she
think
just
she
open
wants to
up.
play rook d8.
I was
I'm
thinking
sorry?
queen
Get it?
c6. Queen c6 to attack
Queen
here.
c6.
d8 also looks tempting.
Oh, go after the pawn on e4. Well, that makes sense. But I was thinking that she wants to develop the rook on a8. And if you do that immediately, then the pawn on a7 is lost. And this, of course, weakens the square on d5, and I'm fairly sure Dana knows all about it. She just realizes it's kind of not a big deal. But also, let's have a look at this from the white's perspective. I mean, look at Jovanka, right? She allowed the black knight to land on the 4. She allowed the black rook land on d3, and she is not challenging those pieces. And I guess she's just very confident that you have nothing, right? I can push back your pieces. And this takes incredible skill. I mean, sometimes you allow your opponent's pieces to come so close, and still you feel it's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's for sure. Queen to c1 has been played here to look at f2, f4 knight. Maybe black would just blunder this pawn here. However, black played rook to a to d8 to maintain the strong rook on d file. d3, queen c2 has been played by white here. And I wonder what is black's next move. Black clearly has better position.
She has better. Absolutely, she has the better position. I think by now there's already no question. B5 looks tempting. Maybe Dana is all about business right now and she's calculating some sacrifice on h3 or g2. Think about knight g2, bishop h3. Think about queen d7, queen c8, hinting towards the sacrifices. I think she feels this is a critical moment when you want to invest 1 or 2 minutes to come up with the strongest move, which is, I don't know what. F5.
Oh, F5. Look at this, attacking in the center. She wants to take the pawn on e4 with a pawn. And these two double pawns on e file, they are monsters each. And then if you take here on f5, then bishop can also get some play, some role in this play. There is also a possibility to take with the g pawn back and maintain the very strong center with the pawns. White has a bit of challenge here, how to deal with f5.
And if I may ask, can you please draw one arrow from c7 to h2, right? I feel this arrow is going to tell you also quite a bit. Because if the white e-pawn from e4 is gone, black can play e4, and this knight on f4 could make a discovered check. And there's so many ideas that can make white a very unhappy person.
Oh, that's right. I think it wins on a spot, because if e4 comes with a threat, knight has to leave, and then black can find a proper discovery check here, which can end in a result right away in few moves. So white has a serious task here to solve, and besides, time is ticking. Knight to b2, attacking the rook on d3. Maybe that's a practical choice.
I think she's about to sacrifice the exchange on d3. Watch this. I know Dana too well. She is no stranger to sacrifices. F takes on e4 could be an idea. With the idea to give up the exchange on d3, followed by knight e3, e takes on d3. So there's no question about it that black has an excellent compensation. The only thing is, maybe black is going to think, why do I sacrifice an exchange in a great position? So you could even play rook d7 and keep all these ideas, but I think that f takes on e4 is probably one of the hot topics right now in Dana Reizniece-Ozola's mind, that she's considering it.
Yeah, that's at least two candidate moves that black can consider here to play, either to move the rook or take the pawn. She has to make the moves in a few minutes and probably doesn't want to drop the clock down than her opponent has. Rook d7 also looks quite tempting move too to play. All right, she's going for an exchange sacrifice. So
I'm not surprised. Yeah. Okay.
But
I mean, here black is extremely doing well.
Right, taking on d3. You have to probably take with a pawn, right? Because like if you take with a knight, then your pawns are blocked. You can push them. So
Exactly. So knight e3 takes on d3. You also open the path for the e-pawn. And by the way, you also open the bishop on g7. So I think Jovanka here doesn't really want to take the rook because she recognizes the danger. And one thing, Ketty, exactly, she plays knight g5. One thing you
mm,
can definitely relate to is that you're sometimes you're seeing ghosts. You appreciate the ideas of your opponent, and even if you don't see there if there's anything wrong with knight x on d3, it just looks so scary that you convince yourself, I mean, there's going to be something wrong. There's going to be something, right? So let me maybe just try not to take the rook. And knight g5 is a great positional concept by Jovanka. Knight x on e4, keep the queen on c7 and the bishop on g7 locked away.
yeah, very nice choice here by Jovanka. Bishop on e6 is also under attack. Maybe white can consider to take here in some positions. So a lot of black's pieces gonna be hanging, and this is a good moment to take some time. Maybe bishop f5 now to guard the e4 pawn and bring this bishop on d file. So after bishop f5, I think g4 sounds a little bit too risky and too active, but it's a possibility to go for.
Bishop f5, that will be my top choice. Also, by the way, incidentally, Ketty, knight g5 creates a threat of bishop takes on f4 and knight e6, which I do believe is very difficult to miss. G4? Really? That's a
Yeah.
very bold choice.
Yes, look at this. She knows that she's worse if she's not complicated position more. And what's the worst when you have good position and your opponent complicates even more. So queen e7 was spotted so fast by Dana here. She's not going. She's not taking any challenges from the opponent now.
I mean, how many pieces are there even under attack? The bishop on f5 is under attack. The knight on g5 is under attack. The rook on d3 is under attack. And you know, Kelly, all I can remember right now is a very famous quote from the legendary game of Michael Tal against Hecht when he played this, one of the most stunning combinations of all time, hanging, how many pieces was it? 4 pieces, I think. And he simply said, as far as I know, you can only capture 1 piece per move. Right, so it doesn't even matter that there's so many pieces hanging here that black has 2 pieces under attack. You can only take 1, and after knight x on d3, e x on d3 is going to be probably played. This looks incredibly strong attack. Maybe it's already decisive for black.
Can be, because Arthur's after take on f5, queen g5, not only captures the pawn, but also threatens checkmate in one move. So that is a tricky situation. And where the knight is really going, it seems to be trapped. Knight d3 has been played here. E takes d3 comes now with the tempo, because queen on c2 is hanging. And when you leave the c2 square by the queen, when you move your queen away, then I can take the knight on g5. Is that just extra something?
Extra
No,
something, yes.
2 pieces for rook and 2 pieces and 2
No, I
pawns
think
for
it's going
rook.
to be exchanged for 2 pawns. If my
Hmm.
very basic calculation is correct, queen d2, queen g5, g takes. I don't know what takes on f5, and
You
black is
cannot take
clearly
on
in the
f5.
running.
That's the problem. Like after queen g5, you cannot take here, right? Because of checkmate.
Right.
You
Ah,
have to
wait, you can't
take.
take it. You have to take on f4. You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So taking here, you have to take here first. Now I think I will take with the pawn. And when you take
But you can even
here,
take with the queen, Kelly. You can
oh
even take
yeah,
with the queen. Force the queen trade, bishop c3 to be followed at some point later. I think Dana Reizniece-Ozola is very close to win this. And this is a very practical line. Once again, queen g5, bishop f4, bishop g4.
oh,
Wow.
so
This I
she
didn't
wants
see.
to, she wants to keep the pawn on g4, a weak pawn on g4. That's interesting.
But it also makes perfect sense because Dana is playing for the checkmate, and maybe this is even stronger.
Hmm.
Because now h takes queen g5, there's various queen h4 ideas. So I think it's fair assumption she is not going to trade queens. Black wants to checkmate. So Ivanka must feel the heat right now. I mean, she's been outplayed in this game, and again, this opening, she had a very great position, but allowing this knight h5, knight f4, rook d3 probably was too much. She shouldn't have done this. She had a feeling it means nothing. But then again, after this very powerful f5 move by Black, it's all about Black's attacking chances here.
That's right. And we never know where this position started to get so messy. Why it started to get so messy? Because it was such a peaceful position, and from that moment, when Black got a bit of advantage, then things are not disappointing us. So h takes g4, queen g5 will be followed. Now white has to take knight on f4, otherwise it will be some checkmate threats. No, she goes with f3, guards the pawn on g4, keeping knight on f4. I would be personally very scared of that.
Queen
How
h4
about
the first win, Kitty? Sorry to interrupt you. Queen h4 wins on the spot.
92?
Yeah, she missed it. f3 blunders the game away. I think Dana is easily going to spot this. Queen h4, king g1, knight e2, queen g3, queen h3. That's a win.
Yeah, it's a checkmate in after this, in like 1, 2, 3 moves. Wow.
And now she sees it. I think Yamanka already sees it. She sees knight e2 because usually that's like a eureka moment. Ah, okay.
Yeah.
There's this move. Okay, I missed it. And of course, what
Queen
a crushing
g3
victory.
now, and queen h3. Wow.
Wow.
And look at, did you see Arthur's? The
No?
face, like, I want, like, this is so competitive person. So great to see her on the screen. The moment she was like, I want it. That is incredible indeed, because you for
I
sure
have to tell you a
needs to have
story,
this.
Gary, because it was 2016. I think 2016 World Chess Olympiad, Dana was also playing for the national team of Latvia. I think it was in Baku, Azerbaijan. She was playing against Ho Yifan, the world champion at the time. And she beat Ho Yifan. I didn't remember the color, maybe the white color. And there was like an applause, right?
Yeah.
In the fall, right? So this is also a very,
Yeah.
very memorable moment, and she is beaten the best. She continues to do it, and despite the fact that she is not an active chess player, she could have been. I do believe she could have been one of the best players on the circuit if she had continued to play active chess. Instead, she chose politics, and she's also doing great there as well.
Yeah, you cannot judge her, right? She's doing great in that. So I can recall that moment and that picture actually, because I was not at Olympiad. I'm sure a lot of our viewers can also has seen that at some point. The photo when the game has been ended, the emotions that she's showing, it was like full of happiness, full of surprise, full of also confidence. And I believe that that's one of the greatest photo of chess history. And we can just, I actually discovered new feature on Tornello as our chat says, and my moderator said you can analyze game afterwards. I guess I can. So all this mess started, Arthur's. I think at some point, Black was heating up the situation with the knights getting on the king side. Look at this knight on g3, on d3, and slowly she started to make all these moves like c5, and then started to push the pawns in the center. f5, I think, is a game changer here.
Yeah, that was definitely a game changer, right? So she started to develop this king set attack, and I think you can't allow Dano to attack like that. She's a very, very sharp player, and she was coached by many years by another Latvian chess legend, a very known chess coach, Zigorts Slanka. And at the time, I think they had something like, was it 5 times a week training sessions late in the evenings? So again, she managed to combine going to the school, going to the training sessions, very, very competitive chess player. But talking about the match of Team London against Kuldiga, Team London has managed to equalize the score because it's the third board. Toma Katarina managed to beat Nelia Maklakova. And I don't know, maybe, Ketty, can we check the second board while we are still at this match where Lao Yan is playing against Lina Krumina?
Yeah, this is the game that we have right now on the board. Seconds on the clock. We have a Latvian player with white and English player with black pieces. And seems like white has a very good pawn structure on the queen side for exchange.
Okay, what is this, to be honest? Because I had the greatest respect for white's bishops on b2 and b1 and those pawns, but the king is exposed. This could be a roller coaster finish. 8 seconds for Lan Yao, and Linda Krumina is also one of the best women players in Latvia here. Bishop c3 or bishop d4 makes perfect sense. Again, you need to watch out for the queen and a7 check, etc. If the black queen makes it towards the white king, it might be all over. Wow, queen c3.
Queen c3 attacking the rook and the bishop on f3, rook g2 check. I was wondering what happens after queen a7 check, but in fact there was like not much. c5 maybe. Here you can cut this diagonal for the queen, not to give any further hopes for checkmate. Bishop d5 had to be played as this bishop was hanging. Can we push the pawn forward and play b6 here?
I was thinking even some heretic moves like bishop a2, to be honest, Kete. I'm not really sure if that was working. Probably not, but queen a4. Black is desperately trying to connect the queen. Queen f4 check now is a major threat, and black won on time.
No, black won on a time. White just timed out in this position. I believe white is the one who's winning here. However, rook on d1 is hanging, and could she play the rook to d5 here?
Rook d5, and you need to wait, rook d5.
But the thing is that you can take with the pawn, and then you can also activate your rook.
Or maybe rook d5, e takes, king g2, queen g4 check, or rook e2 check. No, this is incredibly tough to calculate on seconds.
Yeah.
Very, very tough. And maybe the engine even is saying white is easily winning this plus 10 or something. I don't know. But again, the simple truth, all that matters in time trouble is the one who is attacking. And now black had created these mating threats, queen d1 check, queen f4 check, and Linda simply lost her track of time and lost on time. A very, very painful loss, which might actually mean also a loss for the team. How they are actually doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. We still have one game, right? Yeah, this one.
Yeah, they still have one game.
So this, all the nerves now, all the attention goes to this game. Last board, here we have Marta Kain against Kamila Kshichenko. Oh, seconds again. This will not end in a draw. It will be a decisive result. I'm sorry for the bishop on b7. It's so locked. However, it attacks the d5 pawn. And white is not taking this pawn. White doesn't want to risk to have some kind of counterplay on the king side for black.
I'm fairly sure the pawn on e3 was under attack at some point, but again, it's easy to criticize when you're low on time. There you go. Bishop takes on d5 is played. Now white is not in a danger. And also Marta Kana, she needs to win this. And maybe Kamila Kshichenko has some information that her teammates didn't really do so well because they're playing in the same hall, right? She knows, I just need to make a draw here with black.
Oh, that's very interesting if the players are somehow announced to know the result. But I think it's the right to all chess players to know how the situation is happening in the team. I'm sure that they have some kind of board or screen where they are putting the scores, and game has ended in a draw, which means that a team from London has won this match, right?
Yes, that's what it means. 2.5 against 1.5, despite Dana's heroic efforts on the first board. The remaining team, unfortunately for her, lost. So victory for London women. And if you're talking about women, also the top match, Thessaloniki, is currently leading against the surprise author Rijeka, and there's one more game ongoing.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one. This is board 3, and seems like it's quite interesting. Queen, only queen for black, and white has rook, bishop, and 3 pawns. I think white has nothing to risk at all in this game. However, it's possible to win, or maybe that's too much to ask.
Of course, she could just settle for a draw because her team is leading the match 2-1. By the way,
Hmm.
that's, dear viewers, one of the differences of the team event and individual event, because all that matters mostly is the team result.
Yeah.
And there's been numerous occasions when you overpush just because you want to win the game yourself, and then your teammates
Hmm.
are so mad at you, right? So this is still a team
Yeah.
event. All that matters in the end is how does the team play. But as long as I think that a white has no risk here, she's gonna try to play this game for a win.
Yeah, why not? Because she has like, there's not even any single check for White's king. So White has to find a way to maybe rook c6 and h6 to push this pawn all the way to on 6th rank. And why rook to c6? Because this rook will be guarded by the pawn, and rook will be on the second rank. h7 now is a check. Very interesting check. And rook
Wait for
e7.
stalemate. Queen of two. Queen of two.
Oh, can she spot it
Huh?
out? She's spending some time, you know? Maybe.
Nah, she didn't
No.
find it.
I can't really judge.
I
That
don't
was
think she's the
not
one playing for
easy.
the win.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, stalemate, Kitty, is one of the tricks that people keep missing. Okay, Queen h3 is still a draw. Queen h3 is even more beautiful. Queen h3 and Queen g2.
I think now she sees. Now. How
You
do you
think?
say?
Yeah.
Queen.
Queen h3
Queen
and Queen
G3.
g2 checkmate to the white king, and that's a stalemate. No?
Yes.
Or Queen g3 also. No, I don't think she sees it because she could have forced it a couple of times. Queen g4 is still a stalemate. No.
Yeah,
Maybe she's
you're
trying to play
very
for win.
often not thinking of it.
Yeah, but maybe she's trying to play for the win because a draw gives nothing to black. Or maybe she's trying
Hmm.
to flag because flagging is still a victory as far as I know. That will be really interesting. So in this rather hopeless situation where black has no chances to win because there's just no progress, she's hoping that white is going to run out of time.
Very good strategy. And the moment she feels like it's getting dangerous, she will now play the
Whoa.
move but we were suggesting. Whoa, this is getting so scary. Oh, f4. You gonna lose this pawn too? No? Queen g1 now.
Okay, she's definitely trying to win this. I think we already got our answer because the stalemate has been hanging there for so long already that black
Yeah.
is not doing it on purpose. Team is losing. She needs to win. Is black claiming a truffle repetition? I
Yes,
think she
she's
should.
going for it. And white?
Oh, 1 second?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a
It was
truffle.
it was a draw. Whoa, what a game. What a round we had. Do we have anything still in progress? Let me very quickly take a look if we have something. Maybe we can check also in our Zoom calls. So far, we're pretty much covering the women and open section and not that much in the youth categories. Maybe we can do it next round to check out what is happening in the youth categories.
Yes, that is a great suggestion. Yeah. There's 3 tournaments, and unfortunately, us, the commentators, the viewers, we have to choose, right? And if you have 3 tournaments and there's so many games, we are simply trying to guess which could
Hmm.
be the great match to follow. But of course, also the youth tournament under 12 is a very, very interesting one. So great choice. Maybe the games are going to finish a little bit faster because, children do like to play mostly accelerated time control games, played fast.
Yeah.
And right now, as far as I see, round 4 of the youth tournaments, Team Istanbul is doing really wonderful, which is not a big surprise because for the Turkish chess, they have some of the greatest young chess talents, and Team Istanbul has them. 3.5 against half a point against Team Galati. That is the first board. And the second board, there was a 3-1 score. Yassi managed to beat Thessaloniki team.
Yes, and for now we have two Turkish teams sharing first and second place. However, Istanbul has scored the most of the points. I think that's the maximum points, and they have won all the games in a row. So very likely they are. We can consider them as the favorites of the of this section, youth section. So and they have some of the young stars and quite promising chess players in the team. So we can take a look at one of his games because I have seen his games at the tournaments of Chess Kid, and I have to admit that he is very impressive, and the way how he's playing is also quite nice. Maybe we can take a look at the open section and seniors team standing and check it out. What is the current situation? Because last time we checked here, it was equal between two teams. And now we can see that Thessaloniki is taking lead with 8 points.
Right, so Thessaloniki managed to rather convincingly beat their countryman from Greece, Kallithea team, 3.5 against half a point. The only draw was by Greek number one, playing against another very strong grandmaster from Greece, Chalkias Stelios. Everybody else won. And then the main favorites, at least according to the ratings, Team Prague, they swept away Team Niksic 4-0. All the players won, and this means most likely the matchup of Team Prague against Team Thessaloniki in the next round. So I think we can try once again to cover perhaps very quickly both matches if possible. So we could start with youth, Kathy, if you agree, and then we jump right back to the open section because I think this match probably is also something we don't really want to miss.
No, absolutely, we don't want to miss. So we're gonna do like that. There's a comment in our chat. Our village is famous. We created the project of ADHD chess for, and we have 2 Erasmus Plus of chess and education. Okay, so this is a part of the comments, and that's so nice to let us know, guys, about your own towns and the cities and the projects that you guys are doing. Erasmus Plus project that I was hosting this previous year already was one of the fun events that I have seen. So those were the where the students can compete to each other, and then they made it open for everyone, and then everyone could play. And Arthur is why I like that event because the winner, I think not only winner, but several places could get the electronic scooters, which is so cool prize for the students who has to run from class to class, sometimes in different buildings, and you can have your scooter and you can just shorten the distance and the time from the distance when you're attending your classes at the university.
Have you ever tried one?
Oh yeah, I also
Yeah,
fallen down
I have
from
never.
it, so.
I have to admit, never tried. I don't really know how it feels.
It's cool. It is so cool. You're speeding up so fast, and you have to be careful because I hurt myself. It's quite tricky device, but very comfortable. Very comfortable. Traffic doesn't work on that. You can just get at any point really short time, and it's also fun. You can also enjoy with that. So now we have some time, I think, before the start of the next round. I guess it's like about 4 minutes. So if we are ready, maybe we can take very short break, about like 2 minutes, and we can come right before the last round or before the lunch break, so we can have more energy for that. Welcome back, everyone. This is the first edition of European Cities and Towns Chess Tournament. And guys, just a few seconds ago, we have witnessed kids waving the flag of Ukraine in front of the camera, and we pull that up on the screen. You can see how happy they are to play here. We can see that they are so amazing. And in a second, when it was announcement that they're gonna start to play, all of them got very serious, sit down at the table, and got back their fighting moods. Here we can see the club from Lviv on the screen.
They surely won the hearts of most of the viewers, right? Because all of us, also wish the best of luck to Ukrainian players. There you go. There's again the flag. But please don't, of course, watch the broadcast during the games. You're not allowed to do that. I hope you know that. So best of luck to the Lviv players, of course, Lviv, which is also the home of the Ukrainian chess legend Vasily Ivanchuk, right? A city of great chess tradition. Katie, to my great sorry, I have to confess, I never really been in Ukraine. Maybe I've been in my childhood. I think I recall being in Kiev, which is incredibly beautiful city. In Lviv, no, I have never been, but I guess I have to fix it at some point later, because I just would love to visit it.
Yeah, I also promised myself that I'll visit Ukraine one day very, very soon. And we can see how happy they are. Now it's time to concentrate on the youth category. And they don't know, actually. They know that they are on the screen because I see now the arbiter from Ukraine, Prohorov, who probably let them know that they were on the screen. So Arthur, this is another example that kids are the best peace ambassadors in the world. And let's wish them the best of the luck. On the other side of the screen, we can also see, I believe, the open section and also the youth category, like kind of mix of the participants, because we have 4 players in each category, and obviously the side which they have, like on our back, they have the back to us, it's the open section, and the other side seems like to be the youth team, also in Ukraine.
All right, and there's the signal, and the games are about to start. So, Katie, we talked about we're going to follow the youth tournament, and I think it makes sense to follow the top teams. Team Istanbul playing against Team Thessaloniki. Which game to choose, I don't know. But accidentally, I had already opened the top board, and guess what? It's King's Indian.
Okay, let's go there. Can you tell me which is this Kuru against Cisco or
yes,
that's
the top board.
We have to see it.
That's the
we
top
have
board.
To see it.
Well, the reputation of King's Indian, it's been sort of neglected at a professional circuit, because one of the things is that White gives up a pawn and weakens the king, but in return, White hopes to get a very strong pawn center, right? And the way Black played it, this means that Evangelia Cisco is well prepared, and she knows this idea. And as far as I know, this is also one of the most famous ideas from Black's perspective, not to hold on to this extra pawn on f4, right? But instead seek some activity. Bishop g4, the pawn on d4 is under attack. Black has finished his development, her development, and here White is sort of having an issues, but no, they're just firing it out extremely fast.
They are playing so fast. We can see this Bishop g4 and King to h1 has been played. You mentioned earlier that in the youth categories we can see the tournament ending rather fast, and a very interesting playing venue of this team. I think this is Greek team Thessaloniki Youth, and you can see on the, is it Ankara? It is Ankara, actually, and you can see on the table there is a chair, and on the chair there is a laptop. And I think that laptop shows them the total situation and standing, so they can check it out. What is the current score?
That's, by the way, a great idea because once again, one of the things that you don't want to do if you're a team player, not to know what is the result of the team, because it puts
Yes
you in
and
certain
no.
situations.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it puts you in a situation you have to know the score because if you're losing, if the team is losing, you have to win. You have to try
Mhm.
to play for the win, and the game strategy very often changes accordingly. So if your team is winning, maybe you want to play more peacefully. And this actually makes getting a lot of interesting strategies because maybe at some point you decide to play peaceful, then you realize your team is actually losing, and now you have to try to play it for the win. So that's why actually
Yes.
sometimes team events are much more exciting than the individual games because you just can't think about yourself, you're thinking about the entire team.
Yeah. Yeah, I have all the best memories about team competitions. I have played several team leagues for many years, and I cannot recall any day when I let my team down. So because of that, team competition has been always my favorite tournaments. And now we have this same team, Ankara from Turkey, from a different perspective, and we can see that at least two arbiters are in the playing venue. Two people are in the playing venue, observing the whole situation together with the ECU arbiters in the Zoom call, and we can see that there are also cameras around. So when we were starting to work on this project and started to prepare the studio and the whole tournament, we remembered the team of Verticas, remembered the time of COVID, when we had like tons and tons of events happening from this place, Arthurs, and that gave us so much experience how to deal with all these technicalities for also for the arbiters, for the organizers, and for participants as well. Like no one is really new to this kind of hybrid tournaments, and we can see that the tournament is going really smoothly, not having any major delays or some problems with that.
Right. So still, again, like we already discussed, I'm not really sure if this is technically a hybrid tournament or it's an online tournament, but with hybrid elements, because
Hmm.
during this COVID crisis, as you already mentioned, people obviously wanted to continue to play chess, and that's why hybrid chess emerged, where you could play over the board and your opponent would play online. People would gather in these playing halls and they would still play tournaments, of course, following the health safety procedures. But I think it's going to stay here. Maybe they're going to tweak the settings. I like the idea of gathering together. I like the idea that there's an arbiter supervising this. So yeah,
Hmm.
another exciting opportunity for chess to evolve and organize many interesting tournaments.
That's right, and this is like no cost for the local organizers to participate in very exciting competition. And as a result, as we have really nice prizes, then the winners will get the rights to play over the board tournaments, one of the best tournaments of European players that happens once in 2 years, right? European individual championship, or maybe that's changed lately. Arthurs, I have not played that competition for so long that perhaps the rules are changing. No, actually, it happens every year, and then the system that it works, that they are calculating who will go to the World Cup, is a bit different, and that's how 2 years are coming. So at the currently we have no board on the screen. We have to bring the board on the screen and talk a little bit about the position. But before we go to the
There,
position,
there's some moves I think missing. For some reason,
oh,
they're not updating. Yes.
because of me, because of
Yes,
me.
yes, yes.
The thing is that what I wanted to mention is how fast White is playing here. still having 9 minutes and 30 seconds in this position.
I mean, here White already is obviously winning because he has two extra pawns, very powerful bishops. The knight to g6 doesn't do much. And if we would go back, maybe the critical moment, where I think Black made the first mistake, which was move 13, because again, I'm not sure what to make of this position. After b3, bishop b4, bishop b2, I think Black's idea was that she's going to win the pawn on d4, right? And she played it very, very fast. I was following it at the time. And she probably realized that after bishop takes on f3, she can't really take the pawn on d4 because the pawn on b7 is under attack. To make it worse, even the pawn on a6 is under attack. And this is what essentially led Black to her problems. Yeah, she realized that she can't do it anymore. Instead, she played rook e8, and after knight e5, it was already all about White's chances.
Yeah, seems like another pawn has been also lost, have been lost on b7 and h6 too, and very likely those pawns started to merge. And at this point, White pawns are unstoppable on the queen side. b5 has been played last move, and now Black is struggling to find a way to stop this pawns push here. c6, b6, a4, a5. White has no risk in this position.
Well, Attila is not spending too much time. This can be both good and bad, right? Because good, meaning you leave yourself a lot of time for the most critical moments. The bad is, well, nowadays kids tend to play a lot of online chess, especially bullet. And unfortunately, they learn to make these very important decisions too fast, right? And I'm sure that Attila's coach is probably talking with him a lot of times that don't rush, Attila, don't rush, right? But you can't do a thing, and these kids, they just want to play very, very fast. And yeah, rook e1, by the way, nice trick here, but the problem is, queen f7, nicely spent.
Oh,
It does work, yeah.
oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, nice.
He's very, very sharp tactically,
This
and
is fastest
yep,
kid I
Evan
have
Getty,
ever
probably,
seen.
I think.
Wow.
Yeah. So beautiful idea, rook e1 out of the desperation, but here, yeah, I mean, Black has an extra exchange and 4 pawns rolling forward at a queen side. So this is certainly a victory for White. Rook c4, b7. We might see a resignation, but I don't know. Really, maybe they really like to play until the checkmate, especially
Yeah, why not?
at this age.
Why
Could
not?
be.
It's online tournament. Anything can happen. Your opponent can blunder. So in the chat there is a comment about 550 points difference makes harder to deal here for Black, which also makes a lot of sense. However, this is such a great opportunity to play with a strong opponent. 500 point difference is indeed huge, and we can see here it resulted. We can actually take a look one more game, and maybe we can switch to the open section as there is a lot of tense going on between the leaders. So this is the second board of the same match, and here we can see that Black just made move bishop to e5, queen is under attack on g3. And now, when queen moves away, then I think there is some kind of idea of bishop h2 to win a rook on e1.
Wow. So actually, queen e3. No, it's just losing, right? Because queen e3 with bishop takes on c3, this bishop e5 was a great resource for Black. Now bishop h2 just collects an exchange. Shouldn't be really that difficult for Black to pick up because this maneuver is known. And one thing, Kerry, I do believe that, yeah, he found that juniors mostly focus on tactics, right? Because
Yes.
tactics is easy to learn.
Yes, yes. I wish to do more tactics when I was junior. I was doing a lot of tactics. I was really doing a lot of tactics. But nowadays, juniors and youth players are having way more resources. Because back then, when I wanted to do tactics, it was really heavy book, and I had to go through these diagrams. And now you just need to connect with the chess platform, and I will use this time and give an advertise to the daily puzzles that I am creating together with my colleagues. That's the one thing of the puzzles you can do, and there's unlimited puzzles. It's all kind of chess platforms, and I'm sure most of our viewers are doing that without even reminding them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, thanks to the modern technologies today, there's so many options, and chess is evolving, chess is booming, and it's not only thanks to various chess spots like Mittens, for example, right? I mean, there's so many exciting opportunities for chess lately.
Yeah.
Talk about the Netflix TV series, right? The Queen's Gambit. Also, during the COVID, chess boomed online. A lot of people started to play chess. And actually, I find it to be really amazing, Katie, that according to the recent numbers, chess has, at least in the past years, has never seen more popularity than actually it is today, right? So today we have just incredible interest into chess. So
It's nice, and
including all the
imagine
opportunities to learn.
this can be the history of chess that we are just witnessing how chess is booming and has grown with the number of the people who are interested to play or to know a bit more about it. So this current position seems quite promising for Black. He's just using some more time to convert the position. So I'll use the opportunity to go now in the open section and take a look at the leadered positions.
All right.
Let's do that, Arthurs. And what was the
While you're
choice?
trying to select, maybe I'll try to explain the thought process from Black here in this game, and then maybe we can make the switch. Black is technically winning because he has an extra exchange for a pawn, and he is actually willing to maybe perhaps give up a pawn if he can force the queens and maybe even the rooks off the board. So something like queen g6 is a great choice because now if the queens
Arthur,
disappear from
I'm
the
so
board.
sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I have moved too fast from the position. So,
Okay, sure.
yeah,
Which
I,
game do you want to
you
jump?
started when I was already clicking some links and looking for the games. So for now, I have pulled up the game of two grandmasters and uh, two the most important and strongest teams, Thessaloniki against Prague on the first board,
Oh,
Guyana against Master Vasilis Dimitris. So this is the current position. Wow, this
okay.
looks
So,
like um,
I mean,
I think
Black is holding on here for his dear life. So
this
obviously
one,
he
right?
needs to kill the knight on a8. If the knight on a8 is gone, that's it. So are the Black's chances. I'm not sure what happened before, Ketty, but
Hmm.
Black needs to figure out how to keep the bishop on c5. I think rook c8 is the problem. King e2 and rook c1.
Hmm.
And the knight on b8 cannot support the bishop on c5. So this is why bishop b4 check was played. King e2 to be sure. Take it. And no, I think white is doing really great here.
Yeah, even though that black has these two pawns for rook, somehow black's pawns are a bit loose. White has some extra pawns already. Now white is considering to take on f5 with the rook to attack this one, or maybe even to with the pawn, or maybe there is another resources. And I can see that rook a1 makes a lot of sense to push b6 than to start right away fight against the king on a1. So let's see what will be the choice of the great master here from white side. Um, he can simply
You,
take the pawn on f5.
you know, Kete, I can also see white misplaying this. No, I do believe that white is better. Why? Because it's material advantage, minimal material advantage. You can snatch the pawn on f5, which gives white some advantage. The knight on b8 is not playing, but if black can put the bishop on b6, put the rook on the 7th rank, and consolidate the position, I can see black tricking white at some point. But the problem is he might not get there at that point. So here, that's why Taida Van Nguyen he feels this is the critical moment. So he's not only thinking about opponent f5, he's thinking about the greater picture. So maybe rook c1, rook c7 is an idea. But what do I do if black plays king b7? So he's trying to figure out maybe b6 is an idea right now. No, rook f5 instead he plays.
He takes the pawn first, attacks another pawn on f7. If black plays f6, that when he is getting some more time to think. I believe this is a playing venue of Prague. And no, it's Turkish playing venue once again. As I can see, Turkish flag looks very, very nice one.
Right.
A lot of space. Everyone has their individual table and the computer. And yeah, we can see that it's quite nice atmosphere out there. And if you can see, Arthur, if you zoom there on the side, on the wall, the wooden wall, you can see the huge screen where they can see Zoom call and probably their opponents.
All right. Yeah, also, by the way, talking about that, even though this is an online game, Kathy, and it feels that you're a bit distant from your opponent, I think it's still very, very important to see your opponent physically, right? Because you have sort of this connection with your opponent. You're gathering some information. You make a move. You look at your opponent with a glimpse in an eye, and try to have some extra information. How does he feel about this position? Does he like it? And did he not like my last move, etc.? Right? And that's why, again, I think it's a good idea to have this Zoom window open that you're seeing your opponent. And when I'm playing online, Kitty, I mean, I don't really do it so much, but when I do, I pin my opponent's video, right? So that I always have him there. And then from time to time, I can have a peek and see what he's thinking about.
Yeah. That's a quite common practice to understand the evaluation of the position on the over the board chess, how your opponent actually is feeling. In my case, it was the opposite. I played one of the online events, and my opponent was making so much of the noises for every move. Like, she was so disappointed that I wanted to mute her. And I muted the call, and then arbiter is texting me in the Zoom chat, unmute yourself. Like, I muted the whole Zoom, and I was like, okay, I have to do that. So it's like always two sides of the situations, right? But others, black is down to 50 seconds right now on the clock, and they're pretending that nothing is happening. It's the classical game. They're not in rush at all. Why they're not making fast moves? H6 has.
Now, this is a bit too slow from Dimitrios' side. He already lost one game. We were following, what was it, round one, right? And the position is rather tricky, but I think while he was spending time, Kitty, he was trying to get a feeling of the position. Where exactly do I position my pieces? Where do I position my pawns? Because once you figure that out, maybe the next moves come easier. So he figured out, do I play h6 or not? Probably the bishop goes a5 on c7 or b6, but white is still pressing. That's my feeling. I mean, all due respect to people who like two minor pieces for the rook, white still has 2 pawns for it.
I agree with that. So at some point, it's going to get some of the more excitements here, because we're going to see some of the maybe blunders, some of the sacrifices, some changes here. But before that, we have very interesting comments in the chat and saying that the playing venue reminds me the room of exams. And I agree with that. And when the arbiters are also moving towards the tables, it also reminds me the whole atmosphere of the university, exams, and so on and so on. But then I was thinking about this. It's very often a very stressful situation, right, at the exams. However, at this tournament, you are guaranteed that your opponent will play a fair game and will not cheat, because if you have strict rules and you're under control, so is your opponent, which is very important nowadays in chess world, to feel safe that your opponent is not cheating.
Right. So Indeed, there's perfect spacing for the players. Feels a bit like exam, maybe, and it is an exam, right? I mean, it is a very responsible tournament. Critical moment here in the game of Demetrius Master against Taida Van Nguyen. Black wants to play bishop e5 with chances to take over the game, and I think that White wants to trade rooks. Only question is how to do it. How do you trade rooks?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So far, it's not so much visible how to do it. Maybe to get these rooks on the 7th rank, but it's black. I wanted to suggest rook h5, rook h1, and then rook h7, but it's black who is occupying the h file now. So white is really having this task. b3 has been played here. I think just waiting move.
Yeah, but also Sergei Mavsesyan has beat Anastasios Bastravasilis on the third board. The match right now is 2-1. Team Prague is leading. This is also a signal for Dimitrios Mastravasilis that it's not enough for you to be solid. You need to win the game here. And that's why I guess he's also taking his time. He's not thinking about how to equalize. He's thinking about how do I save my team.
Yeah, seconds on the clock. Some of the moves have been on 1 second. Guys, once again, the reminder that players have 3 seconds increments only per move, and it is quite tough to not to flag. I don't know if they are actually allowed to pre-move the moves. I think they are not, Arturs, and that's why we have seen so much flagging.
Right.
Bishop
I guess the position is still rather level, but it takes just one blunder. For example, rook h3, king a4, knight b6. Thank you for the mate. And that's why rook d3 is played by Van Nguyen to protect the third rank. How do you protect the pawn on e4?
Rook e3 has been played. Look at the black's position, all the pieces on the 7th rank. Bishop b6 attacking the rook. Maybe knight needs to find a better square. Knight somewhere. I don't really see any square for the knight. Rook d2 now is a threat.
Great blocking move there. Rook e6, rook f7, seeking counter chances. Rook d2, okay. Tadavan is never going to lose this on e6. Sees the deal.
Whoa, and after rook f7, he takes f7, king e7, and you're going to lose the knight on d7. So black has sacrificed an exchange. Is this winning position?
Wait, that's a very good question, actually, Kenny. You know, I already announced that white is winning this, but how do you actually make a progress? Because black's position looks like a potential fortress. If the rooks are traded, most likely it's a win. But how do you trade the rooks?
Yeah, this rook is not going to black is not going to trade for sure. Black has to keep the rook at any cost. What he's doing here is getting the rook on the back rank, so there will be no checks. Can white go rook h7 now? Rook h7, rook h8.
I think white wants to play rook h to f3 and rook f8, try to trade those rooks. No, he changes his mind, positions the rook in h5. So black is not going to trade rooks. Check, check, check. And the king is pushed away from the corner, I guess. Or is it? I mean, I don't know.
Wait, why not rook h8, rook h7?
I don't know. That's what I was thinking about. Bishop c7.
Yeah.
There was bishop c7 in the end. I don't know, Kelly.
Okay.
But this is the perfect position for Taiwan, right? I mean, his team is winning. He has no risk. Plus 3 seconds per each made move.
Rook h5. Once again, rook h8 is a threat. In case if black's rook is off the board, then white will sacrifice rook for a bishop. And that's going to be a winning position. Where the white king is going on c6 square, perhaps.
Look at... Oh, he loses on time.
Wow.
Kathy, can you show me this idea? Rook d1 check. King c6, rook c1. There was a very beautiful idea. Rook c5.
Oh, here rook c5.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And after bishop c5, b takes on c5, and white wins.
Where is the king, Arturs?
What? You ate the king?
Yes. Apologies for that. So let's let me get this. How is that even legal? So this and
no. I thought rook c5, white rook on c5. I cover from the check, Eddie.
Yes. Hold on.
e5 for b1.
Check
King c6.
here.
Yes, and now rook c5. Bishop c5 and b takes. What wins?
Great success. I managed to put the position together. Meanwhile, I think Team Prague won, and now we have them on the screen. This looks to me some kind of conference room. We can see all the players are getting the jackets. They have now lunch break about 1 hour, so it makes sense that they are leaving the playing venue to have some lunch, to get some energy, to prepare a little bit. This is a good moment to have a break, right? As a leader.
You mean for us?
For them, but for us, why not?
Maybe they're rushing because sometimes, I know this from personal experience, Katie, there is the only cafeteria close. The ones who arrive first, they are served first, of course, right? And imagine yourself if there's like an entire tournament hall heading towards this cafeteria. Sometimes
It's a
really
Sunday
matters.
as well. Yeah, it's a
How
Sunday
fast
as well.
do you make it there? Yeah.
First person gets the meal, but it's Sunday in most of the European cities. On Sundays, the markets are not working, so I think, and restaurant takes a lot of time to take the order and then to eat. So that makes a lot of sense that they were actually in rush. I thought for a moment it was some kind of like fast speed of the video, but perhaps they were just in rush to go and eat. So you say that Prague won this match against Thessaloniki?
Yes, 3-1. 3-1's the
3-1.
final score, and Team Athens, Kallithea region, managed to score narrow victory over Istanbul, 2.5 against 1.5 point. Maybe also it's important to mention, third board got completely blown away. Tirana City 0-4 against Yassi.
Wow. Wow, that is impressive. And who is the inner team lastly? Let's take a look at the teams and the lineups to check out the players there. If we have that, or maybe I can actually just tell you right away. Lassie. Oh, we have close up. Okay, we have close up. This is also possibility.
But Katie, while we're checking the results, can we maybe jump very quickly to the women's section? Because I feel there's still some games going the top board. Team Ljubljana woman is playing against London woman.
Yeah. And you
there's
also
something going on there.
Let's go in the women's section.
Fourth board? How is your technique?
You already see the games.
Yes, fourth board of London against Ljubljana. It's a very famous endgame. No, not this one. This is youth. I'm talking about women.
Yeah, got in there. And now we are going to...
Fourth board, yeah.
Here.
Yes.
Okay.
What? No. That's not what I'm getting here. Because the game is drawn.
Yeah.
There was a weird bishop and knight endgame.
Can you tell me the name of the player, like white player?
Monica Rosman with black against Kamila Khrushchenko.
Yeah, this was it, right? So this is the end of the...
That's the one.
Oh, the bishop.
Yes.
Oh, white blunder the bishop.
Yes. That was very, very unfortunate. But okay, it was a long game, I guess. And
108 moves. There was a really, really long game. So perhaps they had already reached the move 50. According to the rules at this tournament, after you reach move 50, it will stop automatically for a draw. But in this case, white just blundered the bishop on b5. And yeah. Oh, we missed that. But it's okay. Move 108.
Yes.
That's right, guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to check it. That's it. But it just finished.
Yeah. They were playing quite some times. This one. Yeah.
So the right technique, obviously, is getting the black king to the corner of your light square bishop or dark square bishop, whichever you have. And when you're playing in plus 3 seconds, could be tricky, I mean, it's not so easy.
Oh yeah, I would be panicking here with any of the colors. With black, it's easier because you're already lost and you know you're lost. But with white, it's so the panicking here is a bit of a factor, and the time is another factor, and also the fact that you are observed by your teammates and you are broadcasted. Sometimes it brings more pressure. So that bishop blunder there was unfortunate situation for white for Kamila Hinchenko. So I think, Arthurs, we don't have any more games in this round.
No,
Um,
I don't think so.
all right, so that means that we're going to take now our lunch break too, and I can see that my food is has arrived as well. So I hope yours is there too, and our viewers gonna take a little break from us. So just very quick reminder for how we're going to proceed now with the lives. We're gonna end the streams on Twitch, but all channels. YouTube will be still running with the footage from Zooms and some nice music, guys. You can have open this in your computer, just in any case not to miss the next round. So the next round will start in about 1 hour, and please make sure that you are back because you want to see who gonna win this competition. So far, it's very complicated. So far, what we have seen ups and down, and you guys want to see who gonna be also the absolute champion of this tournament. Arthur, we are taking now long break, but we will be back, and we promise with that.
Yeah, we are finishing our Twitch streams. As you already said, YouTube is continuing. Don't go anywhere. Take your lunch break as well and come back in 1 hour.
Welcome back, everyone. This is European Cities and Towns Chess Championship 2023. We're back from the lunch break, and 5 rounds are down, 4 to go. But before that, we have a very special guest right now, and I would like to introduce you, ECU Vice President Dana Reizniece-Ozola, and also a participant of this very event. Hello, Dana.
Hello, dear Ketty. Hello, all the followers of the first European Towns and Cities Championship from Kallithea, which is my birth town, my place where I come from and where I learned how to play chess. So we've come back here to represent our city in this very special event, and it's so exciting, so emotional that it already becomes a little bit too nervous, I must admit.
That's so nice that you have the video footage of the town itself, so we can sneak peek around and see how it looks.
This one we are playing from, that's the Municipal Digital Center, Business Incubator and Arts Center, and so it's a very nice location in the very heart of the city. The city mayor came to wish us the good luck, and I think this is the case in many cities, because somehow if you represent the city, it's very close to normally your family, your friends, and the heads of the cities and towns also rally for you. This, I think, makes this event very special. So.
Yes, it is very special. I can see that you have very nice spirit, and I have also seen some of the photos of your teammates that you had some nice time there. I can see that there is a full team spirit out there.
It is. The hands are trembling. I believe it's the same in the other teams as well. Somehow, I believe that it's a bit more difficult to play when you don't see your opponent. You cannot talk to your pieces before the game, which is a problem for me personally. You cannot see the eyes of your opponent, so it's pure chess, pure business. Here you can see our chief arbiter. Yes, he's taking care of us being, strictly following the regulations. My teammates, ladies, say hi to your.
We can see how friendly the team is, and that's so important to have the spirit.
My first coach, Victor's.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Have not eaten too much, because if you do, your brain goes to your stomach, which is not the best thing right before the last 4 games.
That's right. Dana, we have seen your game against Jovanka. That was incredible. We started from the beginning and see the end, and we saw your fist when you won. So it was so much of emotions, and there was a really nice game.
Yeah, but it was a nice game. That's true. And in those moments, then I feel proud and thankful to my coach that he's taught me something in my life.
Dana,
Yes, I want to thank all the participants of this event, and also all the city mayors and officials who've been supporting this. And I hope that, and I believe that the next year it will be even much bigger than this year. This is a new initiative, but given that it is already a success now, and it gives so much and so many positive emotions, that I will expand it and continue next year.
right, I'm sure with that too. Dana, I will not take too much of your time because the round starts very soon. You need to get at the playing venue, obviously. One last question, if I can ask, if you have time. So my co-host Arthur Nextions told me that the city you are from, Kallithea, has a lot of women chess players, very successful chess players, and I promised him that I will ask, what's the secret of that culture?
The secret is actually the fact that there are so many of the girls going in for chess. It is symbolic, actually, that it is a women's team that represents Kallithea, because it is the factory of the ladies chess players. We have been so many there in the chess club, and we've been beating the boys since our childhood. We never had this feeling that, because I'm a girl, I should not be playing chess as well as they do, because were just better. And I think this also gave the inspiration to the others. And our chess coaches, they're very smart. They know how to work with the girls, being more patient, being more sensible, and it is some special skills that the coaches also need. I'm happy. I'm blessed that I've come from this city that has given the way for so many talented young chess girls, me included.
Right. We were impressed to see your games, and we were talking a lot about you. I have to admit, and thank you so much for joining. You obviously brought a lot of positive energy to our studio. Now I will let you go to get ready for the next round.
In Latvia, you should come to Kallithea, which is probably the most beautiful city in the world. The widest European waterfall is here, the widest cobblestone bridge in Europe. So, and a very nice architecture, very good food, and very kind people, and great chess again.
A lot of Czechs out there. We have to visit all of us together in your city, Dana. Thank you so much for joining us, ECU Vice President and the participants. Thank you, Dana. And now, guys, with all this positive energy, we are starting to go with the second part of the tournament. This is tournament for cities and the towns in Europe. So far, at this tournament, first edition, we have 30 European countries, 50 teams. And Arthur, next year, I'm sure it will be double, if not more. And now I'm happy to get back to our job to commentate and host the event with my colleague, Grandmaster Arthur Neikšins.
Right, Katie, absolutely. Again, great pleasure to be back, and it was very, very nice to see Dana and the entire team and the arbiters in Kallithea, that they're in very good spirits, despite the fact they lost a match. They're not maybe right now fighting for the first place. They're just enjoying the chess. And once again, there was the secret, right? Revealed why Kallithea chess is really doing so well in women chess, because again, they have great chess tradition, great chess coaches. So, I mean, it's in Latvia widely regarded as the factory of the best women chess players. But yeah, I mean, now the next round is about to start. Once again, round 6 out of 9. I'm not really sure with what to continue, because again, there's a vast choice, Kari. I mean, we could follow the youth tournament. We have, I mean, maybe slightly neglected, because I mean, there's 3 tournaments ongoing, but I'll once again follow your lead. Which is the next game you would like to follow?
I think we can start to bring up the open section where Greece plays, another team of Greece plays against hold on, this is the previous round. This is the previous round. Let's not mix up the rounds. Anyway, the games has not started yet. I think we're going to see boards right at the beginning of the start. So meanwhile, we have some time to talk about the tournament itself, and also to see the playing venue on the videos that you can see, guys, down below. Below me, it's a Prague team. And the other side, I really don't know which is this team, but this young guy spinning the chair is so cute.
They just can't wait. They just can't wait for the matches to start, right? I mean, come on, bring it on. Oh, you already saw. I mean, this. I'm sorry?
Is he participant? Wow, he is participant.
Actually, you know, I don't know. Maybe. I think so. I mean, should be a participant. And we were watching before the break these amazing kids from Lviv, Ukraine, right? Waving Ukraine flags. Stole the hearts of everybody watching the coverage. And maybe we once again will get the chance to follow them. So you see all of the players are getting ready for the next round, which will start in 3 minutes. And usually in Tornello, I finally figure out what's that noise. I mean, I'm not really familiar with the Tornello playing venue, but usually there's some sort of a signal repeating 3 times that the round is about to start. I think first it's something like 10 minutes before, and then it's exactly, I mean, something like 10 seconds before, 3 times rings a bell. Listen, you need to come back to the board and start to get playing.
Yeah, that's very important. Not to miss the first moves and not to lose on time. So feel free, guys, to write us in the chat on YouTube European Chess Union, European Chess TV, and Twitch of European Chess Union, my Twitch and Arthur's Twitch as well. Write us comments, share your opinion about the event, ask us anything. Oh no, not anything, but some of the nice questions. We're going to choose them and put on the screen and, of course, answer this. And, of course, guys, we are inviting you to join, to start the plan that you can also join at this competition with your friends, with some people that you can invite to play in the competition. It takes not too much of energy, to find people and to register and to compete. Because as you can see so far, all these teams have a lot of fun.
Right. And once again, as you said, Katie, this is only the first year. This is a brand new tournament. Maybe somebody didn't know about it before. Well, now you will know. Now you'll know this tournament exists and come back next year, even with greater numbers. Actually, I'm kind of regretting there is not a team from Riga, right? Because we have so many good players in Riga, including myself, I guess. So yeah, maybe next year. And my country, Latvia, is represented by one team, obviously Dana already, that we met before. Katie, which match do you want to follow?
I would go with the open section because here the
Okay.
situation is the most tense. However, so far I don't see the games yet, so I think I have to wait 1 or 2 minutes more to pull up it on the screen. And as we can see, players are a little bit relaxed right now. Maybe we're gonna have a little bit of delay as it's the first round from the lunch break, and also these lunch breaks are very important for the tournaments like this because it's 1 day event and we have a lot of young players, so they need energy, they need to rest, they need to talk with each other to get some more advices from coaches as well, and this is once again great experience for everybody.
Right. I'm also looking at the current standings between all the groups, and as far as I can tell, the women tournament is wide open. There's 3 teams with the same amount of points. Let me once again read it to you. That is Team Rijeka, Team Ljubljana, and Thessaloniki with 8 points. And it's really undecided, right? So everything still can finish rather unexpectedly. The youth tournament currently is clearly dominated by the Istanbul team, 10 points, 3 with Chess Federation. Remember these kids waving the flags? They're currently in the 2nd place. And there's the signal from Tornello. And the team in the open section is currently being led by Prague, followed by Yassi, Thessaloniki, Kallithea. It's also wide open.
So the games are started right now. We're gonna receive the moves. So far I see round 5. Still round 6 now is on my screen in a second.
All right. So I already had a peek in the first board of the open section. It's B3. I'm not sure you want to watch that. I mean, of course we can.
I think our viewers would like to see this one. So let's go and check it out. So here we have first move B3. And the teams. Here we have Prague versus Athens. Is it Athens?
Wait. I think you are not getting the right move, though. It's not knight c6. Let me check it. Yeah, maybe you need to refresh.
Taking Grandmaster advice here, refreshing the platform.
Because there's a pawn on c5. The pawn is on c5, and obviously you cannot jump over the knight. So you simply push the pawn forward, then you put the knight on c6. So
yeah, we got it. We got it now.
There you go.
Well, the Prague is now the leader of the competition, right, with 9 points, and the second place is shared in 3 ways. So this match is very important. If Prague wins, they are becoming the sole leader, and in 2 rounds in a row. So that's very important match for all the participants of this event. Can someone stop Prague? That's the question that in last 4 rounds we will see.
Right, I think this transmission is slightly stuck for whatever reason. I see there's more moves being played in this game between Stamatis, Korkolos, Ardidis against Adavan Guyen. So White is clearly playing in really improvising mood, and the young grandmaster from Czech Republic is also not trying to stay behind, because b3, c5, knight c6, following by Fianchet off the bishop back on b7 leads to something exciting. All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, this board is stuck. I think we have to go back to Tornello, really.
Yeah, we have to go back to Tornello. But guys, before we're switching, while we're switching the platforms, we can show you the videos that the participants has sent to us. So guys, you're gonna see the video of one of the city hosts, beautiful video, Greek city, and then we have some of the interviews as well. And let's take a look at those videos, and we will be back with Tornello and with more moves.
Good morning. We are in Collado Villalba, Madrid. Today it is first tournament of cities and towns from the European Chess Union, and we are here with our Vicemayor Bernardo Arroyo. Bernardo, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, what do you think that this event can help our city, Collado Villalba?
I think it's a very important event for us in our city because put our city in Europe. We need to think that it's a championship with the participation of almost 30 cities and towns in all of Europe and almost 50 teams with this participation of a lot of players, and for us it's a good event, and everything that could put our country in Europe, I think that for us is incredible, and I give to thank Madrid Chess Academy to give us the opportunity to be in this kind of events. For us, it's very important.
Many people knows the strength of Collado Villalba like competition teams, because maybe both the two best teams from Madrid are teams from Collado Villalba, but I think our village is very important in other fields, relation with chess and ADHD, chess and autism, and of course about chess and education we have two Erasmus Plus projects, maybe the only city in Madrid, sure, maybe in Spain, who has two Erasmus Plus, two big Erasmus Plus. So what do you think that this can help our city? Because we are speaking about education, social, therapeutic fields, so this can happen the society, the municipality?
I think, of course, first of all, I think it must be known, all the efforts that you are doing with the chess, and to be far away from only to be a sport. No, it's very important the work you're doing using this sport for therapies and to help a lot of people. So I think the first thing we need to do is to make the effort to be known, and that it could be with the knowledge of a lot of people this work, because I think it's very important, not only for us as a city, for people, no? And we need to put under value.
Thanks, and our best wishes for the players, for the team, and for the municipality. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Well, there was the very beautiful video of beautiful place in Greece, Heraklion, one of the first places that I have visited abroad as 8 years old, young kid for my chess tournament. And when I'm seeing these videos, Arthur, it brings me all these memories and emotions, what I have been experienced in Greece. And another video, we got it from Spain. And here we had a video of the vice mayor of Collado Villalba, Bernardo Arroyo. So we had some of the very interesting videos and insights from the people who are organizing these events and supporting these events. We have one more video and interview which we'll show you guys later. But for now, let's take a look at this game that we have on the board. This is the first board, and we have with black pieces here Grandmaster and Goyan representing Prague against international master Korkolus representing Kallithea. So what is the situation here, Arthurs, on the board?
Well, I guess we would have to go from the start, but I guess we have not so much time. Let's just put it this way. White is playing very inspired just b3, bishop b2, e3, f4. This is how I would sometimes play some online banter blitz, so to speak, right? But here, White plays it in a very serious tournament. And the idea of e3, f4 usually is that there might be some ideas to play queen e1, queen h4, knight g5, and try to checkmate black at the king side, because the pawn on h7 could be targeted. And that's why black here justifyingly seeking a counterplay at the queen side. And look at the pawn structure that black has. b4, c5, d6, e7, really a great pawn chain, the Great Wall of China, so to speak. And I think that White is having some issues here to figure out how is he going to position his pawns, because the pawns on d2 and c2, they're not doing much. And bishop e4, Katie, this is some sort of a provocation.
It is, and White has to either think to guard the pawn on c2 or maybe also be a bit tricky and give up this pawn and then play d3 to lock the bishop on the c2 square. So now it is White's decision. White has a little bit more time on the clock, 5 minutes and 20 seconds, and he can just pass the move, but has to make move in next few minutes, because otherwise White is very close to catch up on time.
Exactly. So 4 minutes for Black, 5 for White. Now the big question is, can you play d3? Because after d3, something changes in the position. Not only you weaken the e3 square, e3 pawn against various knight g4 ideas, also the Lascaux bishop on c4 might be locked. So again, be extremely careful. For example, think about d3, bishop takes on f3 and d5. You have to calculate this and make sure that the bishop on b5 now is not in trouble.
That's right. This one option. Another option can be b3, d3, bishop c6, and threatening d5 there too. So tricky move that is bishop to a4. As you mentioned, this is kind of provocation. Black responded to trade the queens. Maybe he's going to get this rook here on open file. Otherwise, White will not give up control over the a file. And oh no, he goes with knight g5. Ooh,
no,
this pawn is hanging.
This is unexpected counterattack, and this means that White is actually seeking more than just how to keep the pawn on c2 alive, because the pawn on f7 is under attack. Think about bishop f6, knight x on e4 ideas. Now, bishop d5, yeah, I guess this is the safe way to continue.
That's right. So what happens if I take this bishop here on f6? Because you can take it back, d5, bishop is hanging. It means that after bishop f6, you have to take on c4, right? Okay, maybe that's the option. And after taking here on g7, you are losing the rook on f1.
Yeah, and that is quite unfortunate for White. The rook on f1 is under attack, Eddie, so that's why bishop f6, bishop c4, b takes, and whatever, bishop f6, I guess. White simply loses the control of the a file. And I think here White already needs to address this problem and maybe play something like rook a1 and acknowledge that he's simply slightly worse.
Yeah, maybe that's a good moment. Although Black has perfect position here, pawn structure looks amazing. There's no any single weakness. And going to this kind of position, you can now actually get more time on the clock, as well as Black's play seems to be just a bit easier than White's. For instance, taking this bishop on c4, taking rook, and now to somehow bring the king into the game. He's going to trade bishops, and that's how he's going to bring the king in the center. King f6, king f5.
Right. So the position, I guess, is quite equalish. And, oh my goodness, now what is this? I'm looking at... I'm sorry?
Which board? You are
I'm
looking at
the second board. And I try to understand what's going on. There's Maxim Rechstein playing against Kallithea Stelia, so this is a too high-level Grandmaster game, and I guess Black is now at the moment down a rook, but the knight on c8 is under attack. I mean, why I left the game? Because I thought that it's going to be rather peaceful. I mean, maybe in the previous game, Taida 1 is slightly pressing, but I don't think we're going to get a lot of action. That's why I decided to have a look what's going on in other games, and I immediately stumbled upon this one.
Looks like a great option. Right? It is, and now this knight is finding the way out. Knight c6 is the one way, another way is knight b5. It will be safe, and the moment Black captures here on a1, you can take it with a queen, and Black's king side is also not the safest.
Yeah, I think this is just lights out for Halkias. Just take on d8, rook e5, extra piece, or even take on d8, knight c6, and here Maxime is just making sure he's not missing anything. No, he just takes on c4. Cold-blooded response.
Just like that.
I think that's it. This game is finished, and there's no chance for the Greek player because whatever happened before in these crazy complications, they didn't work, and he's still down a rook. So it's safe to assume that this match is finished. And while we're talking, Kerry, Sergei Mavsasyan has already scored a point for Team Prague, and this means Team Prague is leading 1-0, and Maxime Rechstein is about to score 2-0 here.
Yeah, and he just won. The game has been ended. So this is indeed a great continuation of the Team Prague. They are showing the best games in this tournament. So this was the end of the board 3. Let's take a look what happens on the board 4, because if a Greek team scores there, maybe there is some chances to equalize the match.
And there's some chances, because the knight on e7 is stuck. Actually, there's a fair chance it's lost, because I'm not even sure how do you stop king g7, king f8, and black very quickly spots it, that this is an opportunity. So here, Greeks desperately need to fight back, because they're already trailing behind in the match, 0-2, they need a victory. We might have to go back maybe once again to the top board, but from White's perspective, where was Stamatis Arditis Korkolos, my apologies for the spelling, he's playing against Ada Van Guyen, it felt that it was the Czech grandmaster who has the chances. So I think, Gary, it's a safe assumption that Team Prague is doing really well in this match.
Yeah, that's true. Shall we maybe go to the women's section and check out how everybody is doing there? So I will very quickly update that section as well, and maybe we can choose just one game to stay for rest of the time control, because now we are having less and less games, as well as the less time on the clock for the players. So, which game to choose here? Maybe the first one.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It seems that it's quite equalish. Maybe I have a suggestion to go to the second board, because on the second board where Zala Ur playing against Patricia Vojnovic, there's at least more pieces. And it's quite tough to understand who is even better. I guess it's White. I mean, this knight on e5 is so strong, Kerry. But then again, if this bishop black that black has on b7 is going to open, it could be tricky. No, I guess White is better after queen e3. What do you think?
Yeah, queen e3 is stopping this any possible push here on a3. Keeping knight on e5, that should be a very good position. I would bring this bishop somewhere here on b3 to make sure that this bishop is also playing. And I agree with you that White is having a little bit edge in this position. Maybe somewhere even rook d4, rook d1 to double the rooks on d file and just play this comfortable position.
I like that, but queen e3 was played. Actually, what you said, rook d4 creating more pressure made sense, and instead black retreats. I mean, despite the fact that she's down on the clock 8 seconds, she feels she's not going to trade the queens and instead retreats.
Yeah, she needs queens on the board to keep up pressure still on White's board. And also the fact that if taking on e3 would block my bishop on b7, that for sure is not the happy decision for black. Rook d2 has been played. White wants to double the rooks on d file. Knight f7. Challenging the White's knight on e5. White's knight cannot go away. Maybe now it's time to take this knight on f7 and get the other rook on d file on time.
Well, my instinct says, Gary, that queen e7 was not great, because I'm looking at the difference of the queens. The queen on e3 seems to be controlling more squares than the black queen on e7. But then again, I mean, she feels, from the black's perspective, Patricia, that keeping queens is the right way to continue, because she's still not done with her attacking chances. Maybe h6, g5, position the rook on h8. There could be something interesting going on. And that's why white plays bishop b3, kills off the bishop on d5, and now rook d6 is a possibility. Or even
That's
rook
right.
d7 at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, starting with rook d6, maybe even b4 here. There's also h5 to annoy this king here on the other side. Seems like white has full control over the board. King g2, bringing the rook on h1. Maybe rook d... Oh, no, queen d4. I like this move. There's no rook d7 move, because you can take it.
Oh! Rook d7 is a blunder. Queen d7 at Getty. That ends the game.
Yeah. Yeah, because after rook takes d7, here, this is the only move you can play. White has two rooks versus queen, but white is taking a queen back, so that makes white extra rook in this position. So it was a blunder, but we have to admit that white had really good position whole game, at least from the moment that we saw it.
All right, and there's only one more game going between Rijeka and Ljubljana teams, and Ljubljana already is winning the match, 2.5 against half a point. And here it's the final game where Monica Rosman is playing against Laura Kukic, right? And I think that black is absolutely pressing here for the victory.
Mm-hmm.
So a chance for Team Rijeka to come closer in the match, but unfortunately for them, the match is lost. And I think the idea here for black is rather simple. Remove the bishop from d4, push d4, d3, or even c3, and this extra pawn and a very strong bishop should decide the fate of the game in favor for black.
That's right. At some point, there's also ideas of sacrificing the bishop on b2 and then push this past pawns. However, white's king is very close, so black has to be just a bit careful. Oh, look at these emotions on the screen. Which is this team?
I don't know, but they definitely look very happy.
Is it Greek team? We need
don't
to...
know. I don't know
Wow.
which team is it.
Interesting. So many emotions. Team competitions are great occasion for sure, because you can share your happiness with the rest of the team members. So meanwhile, the pieces got traded in here. White has 13 seconds. Black has a bit more time here and quite comfortable position. Check has been played. Black is going for b2 pawn, and now I think it's time to get the king. King d4, king d3, or king before king b3. She goes d4. That's also possible.
Very good technique by black. I mean, trading the bishop to simplify the position. d3 is good, c3 is good. Yeah, king b4, king b3 now is inevitable. And no matter, those pawns on h7, g6 don't really... Yeah, okay, this is also a possibility. King e3, push away the rook. Now d2 is inevitable. That's it. This game's finished.
Yeah, d2 and d1. And the game will end very soon. So we can assume that this team won. So let's... Oh, Pia Kromning also has ended the game. So let's take a look how she played in this round. Round 6 is about to be finished. We can see that she won this game. In the opponent game, king g6 was the last move, and black cannot survive here in this position.
And unfortunately for Team Stockholm, this was the only victory because Pia won her game, but the remaining teammates lost. So 1-3. This means that Team Istanbul wins Team Stockholm.
Yeah, that's right. We had an interview with Dana Reizniece-Ozola. She's still playing. Let's take a look how she's doing here in this position with black pieces against her opponent from Greece. Ooh,
all right, so Team Kallithea is actually leading 2-0. And Dana is probably drawing this. Yeah, knight f4 is important to stop. This extra pawn that white has, I don't think it really matters. Whoa, why did you do this? How do you miss knight f4? Usually this is where you shake your head. Why? Why give the chances? Knight h5, knight g2. I'm not so sure, Kitty, about this.
Oh, knight f5 now?
Yeah.
Ooh, take it. h6 was such a blunder to give up the pawn. This is now draw.
Okay, now that's a draw, and also Team Kallithea is winning 3-0, and also maybe slightly more relaxing for Black. Just play knight g3. No?
Yeah.
That's not.
I think
how
you
you
should,
play,
yeah,
no?
okay.
Okay.
Well,
right.
the team we can see now on the screen. We had earlier the whole team during the interview with Dana. She's shaking her head, but still smiling. She said that she was a bit nervous about the tournament, but that's the normal thing, right? Before all the
Right.
competition, during all the competition, it's a lot of nerves are going. So imagine you're playing in your hometown. You have so many responsibilities. And she also mentioned that the mayor of the town visited them and wished them good luck. So that's amazing occasion for these players. Now, Arthur, let's take a look at the other games. I think we have still some of them running, not in women's section, maybe in youth section. So I'm gonna go right
In the
away to there.
youth, yeah, there's one game, I think. Yasi region board number 3 against CS in Galati. Yasi is leading the match, and
Is
this
this the game?
wait, it's just a draw, right? Rook d3 is a stalemate.
Yeah, the
Oh my
second
goodness, this could be
stalemate today.
This could be a heartbreaker because Yasi desperately needs a draw. I mean, once again, the current result is 2-1. Yasi region is leading against Galati, and all the teammates have finished. And here, White simply needs to make a draw. And when we left it, Rook d3 was a very known idea. Wait, but how do you make a? I guess you put the king on a3.
A3, yeah. I don't know why the king went so far, but king a3 was there a possibility. I think Black will get the king back because only queen cannot win this one. White's king and rook are together. They cannot go farther. So there will be several checks. Queen c4 maybe now. Rook b3
Yes.
and king a4.
King a4, big mistake now. Rook a2 check, and that's why, okay, Black is not going to miss it. Queen d3, and now bring the king. Watch out, Rook a2 check, King a4, Rook a2 check. That's a draw, Kerry. This is a
Again.
draw. This is funny.
No,
I mean,
before.
King d3, Rook a3 is a draw.
King a3 now. King a3. King b3.
b3.
Rook b3. Yes, sorry, not king. Okay.
Now he loses. Oh my goodness. This card.
It was many possible ways to draw here, so we can show to our viewers to for them to see and to learn. In this position, check, and there was Rook a3 forcing Black to capture it. We can see how disappointed this player is.
This is actually getting very, very nice study-like endgame because after Rook a2 check, there's no defense for Black if you go back. I mean, there's just no move because now it's Rook a3 or Rook b2, whichever you choose, and the Black king cannot escape the checks because no matter how far you go, I mean, White is going to give the checks Rook a2, Rook b2, Rook c2, Rook a2, Rook b2, Rook c2. And you can never go to the d file, and when you come closer, there's a stalemate. Very nice.
This is something that all of us have to remember, and you can save the games and the points like that. So, wow. Was that a last game? Do we have any more games in the open section, maybe?
Yeah, let me check it. I think that's it, because prior to this game, I saw there was one more game in the open section, which was already winning for the stronger side. That was Yevgenius Yanidis for Team Thessaloniki. He beat Vlad George Zubko, and this means that Team Thessaloniki beat Yasi 3.5 against a half a point. Maybe we should check the current standings, what's happening right now.
That's a good idea. So here we have the current situation. Prague with 11 points, following up Thessaloniki with 10 points, and then we have Istanbul with 9 points. So this is the new situation in the open section, and we can take a look also at some of the games, as on the first board that this end game we were looking at was actually draw. And the last move was very interesting. Here black has
King
active
E4?
king and knight c5. So the idea is that if you take this knight, oh, I cannot show that, right? If you take this knight, you can push d6. And your knight is so misplaced that you can't catch it up.
All right, I guess. I mean, there's a lot of checks still to calculate. So that means that Team Prague leads 11 against Thessaloniki 10, and Team Istanbul is in the third place, 9 points, but it's still wide open because there's quite a few, like 4 teams following by 8 points. That's in the open section. And talking about the seniors, Gary, who are playing in the same tournament as everybody else, I mean, as the open section, as far as I can tell, Team Prague is also doing great among the seniors because they have 6 points. And then we have Istanbul seniors in the second place. So once again, I think we can see 2 cities which are clearly standing out from everybody else. It's Prague, it's Istanbul. By the way, Istanbul is also doing great in the youth section. And of course, all the Greek teams, most notably Thessaloniki.
Yeah, I agree with all of this, that we have some of the favorites already after round 5 and 6. So last 3 rounds will be the most exciting because we might see some of the upsets now in this round. But what do you think, Arturs? Is it possible to stop Prague in open section?
Well, wait, I'm trying not to recall. They did beat Thessaloniki, right? Because they played an earlier draw against, oh my goodness, I don't remember. I would have to go back because Team Prague played a draw. Let me check it very quickly. My memory is quite hazy. In round 3 against Istanbul, yes, in round 3 against Istanbul, they played a draw. Then against Thessaloniki, they already played? Well, it's going to be very difficult, Kiri. It's very difficult because they have already played against Thessaloniki. They have played against Istanbul, who is in the 3rd place. And now they are, maybe there could be some competition against Kallithea, which is also pretty strong, or perhaps a surprise coming from Yasi or Niksic in the 4th and 5th place. But Team Prague right now is cruising towards victory.
Yeah, seems like. And let's take a look in the women's section, what is going on in there and who are the favorites and the leaders then. So just a second here, I will just pull up the teams situation.
There are 2 teams. Yeah, there are 2 teams. There's Team Ljubljana with 10 points out of 12, and then there's Thessaloniki. Again, I have to recall who has played against who because we're following 3 tournaments at the same time. It's quite difficult immediately to tell. I can check very quickly. Wait, Ljubljana lost very early. Wait, they lost against them in the round number 2. So Team Ljubljana lost against Thessaloniki in round number 2.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that means for the ranking, because we will have to check if there's some smaller points to be taken into account. But Ljubljana has played against Thessaloniki, and they are ahead of everybody else by 2 points.
Yeah, we're gonna see how the things gonna be updated here. But we have another guest, and let's now take this time and opportunity to welcome our new guest. This is Grandmaster Alojzia Jankovic, who is UCU Vice President as well as the President of Croatian Chess Federation. So, hello and welcome.
Yeah. Hi, Katie. Hi, Artur. I'm glad I'm here. Actually, I'm not the president of Croatian Chess Federation. I'm Secretary General, but anyway, yeah, I'm official from Croatia. We do have two teams here, so I'm quite curious how they will end. You just mentioned the women's section recently together, and I think our team is on the third place. Trying to catch the leaders, so hopefully they will make it. But anyway, it's a great event, and I'm really glad I'm here. Yeah.
Yes, I see that you are observing the games, and for sure you are supporting your team. So this is indeed the great tournament, which is happening for the first time. And earlier we had the interview with Theodoros, who said that lots of members of the European Chess Union supported this idea. So you're also part of the vice president of European Chess Union. So give us a little bit more detail about this tournament.
During the meeting, actually, I was a bit suspicious. How will this end? These days, people are fed up with this pandemic, and they wanted to participate in the regular tournaments or just online. So hybrid is something I would say that belongs to past a bit, but I was actually quite surprised that so many teams have joined. So this was like clearly a huge effort from all the federation, especially also from European Chess Union Events Commission, where we have Paris Clarides from Cyprus and Nina Rob from Slovenia. They did a great job to contact the federations to try to find the right dates. So actually, I think this was like a huge success, because when I see all those photos from the venues and that people connected, so we still can find also tournaments for hybrid format. So I was quite positively surprised, because as I told you, I was not sure these days, because after pandemic, as I told you, people were eager to come to play regular events face to face. But anyway, it was a great idea. That means that in chess we can still find improvements in our chess calendar. There are different type of events we still can fit into. So this is like I would say a huge success.
Yes, indeed, and this also generates no cost for the players and for the clubs. So you can just arrange the playing venues and invite the players. And
yes, and it's quite strong. Arthurs, of course, knows our colleague grandmasters. Prague team is really strong. Nguyen is really great player. He played in Prague round robin, I think, quite successfully. Last year, making maybe even plus with a super strong opposition. Mosesian, of course, a very strong player with a great career. So this also can attract good players, not just like chess amateurs.
Yes, indeed, and we were talking with Arthur earlier about this very player here in the Zoom call. We can see the generations in the same playing venues, sometimes in the same team, and this is something incredible to see that. Besides the very big competition, they are still having a very good time together with their colleagues and friends.
Yeah. This looks great, really. This is something I'm a bit jealous. When I was starting my career, come on, you could only participate in few tournaments. You need to travel a lot. But these days, it's really nice to be a chess youth player, because you have so many opportunities, so many events. So it's really great these days to be a chess player, right?
Yes, indeed, indeed. We have this combined online and over the board tournament. Is there any tournament this year planned for European chess players where participants can play online, or most of the events will be planned over the board?
Oh, I think, okay, as Todoras, our Secretary General of the European Chess Union, has probably mentioned, this was like a first step to see. This was his idea, I would say. With he also circulate between us, but in general, I think now, as we can see, that there is still a huge interest for hybrid events. I think we will see some more. So this is something I expect. For me, this is really like a colorful event. The event you mentioned, Katie, that you see it's a lot of youth players plus women players, older players. So this mix is really with all those diversion of cities, Europeans. So this is really something like I think we are sending a really nice picture outside. In terms of future events, of course, over the boards events are priority, but I see some like a huge potential in internet events. This coverage is very good, in a good way. You're doing a good job, great job. So it's very attractive, because from time to time I was also joining YouTube channel and Twitch channel,
Yes.
just to check. Yeah, so it's nice also to follow events, especially because these days we have this Y and Z top events. So sometimes you want to combine following top players and then players from your country, and this is really nice. Yeah, nice time for a chess player, right?
Yeah, indeed. And now, as a commentators, we cannot see the games of Vikings, and of course, all the eyes goes to that. Our chat on Twitch lets us know the results, the most important results. So we have kind of combination of getting all kind of information. So this is the life we are living in, to get a lot of information. Alarja, do you think that this tournament has great potential, that starting from 30 countries and 50 teams, it can grow up to 100 and this kind of numbers?
It can grow a lot, because if you are also trying to get some support from local government or maybe from some companies, it's much easier to do it when you already have a structure, you have previous numbers, you can do some materials, and then to show them to that you can support your city, your town. Even I think in the future we will see also some many more. For example, from Croatia, we have 2 teams, youth and women. I'm sure that next time we will have something like 4 or 5 teams for sure. So if we can make this progress in Croatia, we can make it also in other countries as well. Now there will be a different task. Now you will already have some product. Now it's time maybe also to do some nice marketing for that. Also the dates, before there was some kind of postponement, because of course the people wanted to find the right dates for the event. But in planning, it will be important to do it. So yeah, so I'm really curious to see the numbers next year, but for sure I expect increase.
Yeah. Yeah, let's hope for that too. And let's hope that more and more cities will join, and this will be just the start. As me and Arturs were talking about this too, that's why our towns are not participating in these tournaments, because for sure we have so many players. Like all the towns and cities in like most of the countries can represent 1 or 2 teams.
Yeah, because also this event, there was some event maybe 10 years ago. There was a World Cities Championship. I think it took place in UAE. Maybe Arthur knows
Yes,
as
I
well.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah. It was maybe 10 years ago, right? Something.
Yes,
something
2012.
like
I even played it.
Oh, brilliant! Then you know better, much better. Yeah. So there was some tries, but this maybe hybrid format is ideal for that event. But also, I think there is something from FIDE World Cities Championship, something like that, in the next year, or no? I'm not sure if I'm mistaken. I'm mistaken or not. But in general, this hybrid format, especially for youth players, because I know 2-3 players who are playing from Zagreb, they were so excited. They were asking me when will it start, soon, and so on and so on. So this is like a huge, I would say, opportunity for some youth players, and also some players who are not capable of traveling a lot and so on. Yeah. So this is something I think it will be very, very good to see next year. Yeah.
So
the standings. What do you expect, guys? What do you expect? Prague?
Well, in open
Probably,
section,
right?
or in youth, or because it's so complicated in both, in 3 of these sections, because like in some of the sections we don't have yet a clear leader, right?
I mean, we have a clear leader in the open section. It's Team Prague. In the women, in the youth, it's Team Istanbul. Probably is going to win this, but a women's section is completely unpredictable at the moment.
What is your opinion?
Yeah, I don't know to say who will win. This a little bit better, maybe by going to the games. But who are the heavy scorers? Who are the top scorers from individual point? Do we have some massive scorers in the teams? Who is doing best?
The individual standings. That's a very good point. I'm just checking that.
This is something
Sergey.
I'm curious.
Yeah, Sergey Movsesian is doing amazing. He has 11 scores alongside with Ioannidis, also 11 points, and we have Marakachi with 11 points as well. Those are 3 players with best of the scores.
Okay, so they are the guys to follow. Yeah, Mosi, we know quite good. Actually, he was also playing in Croatia. He's very fluent in polyglot in so many languages. So yeah, always nice to see him around. He was very, very good in rapid. Let's say 10 years ago he was brilliant, but still he got it. Yeah, so yeah, he's a really good player, technical player, practical player.
Yeah, that's right. I'm now curious about the women's section, so let's take a look at that 2 standings. And here we have also 3 players. The first is Anastasia Avradimou from Greece. Then we have Musti Asli, and we have Yao Yang also with 10 points. We have here Pia Crumling playing this tournament, but we saw in one of the games she had extra piece, but she timed out. And in some of the cases, in some of the games, there is some flaggings, unfortunately, that sometimes we can't avoid.
Yeah. This is typical on this in this time limit. But what to do? This is chess. This is sometimes we need to also to see some mistakes, some blunders here to keep the event interesting. I know it's hard for players, but for audience it's also sometimes quite interesting to have those turnarounds. Regarding Greece, you mentioned, Katie, this Greek player. Greece have a really nice, talented team in women competition in general. Their national team. They are during European, I think, last European teams championship. They made some nice results, and also in Olympiad. Like Italy is also team to follow in those events. So I'm not surprised that Greek player is doing well.
That's right, and also the fact that the Greek has the most of the cities represented in these events gives possibilities higher. And will this be some kind of potential for the federations to compete to each other, who will bring in most of the towns in the next years?
Yeah, this might be a next step. This might be a next step when you have like a regular competition with a good structure. Then you can make it like a national qualifier or something, which might happen in some countries this is something we can expect. Yeah. So Greek, I'm not surprised. It's a big country with a lot of distance, a lot of cities. So for them, they have also like developed chess tradition. So this is something I expect. But after let's leave it after the event. We will probably have some report at the board with the events commission issue, and then we can make some bigger analysis where is some potential to maybe get to attract some towns and cities, or what to do in the next steps. But for sure some good analysis, which is like typical for management, sports management, that you make analysis. So we will see. But as I told you, I'm quite happy how the event is going, and what we can expect in future. I see the games are starting.
Yes.
Or
Yes, they are starting, and now on the screen we have this young gentleman who is so focused. We can barely see him. He's so small. But
this is
look
brilliant.
at
This is brilliant. This is brilliant. Where is that? That is from? Which city is that?
which city is this?
club?
Should be pinned
Very
in the
good,
sky.
very good question. I have no idea, to be honest.
We're gonna know. Which one? Ioannina, Greece. This is a Greece, another Greece team.
This is okay. Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, final thoughts, Aloysia, and before we say goodbye to you.
No, I just want to congratulate everyone who competed, and I'm as I told you, I'm looking forward to the next event. I know that you together, guys, you did a good job. This is not a question, so I know that you viewers, spectators, were following, were enjoying your commentary. As I told you, looking forward to next events. We have over the boards event, European individual. Men and women will come soon. It's in March. So yeah, these days this chess calendar it's quite nice. So many events to follow. So good luck to you and to everyone.
Thank you so much for the compliments they gave to us, and looking forward to all the events that ECU has planned this year. Seems to be really a lot of tournaments in the calendar. This has been Grandmaster Aloysia Jankovic, also ECU Vice President. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
And bye-bye.
Bye.
So, Arturs, we had a great view of the one of the teams from Greece to see how players were doing. So I would like to welcome you back, Arturs. Where are you? Okay.
I'm here. Nothing has changed. I was quietly listening to your discussion from time to time. I try to add some thoughts, but I'm thinking, while you were talking, I was thinking which team to follow now, because round 7 is underway, and I can't forget these kids from Lviv, right? And they were waving these flags, trying to get our attention, so I would like to follow them, because Team Lviv, among the youth, they are right now in the second place, and they're playing against the third place CS Galati, so this could be really also critical match. And I see the top board of team CS Galati against Lviv Chess Federation is sounding exciting. In the meantime, the second board already has won the game, so maybe we should check the first board. What do you think?
Yeah, let's check it. I see the fourth board has been ended in on the screen. So which game? Here.
Board number 2. Sorry, board number 1, because board number, whichever game I already said, I forgot.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Second board has finished. And the first board is Randy Galesyan against Roman Molchanov.
That's right, we have it on the screen. So 2 pieces for a rook, 2 pieces and 2 pawns for a rook. Should be good for white to have so much.
Yes, but when I was looking, it wasn't so clear, right? No, something happened. Something happened here, and Team Yasa is looking really good. So for Lviv Chess Federation, this is not so great. A second loss could be critical.
So this is the situation when Black decided here to after e5 to give up the knight here for a rook, but he had to give up another knight, and also White managed to expose Black's king even further. So this is the current situation right now. Queen to c7 has been played. White can play d5 here and activate the bishop on this d4, but knight c5 is the move that is more tempting, because now knight e6 is a serious threat.
Yeah, and actually this entire sequence that Black did on purpose, going after the rook and f1, was not a great choice, because White simply gained 2 minor pieces, and I think a pawn also in the process. So this is something that I think Black is probably going to regret. Queen b7 check, I guess, is good. I was thinking about knight x on f4. So team Galati here is looking really great. And I'm going to check very quickly what is happening on the other boards, because this might mean 2-0 for the Romanians.
Mm-hmm. So that's going to be lead then, and Ukrainian team has to tie the match with two games. So maybe we can switch the boards here as we have a bit of time. This is the third
maybe
board.
The third or fourth board. I'm trying to have a look which one is more exciting. Actually, Team Lviv has excellent chances to fight back, because both of the players on the third and fourth board are doing well. Maybe the third board, because also the fourth board is looking really good. I had a glimpse what they're doing. And if this remains as it looks like, normal result could be 2-2 draw, but still quite early to tell.
Yeah. All right, rook to e7 has been played here. Black probably wants to double the rooks either on e file or maybe even on c file if that's some kind of possibility. So rook e7, will he take here with the queen to control? Oh no, then you will give up the d5 pawn, so you can take with the queen. Perhaps with the rook.
I think a greater question here is how Black can make with the knight on e4. Because if the knight lands on e4, then it's really great. And look at this sacrifice, Kitty. I mean, bishop takes on d5. It's an actual pawn sacrifice. But Black probably wants to respond with queen e2 check. And he is taking over the e-file.
Yeah, takes then with the rook. Rook gets on the second rank. And then you're going to get the pawn on d4. So, seems like very interesting idea.
Yes, and most likely White is not going to do that, but how do you play? Because queen e2 is still a threat. Maybe bishop f3? Bishop f3 stops queen e2, but there might be queen e3 ideas. Probably not, but yeah, actually bishop f3, I like that. This sort of consolidates the position. Now I'm wondering, Katie, how I can improve the position if I'm playing with Black. Let's say after bishop f3, I could play knight b8, knight e7, knight f6. Knight e4. Now this is probably too long, but I just can't figure out how else to make with the knight on e4.
You can make it nice to e4. Although, like after bishop f3, I think queen e3 makes a lot of sense to go right away, because you are attacking the pawn on d4, and how White is really going to guard it. White has to trade more pieces, and maybe that will not be enough to win this game, and maybe that's why Black has here to keep the pieces on the board and do this maneuvering that you were just mentioning to find a better square for this knight. And knight can go to d7, f6, and e4. Bishop d5 has been played here. Queen e2 very quickly has been responded. Queen e2 should be the White's next move right away. And I am curious now, king goes on h1 or how White is proceeding?
That's a very good question. Because king g1, Katie, jumps under potential checks on d4. Maybe king h1 feels a bit safer. But then again, the king might be one step further away from bringing the king towards the center when an endgame ensues. I'm not... Oh, bishop g2. Wow, this I didn't expect.
Bishop g2, I didn't even consider it because it's pinned, right? So now what black is... I think you didn't also consider this because takes 6, knight f3 comes very least with the check. And it's kind of pleasant to have this kind of checks on the board.
Right. So in the meantime, while we are following this game, I'll very quickly have a look what's happening on the boards. I see the board number 4 is still pushing for the victory. Also, the first board is... what's he doing there? Yeah, first board is completely winning. So this means that the Romanian team is going to be ahead of the score 2-0. So that's why maybe let's stick to this game because it's of very, very high importance if black can fight back.
Yeah, well, you mean third board, right? So this position.
Yeah, the third board. I just wanted to check what's going on. c4, okay.
Knight b3 attacking the rook, and then you can take on c4 next move. There can be some kind of mating ideas, like rook moves on c3, rook takes c4, knight d2, and if you make some pass move here, the knight f3 and rook e1 is the way that you can win this bishop.
This is
the way.
We might
see that happening.
Yes, exactly. So either way, black is up a pawn, and even if there's no
You might
checkmate,
see this.
knight f1 check is also a threat, winning the pawn.
Yeah. Rook c3 is smart move, so he's avoiding knight f3 and he's guarding g3 pawn. Very smart move. I like that.
That is a great move. Yeah, so now I think white wants to play something like king g1, and black, I think, desperately needs more targets or bring the king towards the center, king f8, king e7, king d6, or h5, h4. These would be the choices I would consider. Actually, maybe h5, you know, because if white commits himself to h4, this weakens the g4 square for the black knight. And in an endgame, that could be really, really tricky.
Yeah,
I'm not sure,
like
probably
h5,
white is holding
h4,
it.
knight e4 right away, attacking the rook, and the knight f2, knight g4 comes right away.
Yeah, I'm thinking there could be some tricks like this. So this knight on g4 could be quite unpleasant. I do believe, Kitty, that this position is sort of drawish, but of course, I mean, white has to show really the perfect defense here.
Agree with that. Agree with that. Black has no risk in this position. You can also say that the time is very much better here for black, 3 minutes versus seconds on the clock. And at this point, black can try to push on time.
Yes, 50 seconds here for Galati player. Now he has to make a decision. 40
Yes.
seconds.
Rook c8 check. King goes on g7. Black's king is safe now. Will he go to rook c7 to look for a7 weakness here? Maybe this is the counterplay.
And this indeed is the final game because all of the other games of this match finished exactly as I predicted. Top board for Team Romania won. That was 2-0. The fourth board of Team Lviv Chess Federation also won because he had these amazing bishops. And now this is the question: can the Lviv Chess Federation keep their second place? Because in the overall rankings, Kerry, it is all about Team Istanbul, who is cruising towards victory. In this round, they already crushed their opponents, Kiev region, 4-0.
Ooh, 4-0.
Yes.
Wow,
That is really tough.
Wow, that is a lot of score for the team Kiev. We can see some of the playing venues right now on the screen all together. So let's now focus on this game. I kind of have a feeling that it's only white who makes next moves, because he managed to play rook c7, rook a7, and rook a5. But look at black now winning the bishop.
Wait, Katie, I'm not sure this is so great actually. Just a second. Knight e2
Really?
is the move here. Knight e2. Because rook f1, king g2, knight e2. And he plays it. Great for him.
Oh, wow. Wow. But hold on, Arthur. was it that bad? Like to take here, King
With the
G2.
rook.
Yes, knight d2, rook
And
d5,
rook
and rook
d5, rook
d1.
d1, and you're pinned. I'm not sure. I mean, there's some forks.
Yeah.
You have to calculate that very precisely.
Yeah, maybe it's not the best, but anyways, they found the best move, knight d2 here, and knight is extra for black. This knight will go on the queen side to stop the a pawn, and this is winning position for black.
Yeah, and king f8, I do believe is the most precise. Knight e5, you don't need his pawn. Or g5, look at that cold-blooded play. Because the white king cannot make it to the a pawn. King d3, knight b2 would be a fork. Now, this means Lviv Chess Federation probably plays a draw and keeps their second place.
Yeah, that's it. 8 seconds.
Very, very
and
critical match.
black has a really good position here. Black can take on g4 and push h5 to create a pass pawn on g-file. What he's doing is to bring the knight on the king side. Probably knight d2, knight f3, knight g1 is an option here. Let's see, knight e4, getting this knight in the center. White has less chances here to survive.
Yeah, like he doesn't want to do that. I mean, a piece is a piece after all. Okay, knight f2 now, of course, also seals the deal. h5, also good.
I think he enjoys very much to play this endgame. f5,
mean, who
h5.
Who
Why
wouldn't?
not? Yeah,
Why not?
g4
I mean,
now.
That's good. Of course, this is still online chess and everything can happen, right? And one unfortunate mouse slip or losing on time, yeah, we've been in that situation. I don't think it's going to happen here. There you go, the final chance. e6. Is black going to find it?
He's not in a rush to
Yes,
take
2
it.
minutes. He found it.
Yeah.
No stalemate. King f3, queen f2, checkmate. All right, Getty. Maybe we have to select another match. Do you have any suggestions?
Maybe we can get back in the open section and check out if we have anything still in progress, as we have a more or less clear picture in the youth category. So here, black.
I have a
won.
suggestion. I have a
Yes.
suggestion. Really great suggestion. Team Prague Seniors is playing against Kiev region. And I see oh my goodness, they already finished. They just finished. Vlastimil Jansa just lost on time, but the position already was completely lost against the young Ukrainian talent Igor Somonenkov. So maybe somebody from the senior list, because we haven't really followed
Checked any, yeah.
any matches from them, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. We can take a look at that. This is one of the games of the leaders in Istanbul and Thessaloniki. Now we have the extra. How many pawns? Extra 3 pawns for black.
Oh, you already switched. Yeah. Okay. So the top match, yes. The
Yes,
second
that's right.
match. My apologies. Yeah. So the score is tied. 1.5 each. And
Can
must
black
have a
win
fairly
this one?
spooky- Should be winning. I'm not sure. King h4, rook g6. Wait a second. Rook g6 is very precise. Rook d5, does it work?
Oh, he's not trading the
Oh.
rooks. He's keeping the rooks on the board. King now takes the pawn. Oh,
Now he plays rook g6.
and d.
I'm
oh,
not sure, Kitty, this is a win.
I'm not sure either.
No.
d7 comes on the way.
This looks like a draw to me. So white is going to promote to a queen. This is unstoppable. Take on g7 and give up the rook for the h3 pawn. That's it. That's a draw. And now Master Vasilis realizes that. He knows there's no chance. Is he going to take on g6? Try to play that position for the win? King f7 is the
So
most precise.
risky. Yeah, king f7.
Yeah, king d7 is risky. Oh, this is a draw.
Yeah, it should be a draw.
King e8 is also good. Game draw.
It has been a draw. So one of these senior games we have not seen. All right. Can you tell me last name? Because I don't see here which one is open and which one is
From the senior participants?
Yeah.
I have to check. I see Team Istanbul, maybe Team Istanbul Seniors against Butrinti. The second board, Bulent Guner against Kelvin Costa. That's the game I see.
Okay. Gonna get in there.
So one of the representatives from the senior, and this should be winning for white because rook and knight against the rook normally is a draw, but there's a pawn on h5 and white can simply trade rooks.
Some still mating ideas can be happening in this position too, so white has to be just a little bit careful.
Right. 96. Why is this? Okay, rook d8, that's the idea. Okay. This is good enough.
You wanted to trade, yes. And
Yes.
now this knight is capable to kick the king out of the corner.
Yeah, you just put the knight on f7, h7, and that's it. You just promote. h7 would be a terrible mistake. That's a stalemate. All of us, we've been there. And white wins.
Yeah.
All right. So, do we check some of the results? And I'm looking at the open section, Kerry. I mean, Team Prague is all about business because they just swept away Corsican team 4-0.
Yeah. I can see that
Team
all
Istanbul
the...
is a draw against Thessaloniki.
not all the games are finished, so very soon we can take a look at the standings if we have any changes, but I suppose we will not have any changes on the leaders lineup.
Right. And let me also check how did finish this round for the women, because they had a very, very unclear race, and Team Ljubljana kept their lead because they beat Team Istanbul 3-1. Laura Unok, Zalaur, and Teja Vidic scored victories in the first three boards, so Team Istanbul suffered a painful loss. And then we had a second team, Thessaloniki, who actually beat Team Ljubljana in the second round, and they lost. They lost 3-1 against London.
We need to take a look at the standings in the women's section, because we had tie in that category after round 6. But look at this position, Arthurs. Right now we have on the screen white has extra queen for rook and the knight, but white lost this game because white flexed here in this position.
Which game is it again? I don't see it there.
This is one of the games of the open section, and the teams are Butrinti against Istanbul Seniors.
All right. Well. So I'm seeing the overall rankings. Maybe I think, let me check first. Maybe there's some games, but I don't think so. I'm looking at women. There's no games. I'm looking at youth. There's no games. I'm looking at open. There's no games. So everybody has finished round 7.
We have a standings in the open category, so let's take a look at that, Arthur, and check it out if we have any updates here, and we do have some changes. So Prague has 13 points. Thessaloniki has 11 points, and then we have 3 teams: Istanbul, Niksic, and also Kallithea with 10 points. So maybe Prague is a team that is unstoppable, but the fight for the second and third place is still open in this category.
Yes, and they just played against each other, didn't they? Thessaloniki against Istanbul. Let me once again check it. Wait. It's a bit confusing. Yes, they just played it. This was this match tied 2-2 each. This Ruken game, where Anastasios Mastrovasilis wasn't able to convert this extra pawn, and maybe nothing even is gonna dramatically change, Kitty, because Team Prague looks unstoppable right now, and Thessaloniki against Istanbul, they have already played against each other. So the question is how well they're going to play against the followers like Team Niksic and Kallithea.
Yeah, that's right. And on the screen we can see Romanian team being in a very nice venue. We were, I think, earlier saying that this looks like the parliament room or maybe some city hall, maybe some kind of library type of like conference room. So it looks really nice place to play chess.
Exactly, right. It feels sort of a special atmosphere to be in that place, right? As we already discussed before, I mean, for chess players, it feels good to play in good surroundings, and this is the perfect place. So in case you're a tournament organizer, you're looking towards that. I mean, this is the perfect example where to organize a tournament. I'm looking at the other standings, Keri, and Team Ljubljana among the women now is in a clear lead because Thessaloniki now lost their shared first place, and there's actually a shared second to fourth place. So Ljubljana is a clear lead, but I think, Katie, everything can still happen because they are still fighting against each other. And now in the round 8, I see that Ljubljana women team is going to face Kallithea, and London woman is playing against Yasi. So everything can still happen there.
Interesting lineup in the women's section. Arturus, we do have another very, very nice video which we can see right now and also take some time now, and we'll be back right before the start of the next round.
Good morning. My name is Michael Lapas. I am the Deputy Mayor of the city of Trikala in the region of Thessalia in center of Greece. We are very happy and it's an honor for us to participate in this sports event in the first online chess championship. We as the city, as a smart city, support this event, and we always the next years participate in similar events. Chess has two colors, the black and white, and for our community, which is an intercultural community and multicultural community, we send a message from no racism and no fanatism to all of you. Greetings from us, all of you who participate in this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. This is European Cities and Towns Chess Championship 2023, and now I am honored to bring another guest to the live, and please welcome the president of European Chess Union, Zurab Azmai-Farashvili. Hello.
Hello, dear Kathy. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very happy to join our beautiful day, actually, Citizen Town Championship, which
Right.
is the pilot program. It will be the first time. It's ongoing the first time, and really we are happy that you are working with us.
Thank you very much. So this is, as you mentioned, for the first time, the tournament is a pilot event, and we already have 30 countries and 50 teams. Was this
Yes.
kind of expectations at the very beginning when you started to plan?
Well, it's a very interesting question. Thank you for this. The idea actually came in the board through to our general secretary, and who is the mother of this idea, Todros Jorbazoglu. For this idea, I would like to thank him. But of course, as you already mentioned, it's always risky to start new event. Risky because it's very difficult to advertise. Still, chess is not football, and we have to be very careful. And originally, it was planned in December 2022, but we understand that December is not the best time, and we moved to 29th of January, actually today, to organize this event. And well, in the beginning, when we are analyzing the situation, we think about what is our target. Our target is 100, maybe 200 teams, but it's very optimistic. And finally, we reached, as you mentioned, 50 teams, which is very good for the starting year. For the pilot program, always is very good. What I believe that from this starting point, we have very good chance because this tournament will become a tradition. Citizen towns, I believe that they already understand how they can benefit from this. Actually, sometimes I'm making the joke that COVID helped us actually to advertise our and to use our internet possibilities. And this is a chance through to chess, via chess, to introduce the cities, to introduce a sporting life in your country, and not only sporting life, but also just before we join, I told you that I see the beta chess, which is one of my favorite chess, Greek cheese, sorry, not chess, cheese, and why not? The idea was like this: that if you have something to introduce to different cities, why not to make a communication through to chess? Chess channel is very good to introduce your production, to introduce your city, where you can go enjoy your city, and etc., etc. This is the main original idea. And after first successful event, I believe that today it will be everything will finish successful. So our how to say feeling it's that every year will grow up, and finally probably will reach the numbers who nobody expects.
Right. I have to
Yeah.
admit one thing. As Georgie and myself and yourself also Georgian, I see no Georgian team. And thinking of how many towns and the cities could take part in this,
Yeah.
I'm sure next year we're going to have very least 5 Georgian towns joining the event.
Yes, yes. You're Georgian, I'm Georgian, and of course, preliminary, I have some talks, but I'm never, people have to understand, I'm never using the power to push. Always, people have to have a feeling that we are doing together something. If the Georgian, for example, towns and cities who promise me that they will participate, I have to every day call them. This is not a way of the communication. I believe that after this first event, which is very good one, they will understand that tomorrow, after tomorrow, they have to come and they have to introduce their cities. They have to introduce chess life and sporting life in their cities. So. Of course, always federation have a power. We are not using this power, and we believe that if you are doing something, for example, I'm very thankful to to our board members who really push cities are, for example, we have cities London, we have Madrid, we have several Romanian cities, many Greek cities. Dana introduced her mother city and participating. This is very good. Monaco is participating as well because of our board member. Yes, I'm a president. I have to apologize that Georgian teams are not playing, but again, I will repeat, this is not my way to push someone to using the power. No, we have to understand that this is good and together to come to the conclusion.
Right, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that. After today's event, so many federations and also small towns would like
Not
to
federation, not only federation. Our aim actually it's small clubs,
Yes.
Small towns, cities. You know, we have a lot who nobody care about this. Nobody in the planet care about this city. Why not to use this small chance to introduce city, even not so big community, but
Right.
chess is quite big community. They have to understand. We are not using the guns, you know, to push them guys to participate. No, this is your event.
Right.
You have to be
Yeah,
active
yeah.
for this to participate. Today is very interesting day. By the way, we have this beautiful event, and also Wake is going to be end, and quite interesting that things are going there. It looks like this that first time our Georgian guy, and of course for Dutch public will be very good that he's going probably to win the event. Yes, Giri, he just won his game and he's +4, while probably his compatriot Van Forest, probably he's going to win against Abdusattarov. Yeah, very interesting
Right.
day. Yeah.
Right, a lot of chess happening today. Indeed, I remember that we have done so many European Chess Union projects here in this studio, and here we are back in a time when all this COVID was happening. And back in the days, I remember you mentioned that these online events, also hybrid events, work so well that you are thinking that there will be over-the-board chess back then. We were just speculating that it will be back one day, and also it will be alongside with the open online tournaments. Do you still have this kind of opinion about both events, both type of events happening at the same time, over the board and online events?
I'm sure that both have a full right to be exist and is existing already. Hybrid, actually, when we have to again using the opportunity to thank our partner Tornello about such a possibility to have a beautiful hybrid events. And why not? I mean, it's chess is so big. It's probably only unique sport where we can use both possibilities. And if you are targeting a massive sport, here is a massive sport because you are not going out from your job, from your house, from your town, and you can play the tournament, even with the prizes. We know very well that today many participants, they will receive the prizes, and this will be good for them. Why to cancel? Only a situation why we are talking about the hybrid event and not online chess, because online chess still it's a huge problem how to solve the cheating. Cheating is somehow I don't understand people, the cheaters. Really, I don't understand, because today or tomorrow you will be catched. This is a fact. And why they continue this way? But this problem exists. While hybrid event, I believe that until today we don't have any serious examples that somebody tried to cheat. So that's why hybrid event and overboard chess, I think parallel have to have a parallel life, and this is good to have this opportunity.
Yes, that's right. So we have this possibility to have the live comments from YouTube and Twitch channel. And Madrid Chess Club says, hello to you, Zurab. Directly to you. Directly to you.
I'm so happy that you're with us, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, it is incredible to see how these organizers of the events are active. Zurab, I mentioned earlier with Artur's that one of the experience that I myself have seen playing in France. I'm sure you have played a lot of tournaments in France too, some small towns. Families are organizing the events, and they are inviting grandmasters. They are hosting grandmasters at their home. They are giving rooms, and also they are cooking this food together and sharing this meal together, and have really nice connections. And this is kind of like chess can bring this kind of joy with a lot of type of people and a lot of nations together. I do think that this kind of towns that were small community or some families are organizing tournaments would be interested to take a part at European championship, because in the end of the day we're gonna have the champions, and it's a very prestigious title that the 4 teams gonna get.
Yes, of course, you're absolutely right. I agree with you, and I like actually this idea. You know, we have to understand that the life it's not only 64 square, and life is different. This is great idea when you are inviting in your house grandmaster who probably don't have any clue, for example, how to prepare couscous. I'm talking about France, yes. So at the same time, you are using the opportunity to become a chief, and probably one day you'll switch to other occupation. Also for the cities, this is great that they have such an opportunity. They will become a champions or winners. But also we are giving the opportunity in the different categories which we are now organizing, because there's the 4 categories, right? It's a open tournament, it's a ladies tournament, it's kids until 12, and seniors, right? And we are giving the prizes also to participate in our professional championship, which is a very good opportunity. Some cities will be somehow introduce themselves in the serious championship after this. And this again and again we have to repeat that this is unique opportunity for free. This is very important, because I believe that nothing in the world is free, but we are using this opportunity to have a free chess, because we like to promote chess, and people who are with chess, they have to have an opportunity to play free chess. Mm-hmm. Every sport, it's unique and have a quite expensive everything. But chess, of course, there is a super professionals, but there is also this is amateur event which people like to participate, and they don't want to spend money.
Yeah, that's right. For the viewers that are watching right now, they are great fans of chess, and they like to play and have this opportunity to play. How can people register their teams and their towns? It should be some like official body who registers, or it can be a group of friends, like let's say 4 people who can register for this for the next year?
I believe that this is not, because this is not a super professional event, we have to allow the small groups, but they have to represent cities and towns, correct?
Yes.
So this small group have to be registered like this. It's not necessary that official body federation or somebody like this will register them, but they are establishing some small club which is under municipality or other opportunity. I mean, how they are registering like a local club, and then local clubs have a full right to register in our championship.
All right, that's a very good
It's
idea.
easy. It's the easiest way. You don't need to. It's a minimum bureaucracy.
That's amazing and good to know about that. So before I ask the final question, I have to let you know that Giri Giri
Yes.
won the event, won the Tata Steel. I got this
You see,
information.
it looks Abdusatarulos. I did not follow game last moves. So Giri became a champion of Veikanze, first time in the history, and because he's our son-in-law, Georgian also.
I have to say that because he had so massive and intensive New Year
Yes.
treatment, New Year Georgian food in Georgia, so now he
Yeah,
has all
and
this
I will
energy.
congratulate him now. Yeah,
Yes,
I will
that's
say
amazing.
congratulations. This is important. Yeah.
Right. Zura, before we say goodbye to you, what are the events that ECU has planned this year? Will there be any kind of surprises like this one, or you will just follow the events that you usually have for the chess calendar?
No, of course, for the chess calendar, we will organize all events which we have now in the calendar. And starting from March, I think almost every month we will have different events. So in March will be two our most important events, this Open and Women Championship, which will held in Serbia and then Montenegro. Then in April we will have a board meeting in Rhodos. Also we will have a school championship and youth championship and youth team championship and amateur championship and senior championship and team championship this year and European Club Cup as well. Plus we still are waiting and expecting that will be bid and very nice bid for the European Rapid and Blitz, which was organized. I'm very sorry, apologize that I didn't visit Katowice, but it was organized very well. I know everything about this, and the number of the participants was just huge, amazing, and we are expecting like this to close the year 2023 with such a beautiful event. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I agree with that. I agree with that.
The calendar also, it's quite impressive this year. I would like to congratulate also FIDE to use the opportunity with the first ever Disabled Olympiad, which is ongoing in Belgrade. And this is a very important project and socialized chess. And you know that I will be a little bit maybe opening a little bit more cards. Now you established several new commissions, as you know. There is a social commission, media commission, and trainers commission. Our social commission, I believe that will work very well and will have a social programs, European programs. And we now also working very hard our in trainers commission, actually, which is running by Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov. And will be new surprises how ECU is working, and I would like to thank all members of our board because they are very important. Their activities is very important. And why ECU is successful? Because there are successful people who, in the different way, promote chess. And they know how to promote chess and what to do for chess, and that's important. And it's no dictate in ECU. Everybody are the same, It doesn't matter you are a president, board member, or just simple federation. And that's our target. I believe that people feel it. and that's will continue the same way. But will be very good new projects, and I believe that in few months we will introduce new things.
Looking forward to next month to see more and more projects from ECU. Thank you so much for your time, Zurab.
Thank you, Kathy, very much. That you're doing a great job, and I wish you success and new how to say new heights to reach.
But old studio. We really like this studio, all of us. Thank you, Zurab, so much. And we have to say bye for now. But we heard so many very interesting information from Zurab. I think now it's time to get back with Artur's because the games are very close to get end.
All right, the 8th round is underway, and while you're having the interview with Zurab Asmaparashvili, I was trying to figure out which match we should follow, and I suggest to start with the open section, where the current second-seeded, not seeded, but ranked Thessaloniki is playing against 4th-seeded Niksic, right? And this might be a chance for Niksic to try to make an upset and perhaps get back in the contention to fight for the top 3. And which game to choose, I have no idea, really, because all 4 games look to be quite tense. I don't know, maybe board 1? It's up to you, Kade, I guess.
Oh, you are giving me so a difficult task, Arturs.
Okay, board 1. Dimitrios Mastrovasilis against Alexander Tomic. Maybe I'll check very quickly what is happening in the second board. Maybe there's something a bit more exciting because this is sort of a typical hedgehog. Okay, I'm just gonna browse through very quickly.
Yeah. Seems like the position is so peaceful. However, the time is running for both of the players. 3 minutes and 30 seconds for black, 4 minutes and 10 seconds for white. And so far, this is really slow game. 95 has been played. Black is trying to get this knight active in the center. Can white come up with some kind of ideas to play bishop g3 and then f4?
Yeah, I mean, this is usually a long maneuvering game because the hedgehog has a reputation of being extremely solid. I mean, if you ask it on an engine, the engine usually says that white is sort of quite much better. But then again, when you look more closely to the position, you ask yourself, how are you going to make a progress, Kitty? I mean, it's not easy because for white, this would require to make some very bold decisions. I mean, I'm talking about f4, e5, or f4, f5, which weakens some squares in the process.
That's right. I used to be very scared of these ideas, you know, when I was playing with black pieces, f4, and I thought that white is controlling so much space in the center. And then f5, I thought that it was checkmate in few moves, like 3-4 moves. But later on, I realized that I have such a nice square on e5. And if my knight gets on e5, then king is also safe. And it's not that I'm getting checkmaited on the king side, but I also have very, very nice play on the queen side. Rook c8 has been played right now. The pawn on c4 is under the threat, but for now, white's pieces are guarding it very well. But in some cases, black can consider to sacrifice or push the pawns d5, b5. Is that possible here anytime soon?
You mean b5 immediately? Probably not. But one of the things which I learned in my childhood when my chess coach was explaining me the thought process of Sicilian Khan, or basically any other Sicilians. So black normally is aiming for 2 kinds of breakthroughs, d5 or b5, right? And especially in the Khan, Sicilian, the hedgehog system that black has built here, this is something you need to watch. But then again, I mean, white has perfectly positioned the pieces to meet it. I mean, d5 is unlikely unless there's some bishop c5 combination, which I don't think it works. B5 probably not. But Keri, there's another move which I'm really curious to see if Master Vasilis is going to play. I'm sorry, not Master Vasilis. Tomic is going to play with the black color. I'm talking about G5 here.
Ooh, I thought about F5, but G5 is more. Oh no!
This is like a suggestion. I didn't even say you have to play it right away. Okay, there you go.
Beautiful guess, Arthur. Beautiful guess. G5 has been played. Tell us, the normal people like ourselves and our viewers, why G5 here? Why to weaken the king side? Why black went for this?
So it's all about the square on e5, and again, I feel like a big expert of the hedgehog system because once again, it's quite a big topic of the Khan Sicilian, and I already sort of advertised myself in the beginning of the coverage. But after g5, black secures the knight on e5, and when you start to look closely, how exactly is white going to challenge this knight on e5? And it's not a big secret. If you want to position your pieces, best do it in the center. So, black plays g5, which is sort of provocative move, but make sure white cannot play f4. And I start to see black has a lot of interesting ideas to fight for those central squares. I'm talking about ideas like knight d to e5, bishop f6, and in the wildest dreams, h5 and something like g4, h4. Easier said than done, Kitty, because the pawn on b6 is going to be under attack as soon as you position the knight d to e5.
Yeah, that's right. So this knight maybe is better placed here on d7 so far. Queen c7 has been played, and usually you don't want to have this queen under this pressure, and there is also this kind of pressure here. It seems like black doesn't care at all. Is he going to play queen here and queen here on a8 to kind of look at a4 pawn and maybe push f5 later? Or what is black's idea behind queen c7 move?
I'm not sure, really, because queen c7 is a very common move. Black protects the pawn on d6, and h6 also makes sense. But then again, at some point, I have a feeling that white can't sit this out forever. White will have to make a bigger decision, something like h4, something like e5. Otherwise, black is simply going to control all the dark squares. King g7, I'm talking about bishop c6 to make sure there's no knight a4 ideas, knight d to e5, bishop f6. I see a lot of ideas how black can improve the position, and white can't just sit and wait and do nothing.
Yeah, I agree with that. Time is going down right now. Both participants have 1 minute and 20 seconds. So this is gonna be quite a messy game in some seconds. Because you cannot hold...
I'm a bit surprised they've taken so much time, because once again the time control was 10 minutes plus 3 seconds, and they played out the opening 20 moves and spent like 9 minutes out of 10. And they haven't really arrived anywhere, really, because this is sort of a starting position of the hedgehog, but still, super tricky.
Yeah. Very tricky. I was thinking of some kind of ideas like knight d5 to sacrifice this and then to get knight on f5, but nothing really works. Like, at least it's not so easy to make it work. Bishop h5 attacks the knight on g6, which is guarded for the moment. But maybe this bishop on h5 does a better job than on e2, and he just improved the position of the bishop.
I like king h7 because this sort of prepares knight f4. After knight f4, you take a couple of times on f4 and bishop g5, queen g3, the king on g8 is pinned, and I feel that this king h7 opens all of these tactical possibilities like knight f4, like even f5 at some point. Kerry, you mentioned this f5 before. This is extremely tempting, but then again, the pawn on e6 is under attack, so maybe if black plays something like queen d7, no, he plays knight f4.
Knight f4, sort of forcing white to make decision to move the either bishop or maybe even capture here. What happens if bishop... okay, bishop g5 was in the end winning the exchange here on c1. So white decided to play bishop to g4 Can I push now h5, h4?
You can. I think you
But
can
maybe
at
it's not
some
good.
point. Wait, but
Yeah.
Katie, there's a lot of options. There's exactly knight e to d3. I was also looking at f5 ideas, and the pawn on g2, very, very far away, might be under attack. But knight e to d3, this is sort of a king's Indian, one of the common ideas when you have the knights on e5 and c5, and sometimes this knight e3 bothers. I don't know. I have a feeling that Master Vasilis is playing it too slow. Still, he has very solid position here.
That's right. 22 seconds is not enough time to play solid moves. There will be some crazy situations. b5 right away. Now attacking on the c file. So if you take on b file, I will probably take it back. And there is a lot of pins on that file. So some of the pieces are getting now traded.
Now the big question is, of course, what happens if white takes twice on f4? I mean, black has this dark split bishop and some compensation, but... whoa! Master Vasilis loses some time!
No.
And again!
So,
what just happened? Because I felt he had enough time, didn't he?
yeah. Oh wow. I thought he would just take here because after bishop g5 this pawn is hanging. Maybe bishop e5 is the move there, but it's not something that white is losing, right?
No, absolutely not. So I guess he forgot about the clock, or I don't know, this is extremely painful. And maybe we can jump very quickly to the board number, let me check, board number 3. Athanasius, his older brother, Athanasius Master Vasilis, appears to be winning against Bozidar Niksic, meaning here Thessaloniki is already fighting to keep equality because now Team Niksic is ahead in the score.
Oh wow, that's a great team situation for Niksic team. So rook to g2 check. Now rook d2 probably to stop the pawn. Queening. White won again.
And the fourth board is also completely losing for Team Niksic. I'm not sure why is he playing, I guess, fighting for the team. So essentially the score is... No, that's it. I mean, no, this match is finished because the fourth board of Team Niksic is going to lose. And despite the fact that Dimitrios Master Vasilis Keti, he lost on time, this was a scare for Team Thessalonica, but they still win the match. Very narrowly, though.
Yeah, that's right. Let's take a look if we have any results on the top boards, and we do have all the results also on the first board, and it seems like Prague has also won this match. I think it's a 4-0, Arturs.
Another 4-0, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe Team Istanbul, they were also, let me check, they're in the third place, so it would make sense to check them. Team Istanbul right now is leading against Yasi 2-1. And they have the fourth board right now playing. Quite a critical game, I guess. And they win. So this means Team Istanbul scores another victory and keep their third place.
That's right. On the screen we can see team from England, the women team. So maybe we can take a look at the women team and check it out how the rating favorites are doing in this category. So we can see Team England on the board, on the screen, and I guess that most of them has already finished, if not all of them.
Yes, that is definitely Team London because I recognize Toma Katarina. We were teammates 1 year in the Polish league. So,
yeah, she's from Poland, as I know. Her origin is Polish, but playing for London for years now. We can also see Jovanka. The computer of Jovanka we can see, only not her. I'm sure our viewers can see that. So all right, London team, they have won 3-1.
Yeah, and this means also that they keep their second place. Maybe they're not very happy. I don't know. I mean, maybe they wanted to fight for the first place, but it seems to be at the moment slightly out of reach unless something dramatic happens in the final round. Did they play against Ljubljana? I think I already was checking this some rounds ago. Let me check it very, very quickly in the previous rounds.
That's right. For the moment, we can see this team on the screen. I think, as it is the end of the
They
day,
played, yeah.
maybe our participants are just a little bit tired, and we can see here still chat and smiling. Also, youth participants are there too. We can see Joanka is doing some kind of exercises. Probably she is a little bit tired. So in the very, very, very in the very end of this tournament, Arthurs, I just remember that we have a special prize for the youth participants. So let's take back the graphic of the prizes.
All right.
And check
I
out.
think they're showing us.
Yes.
So she was showing something. Yes, we're talking about you. Yes. In case you were sniping our team. Yes, we talked about you. Yes, that's us. Hello.
I have if you are watching, guys, wave to us so we can have a little bit of communication. So there's a funny moment.
Sorry about that. I
There's
mean,
a
I
funny
noticed
moment.
they're sharing something. I mean, I figured maybe it's us.
Yeah.
All right.
So about prices, Arthur. Here, the last point here is that the first place of the youth categories will get the right to play at youth championship, youth team chess championship under 18. And then second and third places, the teams of second and third places, in total of 8 players, will get some classes at annual training program, which lasts for 7 months at European Chess Academy program with top of the chess trainers. So this is also great opportunity. In the youth categories, we have participants who are under 12 years, and imagine they have 7 months of the training program of the probably grandmasters. So that's
And I think there you go. There's the motivation also for all of you who did not manage to put up a team. You can do that next year, because I'm pretty sure the prizes are going to remain. They probably are going to add even more. I think would be completely logical. And for the youngsters to play, I mean, not to play, but to study with some of the best chess coaches in the world, well, this is quite something.
It is. So those are what the youth players are competing for. So let's now take back our screen and check out what is the current situation in the women's section after round 8 before last round. So we are about to see 9th round, which is the last round in all the tournaments and all the categories. And Arthur's Ljubljana team has a lead now with 14
Yes,
points.
and they already beat London in 5th round, right? I think it was the 5th round. I was browsing through because I don't recall who played against who in which round, but most of the favorites, they had already fought against each other at the first half of the tournament. And for Team Ljubljana, this looks really almost secured victory in the tournament. But let's not yet jump the gun, because still there's the final round. Maybe they missed somebody. And I think the same also applies for the youth and the open tournaments, although I think they have already secured their victories, have they? Yes, Team Istanbul in the youth tournament is completely demolishing everybody, leading by 5 match points. And Team Prague, technically, yeah, I think they have already secured a victory because their tiebreaker is so good.
Wow, this is impressive. We have to shout out to Istanbul youth team winning almost, I guess, all the matches and having winning the tournament 2 rounds before, very likely. So in the open section, we have the same situation. Before the last round, Team Prague is leading with 2 points ahead. I think now is a good time to take a look at the regulations once again and check out what happens in case of the tie. For that, we need to pull up the graphics about the format. So let's take a look at that. Well, tie breaks. We have 2 points here. They are counting tie breaks by the number of the board points won, and the highest number wins. So if there is a 4-0, sorry, that's 4-0. That's the highest number. Then B by the sum of the board's points of all the team's opponents, and the highest number wins also in this case.
Yes, and I think by reading this, it's becoming quite obvious that also in the Open tournament, we can already congratulate Team Prague for winning the tournament, because they are leading by, 2 points, and their tiebreaker is a margin of 6 points. So this means Thessaloniki can't do anything to catch them, right? So Team Prague has done
21.
wonderful, right?
Yeah, how about
So they're going to win
women's
this.
section? Let's take a look at that once again. So in this case, this is shaky situation yet, as their tie breaks are closer, 24-23. Here anything can happen.
If they lose the final match, and I think it's a good idea to follow. I mean, of course, I don't wish them to lose because they're playing wonderful chess. But I mean, for the sake of drama, right? And we can speculate. I mean, in case Team Ljubljana somehow managed to throw away the match in the final match, then there's actually very good chances that Team London could overtake them, because the difference in the so-called small points is only 1 point, right? So it's going to be extremely critical to see what's going to be the final round, who is going to play against who.
You know what? Last round very often is a little bit odd, because we have 13 teams in the women category, and it means that they have already played against 8 opponents, right? So next opponent probably for those top teams will be the teams which are not having the greatest tournaments. Very likely. So in this case, last rounds are a little bit, messy. A little bit messy because we have just few teams registered.
I finally figured out what are those noises. So because I'm getting some warnings from Tornello and figure out this is like a 3 times repetition. There's a signal, and now there's pairings. Look at that! Wait a second, Katie, wait a second. It's still not over, because Team Ljubljana, guess what? They're playing against Team Kallithea.
Ooh, that's interesting.
This is still not in the bag for Team Ljubljana. Wait a second, you remember, right? I mean, Team Kallithea is represented by Dana Reizniece-Ozola, who is also here. She managed to beat Jovanka Houska. Actually, the game we were following. And now, everything can still happen here. And Team London, wait, and you're going to love this. They're playing against Team Stockholm, who have Pia Crumling. So I have a suggestion, Katie. I'm really excited to see Pia Crumling in action. So maybe we could do it like we focus mostly on the women's section, because this is where all the top results are, top places are still undecided. We could start with Pia Crumling against Jovanka Houska. 2 really great players, and then have a sneak peek what's happening in the top matchup.
That's what we're gonna do, indeed. And the game's gonna start in a few minutes, right? So they should be ready. Pia, now with her husband here, we can see the family power. Probably they are analyzing one of the games. That is really, really lovely to see.
Right. That is, if I don't see it so clearly, but that's her husband, right? Johan Lopez,
Yes.
Lopez Belon. Yes, exactly. All right. All right. So still, despite the fact that all the leaders have mostly played against each other, we have a very exciting final round.
Yeah.
And see what's going to happen. Maybe. Yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead. I wanted to ask, what are your thoughts about the last round? Will we have some kind of dramas happening in the women's
Yes,
section?
we'll have drama. I mean, I'm absolutely sure, because every tournament, every decent tournament has to finish with a drama. I mean,
Yes.
it's just unimaginable to play without a drama, because if it would be just simple, the favorites come here, they quietly demolish everybody, go home and get their first prize. I mean, yeah,
No.
sure, it's nice for them, but we want some action, right? And I
We
think
want
this pairing,
drama.
yes, it is spelling drama. But I wanted to mention, Kerry, the current individual rankings in all tournaments, because you were discussing this with Aloisa Jankovic, I think. At least I remember. So maybe I can mention the top scorers right now in the women's section. So it's Team Istanbul player, Mustu Hatice Asli. She has 14 points. I think that means 7 points out of 8. Also, Lan Yao from Team London is doing great, the same amount of points, 7 out of 8, followed by Laura Unuk, Teja Videk, and Zala Ur. Look at that. I mean, 3 players from Ljubljana, they have 13, 13, and 12 points respectively, meaning that is what? 6.5 out of 8 and 6 out of 8.
That's why they are leading the tournament, as most of them are having the great tournament. Although the last opponents are the opponents that they probably would not choose to have, because they are really tough opponents. However, I believe that so far you can already feel that this is your tournament, and you have still, self-confidence in yourself to win the tournament by playing with all the strong opponents. So let's start first to see what will happen in the game of Pia and Jovanka, and then we can switch to the game of Laura and Dana. How about that, Arthur?
Exactly, we can do that. Have they already started?
I don't see the moves yet, but we are.
I'm already used to Tornello. There's usually like an announcement, like there's a signal. I'm not sure you are hearing it, but I get it.
I don't.
mean, there's 3 signals, and there's the pairings, and there's the 3 signals until the start of the round. I finally get it. I was curious, what is it? At the beginning
Arthur
of
was
the
asking me what was the sounds, but I don't hear the sounds here, because I have muted all the devices, and not to make any sounds here. So we are waiting for the last one. I can't believe that this is the last game. And Arthur, when I saw the a video from Finland. In the morning when we started the day, it was a daytime. It was very early there. And now we already see the night time there in the window. It was quite dark. So, yeah, that means that we have reached already the very list of the tournament. And in just about 1 hour, even less than 1 hour, we're going to have some kind of picture already. Arthur, once again, I would like to remind our viewers that we're going to have the final results today, but the arbiters are going to check all the games, look all these videos, and the closing ceremony will be later in few days after official announcement of the final results. And besides the fact that we have the winners in each category, we're going to have the best team with all the numbers, all the collected numbers in all the categories. So that's going to be very interesting. Who will win the final one? What is your thoughts about that? Who can win the final?
Who's going to win the final? Yeah, I don't really know.
Absolute champions title.
The absolute championship. I think Team Prague looks really good. Team Istanbul. I mean, I didn't really count the points, right? So there's the absolute rankings, meaning how they're faring well in all the categories. I think it's either Prague, either Istanbul, either maybe Thessaloniki. I think these three cities, they stand out. I apologize if I miss somebody else, but I wouldn't be surprised. But listen, Kelly, before the game starts, while I was going through the individual rankings, I also wanted to mention, if we go to the youth section, individual rankings after round 8, I see 7 Turkish players from top 13, where maybe, let's say, 6 out of 9, they're Turkish players. Team Istanbul is dominating the individual rankings. First 5 places are 4 players from Istanbul. That's not a big surprise. They're winning the tournament. And then we have also some excellent results by players from Team Ankara.
This is amazing, and that's the result of the very nice program in Turkey. I remember that when I was playing youth tournaments, there were always players in red t-shirts, and there were always Turkish players. They were always wearing the same color of the t-shirts, and they were dominating the whole playing venue at the opening ceremony and then also during the game as well. So there has been always almost 100 participants to most of the youth events. Back in the days when I was playing chess, and where, like, for instance, country like Georgia was such a great traditions where like 6 to 7 kids playing at that event, and there was like Team Turkey with 100 participants. They were really dominating in by the number of the players. And then a few, I can remember 1 or 2 players getting medals from youth categories. But now look at the how strong the country gets with it, just how much they have improved for past few years, and it's absolutely great to see the progress of the country itself.
Absolutely. I mean, chess in Turkey has been on the rise, and the results of the youth, not only in this tournament, but also recent results in World Championships, European Championships, they're showing it. They have great young chess generation. And in this tournament, I see that 2 of the players, Attila Kuru and Sahin Zeynep Duru, they have the perfect scores. I mean, 8 out of 8. I mean, they have on all of the games, and actually quite curious. I was looking at the open section, Kerry, and I noticed there is a surprise leader in the individual rankings, and that is not a player from the leading teams. That is Georgios Notsikas from Team Janina with a perfect score, 8 out of 8.
Wow, 8 out of 8, and this field is indeed a great result. Maybe in some years we're gonna have also the individual medals or some kind of prize for the best performance on the boards. We have 4 boards, but for these events, the participants gonna get the certificates and also e-medals. So I really want to see how it looks like, but these participants will get them as a symbol of winning some prizes of this tournament. Let's now take a look at the Zoom calls. Maybe we can see if players are ready to start, because they should start in a few seconds.
Yes, they should start in a moment, I do believe. So the final round is on their way, and I hear the signal. I hear it. This means the games are about to start. And there's the first move of Pia Kramling against Ivanka Hauska. There you go.
Yeah, let's pull up the board, and we have here already moves, 2 moves played, d4, d5, c4, and e6. Pia is with white pieces, Ivanka with black pieces. We have here Queen's
I'm
Gambit.
sure they know each other really well. All right. So, of course, Pia Kramling, I mean, living chess legend. We could talk about her success for a long time. I mean, she's been, let me check it. I had written it down, actually. I believe she was the 5th woman in the history of chess to earn the FIDE Grandmaster title in 1992. So that is 30 years ago. Right, and since the early 80s, she was one of the strongest female players in the world, and also A couple of times she was number one ranked player. I mean, she never became a world champion, but still incredible talent, incredible skills, and she's, of course, all these years representing her native country, Sweden. Yeah, by the way, talking about Stockholm, we didn't really get a chance. I mean, we were talking about Katie, about all of the other cities, about their chess tradition, and Stockholm. I think the first name which jumps to my mind if I'm talking about Stockholm chess, it's probably Wilton Cup, isn't it?
It is. It is the thing which comes to my head after Pia Kromnik. That's right.
Yes.
Which has great traditions. How many editions they had already?
50. I mean, actually, this year, I mean, from 27th December to 5th January, usually they don't change their dates. It's exactly the same. They celebrated 50th anniversary. So for Swedish chess, this is like being an ongoing tradition half a century. So it's absolutely stunning. And I was playing there once, getting myself. I think it was 2016. I mean, some years ago, because it overlaps the New Year's Eve, usually a tough choice, at least for me, to play. But I wanted to play there once, and I didn't regret. It's really a great place to be. And yeah, usually they have a large variety of international players to play there. So pretty much, I mean, every self-respecting chess professional has played there at least once. I mean, hope I didn't offend anybody who hasn't played there, but
that's going to be a very good. That's going to be a push for them to play this time now. Talking about Pia, we have to mention that maybe one of the reasons that she has not achieved the world champion title is that very early she decided to compete in the men categories, and she was playing at the Olympiads in the open section. Back then, I think it was the men's section. So, and she was competing among the men, which was back in the days a rare thing to do. So this might be one of these reasons. All right, let's get back in the on the board here. We have c5 played by Jovanka, and she's threatening c4, so Pia plays queen to c2, not to lose the bishop. And in case of c4, now this bishop will go all the way to f5 to trade the bishop to e6 bishop.
And one thing I know about Pia, I mean, the experience I've had to play against her, I think I played against Pia 1 or 2 games, as she very often plays in open sections, right? I mean, choosing it instead of the women's sections. She's a very, very good positional player, right? And that's why I'm not really surprised she goes for this so-called clasp structure, knight c3, bishop g5, early take on d5. She feels these positional nuances really, really well, and her positional skills are incredible. And that's why I think also Jovanka is trying to complicate matters and going for slightly something sharper. But wait, I'm not really sure if this is a possibility. What if I take on f6 and play knight f4? Isn't the pawn on d5 under attack?
It's taking knight f4, probably. I like that idea you suggest. Knight f4 here, attacking on d5.
But you have at least bishop b4, right?
Bishop b4, yeah, to pin the knight.
Yes, at least. At least. There's g6, of course, but of course bishop b4 is the so-called minimal program, as I really like to call it. So, okay, black is doing all right, I guess.
Yeah, seems like. Maybe white has to castle here to prepare knight f4, and in some cases even to push b3 to attack the pawn on c4, and as b5 now is stopped by the knight, this can be a serious threat for black not to trade the pawns in the center.
Katie, can I play something crazy here?
Of course, always.
Oh, okay. Knight f4 is played. I wanted to play g4, h4, g5. Is that too much?
Oh, I like that. g4, g5, h4 and g5.
Yes.
I like that move very much.
There's probably something wrong with that, but I can't really figure out immediately what is it. But
Well,
knight f4 is played.
The thing is that earlier you mentioned the style of Pia, so probably this is not the move she would like to play or she would be comfortable to play. But there are more like other type of players who like to attack and to have this kind of initiative on the side. But seems like it's not the Pia's choice here. But I loved it.
Yes.
I would play that.
Right. So instead, we got the line we mentioned briefly before, bishop b4, take on c3. Now I think if white here wants to make some progress, it's got to be f3, e4, e5. So that being said, either white plays f3 immediately, or maybe the slightly narrow looking rook a to e1. And after queen c8, again, you have a choice. You can take it and play f3, or retreat with the queen on c2, and then play f3 with hopes to play e4. I think the trade probably works just fine.
Yeah, both are very good options, but this idea to push the pawns in the center, maybe that's the way how white should proceed here. Otherwise, if black is the one who gets the initiative here in this position, knight gets on e4, attacks the pawn, and very often black likes to start here the queenside pawn push, like b5,
But there's
a5,
95.
and
Yeah, I wanted to mention 95, Kerry. This is a surprise.
Oh, no, you can't take the queen, because I have 97 check.
Yes, I mean, I couldn't really believe, is this immediately working? And it seems to be working, and it apparently Jovanka blundered that because she played queen c8 rather quickly, and the idea was logical because the queen on the 5 for white is bothering you. Why don't you just trade it? And there you go. Tactics.
And you can play queen
d5
d7 here, because takes, and
Yes.
you're losing the knight. So you think that queen c8 is now a safe move, but no, it's not safe. Knight c5 has been played.
Oh, this could
Jovanka
easily be missed.
Yeah, she totally blundered this one because I think she's still shocked, has not made any move. Queen has been now taken, and it seems that white is getting now extra pawn in this position.
Might be still not so bad for black. I mean, sometimes this oddity in chess happens is that you blunder, but in the end it turns out not to be not so bad. And if black will manage to keep the knight on d5, yeah, but not like this, to be honest. I'm not sure I like it. All right, I think here after e4, the black knight on f5 cannot be kept. I was looking at something else. While the knight was on f6, I tried to figure out, can I manage Getty to play knight e5 and play g6 f5? But probably not, right? Not sure.
94, g6 f5 to maintain this knight here on e4, and
Yes, or knight e4 or knight e5, I don't know. But the problem is that the knight on d5 is not going to stay. I mean, there's going to be e4.
yeah, that
Then
should be
again, knight
for
f4.
something. You can't do it right now because knight f4 is happening. However, you can still play moves like this, prepare these moves happening, and after rook to e8, you can start to move the knight around. Knight d6, attacking rook and the pawn, maybe knight here and knight here, support e4 pawn like that. But Priya has another plan, and she attacks the queenside pawn. So after taking on a4, what you can do either to get back on a file and take this one and attack these two pawns, or to play knight to d6 and just grab the pawn on c4.
Right. Okay. So a4 makes sense because white spots that the pawn on b5 could become a weakness. But then again, it puts black in a position of no return. Because if black plays rook b8, I mean, white is going to take on b5 and play knight d6. So this almost forces black to take on a4.
Right.
I don't know. If I take on a4, what is this position, Katie? If I take on a4, yes, so that is played. Rook
I know the
a1.
answer very soon. I think rook a1 to take this one and take, or knight to d6. White is very likely choosing between these two moves.
Yeah, so here Jovanka simply had no choice, to be honest, because she realized the pawn on b5 is going to be under attack, so she takes an a4, which also allows to establish her not only material balance, but keep chances to organize an outside pass pawn, so this makes sense. The only problem is those pawns could be very weak. Knight b6, yes, an ugly move to make, but what to do else?
Yeah.
And Pia is moving with the knight on c5. I mean, that's her idea. Either knight e4, knight c5, or knight b7, knight c5. Get the pawn on a4. Beautiful idea.
I like that. Now if you attack the knight on d8, from d8, maybe this is the move that you're going to play next.
And this could be a small upset because, once again, to remind you, I mean, London team is currently in the second place. They have shared second to fourth place. And if they lose this match, they are losing chances not only for the goal, but any medals whatsoever.
Yeah, 94 knight is going to c5. However, there are still 3 other boards in all the teams. Artur's, I'm thinking maybe it's a good idea to go in the other match of the Ljubljana team, as those players are the favorites, and we see again Dana's knights on the board. Those are scary knights, we should admit. White managed to get something out of this, so maybe we can take a look from this point. White has
Let's do it.
Beautiful center. Black takes this pawn, and seems like it should be fine. And black gives this pawn back in the way and pushes c5. So now you can take the pawn on c5 as the bishop on c3 will hang.
Well, I wanted to praise a lot Dana's play because I saw she plays Dutch Leningrad, which brings warm feelings to my heart. Then I realized it's not really Dutch Leningrad, it's it's King's Indian, right? And this is not how you play the Dutch Leningrad, but I definitely appreciate the idea of putting the knight on e4, strength with f5, so this type of position looks very, very familiar for Dutch players.
That's right. Black has to move a queen now. The queen is under attack. 4 minutes until the end. Queen goes on e8. Now it's possible to take on c5, and white is taking the pawn on c5. I believe knight should take back, and black should not risk to make any other moves here to attack any intermediate move, but rather than to play some simple moves. This is the position where white has the pass pawns on the queen side, and black has the 2 pawns in the center. So we don't very often have this kind of pawn structure.
Again, I'm not sure what to make of this position because black's position is very active. I'm not convinced that Dana's choice to play c5 is really a good move, because the idea was obviously to exploit white's terrible bishop on c3. Then after bishop a5, this is forcing white's hand. And also, I mean, I'm looking at this position and trying to figure out who is even better, because white also has pretty active pieces. And 2 connected pass pawns at the queen side. Help me here, Kerry, because
I kind of like black's pawns.
Proper evaluation.
If black can start to push the pawns, it scares me more, because there are so many of white's pieces on the road that can be under attack. However, black has the task to solve here. How to start it? Because like if you go for e5, you're dropping the pawn on d6, and you can't go with a d5 because knight is hanging. So first of all, you're waiting for your opponents. Time to time, your opponent also helps you or gives you some directions of the game. So white is taking here also some time. White's pawns are also stopped and cannot be pushed.
There could be a move like knight d4. Okay, bishop c3. Yeah, it makes sense because black's bishop on g7 is so strong, you want to trade it. I was looking at knight e4, stopping bishop b5 ideas. And bishop b5 is played, so yes.
Very likely to take here dark square bishop first, and then to move the rook away. Would you consider to, like after king g7, to play queen c3 check, and when king goes on g8, then to play like rook to c5, and then knight g5, with either to play bishop d5, and 96, or this is maybe too much? Oh, okay.
All right.
Queen c3.
Queen c3. Great choice. Activating the queen. E5. I don't know. Now the question is, where is the white rook going to go now? Whoa. What just happened there?
Maybe just take and take.
I'm referring to my channel. Thanks for the raiders. I got a huge raid from Chesscom.
Oh.
I guess they wrapped up the coverage of Tata Steel Chess. I'm sorry about that. I mean, welcome everybody. Really appreciate that. So, wow, 5,000 almost followers. So this is the final round.
Good timing.
The final round. Yes, European Cities and Towns Championship. That is Keti Tsatsalaashvili. She is always doing a wonderful job, and she's the main host here. I'm just a guy who is helping Keti.
Not true. Our title says different, Arthurs. And oh, look at this. 95 has been played first, not rook to c5. This is some kind of tactics that we are having now. Rook to f6.
Right, and after rook f6, just a second, what on earth happened there?
Can I take this one as well and be greedy? And then
you
move
can?
the knight?
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with knight x on d6. So this is the final round of European Cities and Towns Championships, and we are watching the leader, Laura Ono, who is representing Team Ljubljana, and she's playing against Dana Reizniece-Ozola, who is the currently Vice President of the European Chess Union and Managing Director of FIDE, also woman grandmaster, and very, very nail-biting finish here in this brand new tournament.
Yeah, that's right. And this game gets really, really sharp and complicated as a lot of people just joined now. I'm sure they will like to see this game. Knight g4? Whoa.
Is that even working if I just take on g4? Rook f6, rook f4. Look at that.
Whoa. Hold on.
I can't calculate so quickly.
Rook f4. Do we see a move like queen e7 probably?
What about queen e5?
Queen e5
Wait. I'm not sure this is even working. Just a second. I mean, I take on g4. You have to play rook takes on d6, stopping queen e5. But there's a check on e1. Wait, there's no check on e1. The queen stands on c3.
Queen
okay.
is here.
That's me just blundering things.
But there's knight to d7.
I am not sure about this, Keti, at all. I mean, this was a stunning sacrifice, but why? Why do you sacrifice just play knight x on d6? There was nothing wrong with that.
Wow, that's...
I mean, I can't deny here white's pieces are dominating, but she just gave up a piece.
Can we have this zoom back in the playing venue of... Yeah, we need to see this. Dana having the hands on the head. Her body gesture says that it's not okay. However, we can see that all the pieces are guarded. And so far, it's not so bad.
To bring you up to speed, second team of Stockholm against London women. This is right now a tie, 1 each. So very, very tough finish here. And actually, Team Kallithea is taking a lead. Look at that. I told you, Keti, this match is not over. This tournament is not over. Linda Krumina just beat Zala Ur, one of the best performing players of women Ljubljana team. And Kallithea is leading. No, wait, they're not leading anymore because they just lost 2 games. Sorry.
Oh, no. Oh, no, things are changing so fast. Wait, Arthurs, what is this city on the background? It looks so beautiful. Looks very, very, very beautiful. I would say it's Riga, but you say there's no teams from Riga.
No, I'm from Riga. That's definitely not from Riga. Maybe it's a different angle, which I don't recognize. That's definitely also... I want to say definitely not Kallithea because I don't recognize this castle in the background. No, that's not Latvia. I would know. I would know.
All right, guys, if you know in the chat, let us know what is this city, if you can guess it. So, okay, rook to d1. Black is taking some of the time. 1 minute and 24 seconds on the clock. Rook to b6, overprotecting the rook on f6 and also the king. White is rushing now on the queen side and pushes a4. It's not so bad position for black, right?
Yeah, I mean, a piece does the court, right?
But where the bishop goes, Arturs? Because when you go this bishop here, you're gonna lose the knights. So if you go bishop c6, then I believe just to take here makes a lot of sense.
So this would probably imply that Dana has blundered something, or the entire idea didn't even work. I was about to say that Team Ljubljana has secured their victory in the overall rankings because they have scored at least 2 points in this match. This means they're not going to lose it. Now instead, Dana Reizniece-Ozola plays... What did she play? She didn't play nothing yet.
She's not playing at the 30 seconds. So tough to find a move here for her. Bishop is hanging. It's not only bishop. Queen to e2. That's a smart move.
Still not over. It's still not over. If you take on d5, there's a check on d1.
Yeah, how about to take here on d7 and to get this rook here on the 7th rank?
Yes.
King h6, queen c1, g5, and I don't know, queen b1 to try to checkmate here. Rook g6.
And now we are down to the last seconds here, and Laura Unuk is, of course, trying to calculate. But talking about Laura, do you know she is, since last year, the official representative for Ford Slovenia? There was quite a big news.
Yeah, yeah, she's posting a lot of...
Also doing a wonderful job to promote women chess. I mean, chess as such in Slovenia.
Yeah. She's promoting that brand quite a lot on her social media. I have seen some of her posts out there. That's great, actually. That's indeed great. We have this position. Maybe queen... Oh, queen d3? Yeah.
This is just good. I think White has 2 extra pawns. So I'm not sure about this entire combination, Katie. Was this necessary? But now Laura is still doing well. There you go. The other rook goes. It probably is going to jump to e7. I think it's fair to assume that White is going to win this.
Yeah, rook to d5, attacking on g5. Maybe a5. She's going the pawn on the other side of the board. And White has won on time.
You look at that. I mean, Dana, what happened there? I made a move.
Wow, she's shocked. Why this happened? Yeah, she lost on time. This is not first game that we saw losing on time. I think we are used to play so much on chess.com with these pre-moves that Tornello, I'm not sure if it has the option of pre-move. So maybe you are just not on time to make a move.
I am not sure about that, but to bring you up to the speed, what is the current result of the top matches, Kerry? Team Ljubljana wins against Kallithea, and I don't know what happened there with Dana. She already was in a losing position, and maybe some technical glitch. I guess she made a move and it didn't really count. I don't know. But Team Stockholm has played a draw with Team London. And I'm not sure what does it mean for the standings. This means that Thessaloniki takes over London in the overall rankings for among women.
Oh wow, that's a big thing for the team like Thessaloniki, because London is was the favorite, I think first rated team in the women's section, and they had most of the title players in there. So one last game in progress. This is the rook end game with the side pawn. This is a theoretical draw. Very likely the game will end soon. However, they have played already almost 70 moves, so we might not have the game ended anytime soon.
Well, I've seen stranger things happen. Of course, this is an easy theoretical draw. So the black king needs to be cut off quite far away for white to win this. Rook c3 check is a good idea. But the problem is you cannot really push the king further than that. So
That's
king
right.
king b7, rook b2 check. You are staying in the corner.
Yeah. And a king is just so close to control those two squares. Any kind of trades of the rook will be just another theoretical draw of the pawn and game. And just the fact that there is 3 seconds increment, I think will secure black's chances here not to lose the game.
Right.
But also the rating. Look at the rating. White player seems to be more experienced. 2300 against 1700. There is a huge rating difference between them.
Yes, of course, there's no risk for white. White's going to try. The idea is to play rook b6, I guess. Wait. What just happened there?
b6. King
No.
b7.
Wait. How did you misplay this?
No.
How did you misplay this?
a7.
Can you go back there? I think there was this rook c2 already move necessary to be played. Okay, this is just losing now.
Yeah, you just promote. You just promote the
How
queen.
on earth do you lose this? Oh, wow. And that's it. White wins.
Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Let's see how to deal with this kind of positions. So here after rook to b6, what you had to play? Because king b7 is coming. I think black made a mistake even earlier.
Yeah, maybe even earlier. I was thinking about rook c2 here, but then again after... rook c2, is it still holding, by the way? Because after king b7, rook c7, this is not how you're supposed to hold the draw here. But maybe it still holds.
Here,
No, wait, what are you doing? There's rook b7.
Oh no, king! I lost king again.
No, wait, it's still not over. Rook b7, king c8, Katie. It's still not over.
Yeah, I was about to do it, but I did the same thing like last time. I took the king off the board. Here,
I think
here,
it's just
here,
a draw. It's a rather
here,
unusual.
here, and king c6 or king c8. I think it's the same.
It's because king a8 is the only move now, because after king b6 you take on b7, it's oh wait, then you're just losing. I'm incredibly bad today. No, you can't do that. Tricky, yeah. Quite curious how black managed to lose this, but as I said, I've seen stranger things happen.
All right, it
All right.
happens. It really happens to, especially when you have seconds on the clock. And we were talking about the experience of the player of white. And let's now take a look at the final standings of today. This is unofficial standings, and as I mentioned earlier several times, the games has to be checked. So Ljubljana team in women category wins with 16 points, 2 points ahead of Thessaloniki, who did great job. And then we have London team with 13 points. Rijeka also did amazing job. Croatian team, they have scored 12 points alongside with Istanbul. And then we have Stockholm, the team of Pia Kramnik, legendary chess player, got 6th position in the end alongside with Lassi. Well, the team for a small town of Kallithea, but with great chess traditions, got 9 points alongside with Heraklion, women team, Kallithea, and also Corfu team got 6 points. And then we have last 2 places, Teuta, Durrës Albania, and Nicosia. Well done, everyone in the women's section. And in this tournament this year, we had 13 participants. We should expect next year double or even 3 times more participants in this section, as well as the others. Now let's take a look at the youth categories, Artur, and check out the final
we
standings.
have only one. The only team, Kathy, which finished the entire tournament with no team match losses, Team Istanbul, 18 points or 9 victories. ahead of Lviv Chess Federation, the young Ukrainians who stole everybody's cards with waving Ukrainian flags in the middle of the tournament. We really love that. We're trying to get attention. You got it. So I'm very happy to see them in the second place. And of course, third place, Yasi region from Romania, followed by Ankara, Turkey, Galati, Thessaloniki, Yasi, Nicosia, and Kiev region.
That is right. So then in the open section and the senior section, we have these two sections combined together due to the not enough number of the seniors team. Now we have the absolute favorite of this group, Prague, winning the competition with 2 points ahead of Thessaloniki. I think Thessaloniki is a serious is a serious candidate of the team of absolute champions. They have scored second place in the open category as well as in the women category. So we have one combined title for all the categories. Then we have
And
Athens.
sixth place in the youth. Yes.
Yeah. Athens,
Sixth place in the youth.
Kallithea.
I'm not-
Arthur, so I'm looking for the seniors. I think Prague Seniors also got the first place. So that makes Prague 2 gold medal in the open and senior category. So I think the competition between Prague and Thessaloniki is now getting the different level, and now they are competing as the best result of accumulated points. So that means that the points in the women's section will be counted.
Right. So once again, what a day it's been, right? I understand, of course, today was the one of the major events finishing here, the first year super tournament at Steel Chess, and we got a huge raid also from Chesscom. Really appreciate that. But also we had this amazing tournament organized by European Chess Union, the first ever European Cities and Towns Championship. In case you missed the start, the idea was to organize it like in a hybrid format. The players are gathering together in approved halls, right? They're representing the city. For example, Team Prague, they were having players like Maxim Radstein, who is originally from Israel, but he lives in Prague, and that's why he can represent the city. I like the format, Katie, and as Jankovic Alojz, the General Secretary of Croatian Chess Federation and Vice President of European Chess Union, said, this is a very interesting format, quite similar to this World Cities Championship back in 2012, and I hope it's going to be here to stay.
Yeah, I hope so too. And now we also had the possibility to look at the playing venues of the participants. We can see just below of my video a lot of tension going on. And this is happening in a lot of youth categories tournaments when there is one upset coach that something is going wrong or someone plays fast or things are not going according to the plan. On the other side of the screen, we can see team from Latvia, women team. We're hoping that the next editions will be with more and more participants. Once again, guys, if you're watching this show, you can also play in the next edition. Gather together for players. 3 players, actually, including yourself. Register, and as Zura Basmai-Parashvili said, there is not too much of bureaucracy to register for this tournament. You just need to have a wish to do so, and doesn't matter really what is your level or your friend's level, you can still enjoy the tournament. We're here whole day, starting from early morning and up to this time. Arthur, we came here when it was still just the beginning of a day, and now in the end of a day, I think we have to say final goodbye. So go ahead, you start to say goodbyes. I'll continue.
Yeah, from my side, once again, it was an awesome experience and pleasure to work together with you, Katie, as usual.
Likewise.
Great company there. And I also enjoyed to have these special guests. In case you missed them, dear viewers, there was Dana Reizniece-Ozola. She was with us. Even though she's playing, she found time to join us during the between the games, of course, not during the games. There was
And
Zura
show
as
us
my
the
father
city
told.
and the team members and her coach. That was really, really nice video that she had today for us.
Right, and Theodoros Dozarblo, my
Torpasoglu.
apologies. Yes, a bit
Fine.
difficult to spell, my apologies. And of course, Jankovic Aloysia, also another deputy president of European Chess Union. We had a lot of chess officials. They told the stories about what is it, how it is to organize this tournament, and what does it mean for the future. And I really, really hope that this format is going to stay. And I think hybrid is looking towards also its niche in chess, right? And with all of this chess booming, online chess is booming, and it has definitely a place under the sun.
Right. We want to have more and more cities on the background here in the studio, as we had a bit of slideshow and also some kind of quiz games to guess which city are those. And this tournament is a great opportunity for small towns to show their cities and to say a word in the chess community. So it is now time to say goodbye for this event. This is the European Cities and Towns event, Chess Championship 2023, the pilot event. And if this was so successful, just imagine, Arthur, how it will be next editions. I'm sure it will be more and more numbers. Thank you very much for European Union to put this tournament together. Also, a big thanks to European Chess TV, who got our studio back, our COVID studio back in a live, and do this broadcast for channels, European Chess Union, Twitch and YouTube channel, Arthur's channel, and also my channel. And big thanks to our viewers who has been here with us whole day. So, Arthur, thank you very much to be amazing co-host. I think it's now final goodbye from us, and see you guys very soon in the next event. Bye.
Have a great evening. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.